Going on, Consciouztv, your favorite breakdown commentator, CTV. Welcome to another riveting episode of the Consciouztv platform. You already know what we're here to get into. Before we do so, please thumbs up the video until it's absolutely stuck. You guys know that thumbing up the video not only helps with YouTube's algorithm, but more importantly, it triggers up YouTube's notification system. So when you are thumbing up the video, you are literally knocking on the digital door of another conscious crew member and telling them to get their black asses into the sanctuary. Now, I know that the notifications are definitely better than they was because I just got notified about my own live, honey, okay? CTV got notified that CTV is loud, live, and in color. Okay? So please run those likes up, whether you're a Bush Baby, part of the Replay Gang, or whether you're active with me in real time, please hit the like. We need all of that. If you love everything that the King does here, you can always donate to the platform as well. Cash App, $Consciouztv, and or paypal.me/Consciouztv. Conscious spelled with a Z on the end, just how it is here on the platform. Last but not least, please share the stream out to wherever it is you have digital community, whether that be a YouTube community wall, your Snapchat, your MySpace, the dark side of Twitter, Tumblr, or your personal OF. I don't really give a damn where you in fact lay the link. Just let them whores know that we're live, and we're certainly in color. And with no further ado, let's go ahead and push on through.
I know a place where you can recharge your soul.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
And in the midst of brokenness, he gon' see your asshole.
Baby, that's Consciouztv.
You gon' heal, you gon' laugh and catch a little shade.
Ooh, girl.
Y'all know he be slaying, y'all better stop playing. Come hear what he's saying.
Ladies and gentlemen.
What's going on, Conscious Crew? Happy Saturday. I see a lot of you guys had a great day out shopping, going to new stores and mall outlets. Don't forget to bless the King, honey, with an old nasty piece of jock strap, honey. Or y'all know, diamonds are a girl's and a boy's best friend. Oh, yes. What's going on, Lady D? What's going on, Homebody? What's going on, Sherry? Hey, Bill. Hey, Alex. Hey, DJ. What's going on, Ian Gardner? Hey, Sabby. Hey, Karen. What's going on, K-Ben? What's going on, Aquarius? Hey, Valerie. What's going on, St. Marquise? Hey, Tammy. What's going on, Kimani's Way? Hey, K-Ben. What's going on, the Black Anarchist Podcast? Hey, Valerie. Hey, Perp. Hey, Sherry. Hi, everybody. What's going on? Hey, Ari. What's going on, Deep Thinker? Hey, y'all. So you guys already know what we're here to get into. Going to not try to keep you guys for a long time tonight, but definitely for a good time and a informative time, child, okay? You guys know we got to get into Miss Obama, child. They got it going on out here in these trendy streets, child. Got the red pill incels upset and upside down as usual, hooting and hollering, okay? Because they think that they're the gatekeepers of all things manhood and masculinity here. They really think they're the gatekeepers of all polarities, child. We're going to get into all of that. And then we got to get into Jess Hilarious, of course, who recently sat down with Carlos King to address T.S. Madison and whether she's transphobic or not. We'll be the deciders of that. But I'm not here alone. I'm going to also welcome my handy-dandy co-host for this Saturday, no other than Bubs the God. Hi, Bubs.
What's going on, Kang? What's going on, Conscious Crew? I hope y'all is ready because when it come down to these niggas, girl, especially where we at in this current climate, yeah, the leprechaun gonna have to go into his pot of gold, girl, and start dragging. No shade. So you're definitely in for a very informative, but yet no shade, girl, shady ass time. So go ahead, if you partake of the herb, girl, light up. Okay, I got some hash shit over here, baby. Okay, so we about to definitely get into this conversation. And also for the people who are part of the red pill incel community, if you have something to say, please share your thoughts. Let us know how you feel about the situation. Don't wait till the end. Let us know now. Since you walk in your masculinity, girl, we need you to start walking in leadership, which means if you see it happen in real time, girl, go ahead and call it out. But good luck, because you want a situation with not just one, but two spiritual eunuchs. Okay? But anyway, I am ready for this. And yeah, let's get it. Put your lighters up.
And I'm really happy that Bubs is here because y'all know I'm kind of really over addressing sexuality, gender identity. It just feels outdated. And I just feel like for those who get it, they get it. And for those who don't, they don't. And I'm at peace with those who don't. So I'm glad Bubs got a lot of fuel in his tank for this conversation. And he's going to be the one sounding off. Of course, y'all know I can't help myself, of course. So I'm going to be up in here. But I'm glad to know that, I got a equal co-pilot in this mother lover. So let's go ahead and get into first person on the docket, which is Jess the motherfucking mess. All right. Now, Jess the mess recently sat down with D. Carlos King. You guys know, legendary producer from Love and Hip Hop and Real Housewives of Atlanta, Bravo, the first 15 minutes. Now he's turned interviewer, podcaster, etc. Girl, he got a YouTube channel. Check him out. He sat down with Jess the mess, and they got into some things, okay? They got into her dropping the F-bomb while she was at war with another creator. And of course, he asked her about her and T.S. Madison's relationship and address this question of whether Jess the mess is in fact transphobic. So I'm going to take you to the beginning of that particular segment in their conversation. Of course, this is fair use. This is courtesy of the Carlos King platform, of course. And do I want to be audio? Yeah, we're going to do audio for now. Okay. Thumbs up, share. And this is Jess speaking to Carlos King about all things gay-phobic as hell.
Talk to you about this. There's a lot of people in the gay community who do feel like Jess Hilarious is homophobic. You had a past usage of using the F word in which you apologized for in a tearful apology on social media that I got to watch.
Yeah.
So I did see it, and I did feel like you were definitely sincere in that apology. One thing I do know, listen, so obviously you being called, I'm not going to say the elongated word that you were called that has the word trans in it, right? Because that is a gay slur for the trans community. It's one of those things where, yes, that person who said that was definitely wrong. You responding with the F slur was wrong too.
Absolutely.
Because two wrongs don't make a right. But I'll say this. Similarly in the Black community, how we can call each other N-word, but if you disrespect a white person and you call him the H word.
And Bubs, if you need to interject at any point, you do let me know.
Okay, no problem. Yep.
And he in return calls you the N-word, the entire Black community is going to be on his head.
Absolutely.
So what I want you to know that you may not know, you may know now, but I just want to say it, to you, the F word, when it comes to the gay community, we can say that to each other, just like Black people can say the N-word to each other. But the moment a non-gay person uses the F word, it's a slur. Just like the moment a non-Black person uses the N-word, it's a slur.
Absolutely.
So that was the reason why a lot of people felt that way. And listen, it's one of those things to me where this, I don't judge anybody because that's God's job.
Yeah.
As a spiritual person. And I also think this.
Okay, so my first question to you is, how do you feel about that? Straight people using queer slurs.
I mean, I agree with what he said. In that sense, you're not part of that experience, and those people had to transmute that word into something that is different than the actual context of it. Because when someone outside the community is using it, especially without context or, I guess permission in a sense, then yeah, it becomes a slur. And for people who don't understand that, that's kind of like how there are some white people that y'all will let come to the cookout. Even though it ain't the N-word, you'll still give certain people a pass who ain't Black because of certain attributes. Do you get what I'm saying? So it's the same thing with the queer community. So I agree with that. What do you think about it?
I don't have thoughts yet.
Okay.
Also think there's always room for education and conversation. And that's the reason why I wanted to talk to you, because I wanted you to speak to somebody who is openly gay to say, like, hey, these are things that I have to teach people in my community. There's a lot of Black women I'm friends with, women I'm friends with, straight men I'm friends with, who do ask me things that my community will deem as ignorant. And what I always implore is, what ignorance means is lack of education.
Yeah.
And as a Black man who works predominantly with Black women, I have been ignorant to things that faces your community.
Yeah.
And that's why for me, it has taken Black women to say to me, hey, just so you know, this is how we're feeling. I'm like, oh my gosh, I didn't realize that. So I always think there's room for conversation versus labeling somebody where it's sort of like, before we label somebody that has the continuous of the behavior, let's see if there's an opportunity for a conversation.
For sure.
Let's see if there's opportunity for education, which I want to get into the trans conversations because, listen, I'm not a trans person and I'm not here to speak.
Now, let me tell you something. It's a lot of people in the chat saying that they don't like the N word or the F word. I don't use the F word either. I can't stand it. It's just, and not that it's even a slur. It just doesn't even sound cute. Like, I like cuss words because, like, the cuss words that I use or the disrespectful terms I use, they also, like, to me sound attractive. But
yeah, very colorful.
F word just don't even sound aesthetically attractive. Like, and I've tried to, like, transmute the FAG word. I've tried to be like, I've tried to use it in an enduring way. I tried to see if it could even, it just don't even sound cute. Like, I don't know. It's just not ringing for me. So for me, it's not my personal, the F word is not my personal preference. Now the N word, I love the N word. I love F-U-C-K. I love F-U-C-K, hell, if need be, baby, I'll put the hard ER on the end of the N word, baby. If need be. I like most disrespectful terminology. And maybe that's because I came up with a hell-raising mother who was a master and a prolific cusser outer, and she would create these Mortal Kombat combo level
fatality
cuss word sentences. And hearing that my whole life, I definitely was able to carve out space in my own vernacular for very bad language, even though I'm also a very intelligent person who can clearly articulate himself without the use of any profanity or without any, type of offensive vocabulary. But I like bad words. I like cuss words. And because there are people in this world who need to be disrespected, I like that there's disrespectful language to disrespect them with. But there are just some words that just for me just don't really rank.
But I I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, I'm saying, but no shade. I mean, I can agree with that too. Like, again, everything's not going to be for everybody, and I think if people were to communicate more and be open and honest about what their preferences are and what they like, there will be people who can respect that, because, there's a time and a place. Do you get what I'm saying? There's a time and place where there are some people who do say that language and have a different perspective on it than someone else does. So if you don't want to use it, the beautiful thing about life is that you ain't got to, you know what I mean? But I respect everybody's opinion. Like, I don't use the F word as much. I'll only use it if I'm like stressing a point, or like if I'm speaking in the mindset of the ignorant people just so I can reach their asses, then I would do that. But as far as like me saying it to another person in a derogatory type of way, it's kind of like the word bitch. Like, bitch can be said in multiple different ways and have multiple different meanings. It just depends on how you say it and in the context it's in. So shout out to everybody who, I appreciate y'all responses and I respect them. So I know what people don't like it and who do. But it is interesting how y'all don't like those words, but baby, the cuss words that y'all do like, it's like, damn, at this point, y'all might as well say the word. I'm just playing.
Yeah,
I'm
let's
just
not
playing.
say the word. Also, there are certain words people cannot say to me. Like a white person cannot use the N word toward me under any circumstances, not even in an endearing way. White people are not allowed to utilize the N word when speaking to me directly. Also, the F word. Can't nobody refer to me as a F word, not in an endearing way, not in a disrespectful way. There's just certain words that are going to get you punched dead in your fucking Adam's apple. So, those are the two words that ain't gonna be said to me on any type of circumstances by a group. N word, not for white people to say to me, and the F word can't nobody say to me, including other homos. So that's that. Everything else is up. You can refer to me as bitch. You can refer to me as MFer. You can utilize everything else. But depending on who uses the N word toward me, aka white folk, or anybody dropping the F bomb, we going up. We going all the way up. Like surpassing the galaxy, surpassing the solar system. We're going into the ethers, baby. We're getting into we get into astral wars and astral plane teams. So yeah.
Trans community, because that's not my education when it comes to what I know being an overly gay black man, which is my entire life, right? What I do know though is there is
same old phone.
He paying them bills and we gotta pay him too, y'all. Y'all thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. Because here's my complexity when it comes to like language. Like I feel like on one hand, I can only speak for myself, but I do know that like there are gay people. Like I know, like I got trans friends who allow their straight bio friends to use the word tranny. That's another word I don't like either. I don't like tranny. But they allow that. I know I got some gay friends who like they use the F word amongst each other. Like they use punk. I don't. I can tolerate punk and sissy.
Yeah.
I don't largely use that type of language, but but you know it's there. And I know gay people who allow their straight friends to use, you know, the F word, to use the T word, to use punk, sissy, etc. And when I think about it, I'm like, should gay people really be allowing this kind of stuff? But then I realized, well, no, this is the privilege and the point of gatekeeping. Like, as a black person, I can't say what you shouldn't say to all black people, but what I am going to tell you to do is what the fuck you can't say to my black ass. I am a gatekeeper of people, okay? So you can be a white person raised in the deep south or from the Bronx and you use the N-word and you was raised up in the culture and you got a bandana on and one of your pants legs is hiked up and you think that you one of the you know, that you are part of the rhythm and blues folk. But no, but what your gatekeepers need to inform you, bro, about is the fact that they said you okay with that amongst them, not amongst the collective.
Right.
So you always need written permission from other people who you exist outside the culture of to give you that green light on if you can or can't go there, because we're not a monolith and all black people are not the same. All queer people are not the same. So if you are a trans woman and you can take your straight friends or natural born friends saying the T word, I mean, hey, you know, hey, if you are a gay guy, a gay girl, and you know, cool with your straight friends saying the D word for lesbians or utilizing certain slurs, even if it's in an endearing way, I'm mature enough to stay out of it because you're a gatekeeper. So you get to decide what your comfortability is. with these words and with the way people socialize with you. Because I'm a gatekeeper, I can only control the way people socialize with me, not the way people socialize with other people.
Right. So. And real quick, I want you to put up 2 comments for me real quick. DJ The Truth says they be cutting up on Bigo. I've heard everything and no shade. Like, I have a dark sense of humor. I have a very dark sense of humor. The shit that I've been through, sometimes you had to laugh to go through some shit to keep from crying. So I have a dark sense of humor. So I can go over to Bigo and hear all those reads and then, like, you know, see it for what it is in that aspect as far as it being an entertainment situation. But again, to CTV's point, it's about what your level is. And the other comment that I want to put up is in the shells. It says, for me as a cis woman, no other woman can call me the C word. I'll come out the choir stand to fight over that one. Okay. Not we over here shifting the atmosphere. Okay. Open the floodgates on that ass. Okay.
And that's another word that I've never used either, is the C word. And that's another word that to me is equivalent to the F word. Like, it don't even sound cute enough aesthetically to even say. Like, I don't even know what the obsession with the C word is, because it's not even cute when you use it. It's just such a flat, stupid word. but I don't use the C word either.
Like, lastly, and I'm done. I'm sorry, because I'm going to continue with the live. But I remember when I was with my first love, again, a lot of the people that I have dated, unfortunately, in the past have had horrible relationship with their parents, in particular their mother. And there was one time they was arguing and he called her the C word. And I looked at him and I ducked on the floor, because to me, if I were to have ever whispered the word to my mom, I would not be here today. So the fact that nothing happened, I was like, oh my God, I thought there was going to be World War III. So to your point, like, it's funny, I can tolerate the F word, but the C word is like really extreme for me. Like, I that's like one of the most insulting words you can say to somebody. It's that word, you know what I'm saying? So again, it's just so interesting how we all think differently, but I appreciate that, especially over here on the Consciouztv platform, y'all know how to communicate that. And that is what helps people. You got to communicate and comprehend. Okay. Yes.
Absolutely. Consciouztv is sounding off tonight, honey. Hey, Deaf God. First time seeing a lady calling themselves. Yeah, look, there is a large amount of females who are comfortable with cis, like, who don't mind it. They understand it. They don't make a thing of it. They know that it's not a slur, and they know that it's a sex affirming word. So they allow it to be just that. And then there are other women, and I should say men too, but I guess I never include men in the cis conversation, because men don't complain about cis. It's only women who complain about cis. But there's also like a sector of women who don't like cis. But I want all folk to know that cis is not a term, like, it's not birthed by gay people, because even gay people are cisgendered people. Like, I'm a cisgendered gay male. Bubs is a cisgendered gay male. We're also cis too. So it's not something that's just like brought upon the straight community. It's something that refers to all people who agree that they are the sex that they are. They are male and they live as male. They are female and they live and exist as woman. So it's just a sex affirming prefix. That's
I like Bill's comment. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
And even gay folk are cis folk. Okay? The only folk who are not cis folk are trans folk and non-binary folk. And what's the comment?
No, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. But no, Bill's comment. I like where it says, I wish cis were cis though. It's more affirming and sisterly. What if it was like, hey sis, like, if it could be in that context? Because there are some women like Valerie who said that she's okay with that.
The only problem with that is that cis don't just apply to females; it applies to males too. So it wouldn't work in that sense.
Right, but I guess like in the context of trying to transmute the energy of the word cis in a negative way to turn it into something positive, like how again people transmuted the word nigga or gay people transmuted the word the F word. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, maybe it could be in that regard, in that context, with to help women in the spectrum of women continue to heal and mend things out. Maybe in that way. And it's also educational because, like they say, cis is a scientific prefix. So you also get some education, and Trump trying to take that shit away. So damn, if we can't do it on the TVs and the radios, we can do it in real life. See how that works?
This statement right here always is funny to me. Why does something need to be added to woman when female and woman are also scientific and sociology terms? So it's funny to me when y'all complain about other scientific and sociology terminology when male and female, man and woman are also scientific and sociology terminology. Like, what do y'all think language comes? Do y'all realize that all language is made up?
Yeah.
Y'all realize that? Like, you can actually realize that all language is made up, and all these terms, whether you're talking about cis, male, female, man, woman, hetero, homo, bi, all of these are scientific and or sociology terminologies.
Yeah.
All of them are.
Yeah.
All of it is.
Yeah.
All of it.
People perish by the lack of knowledge.
Jess is transphobic. Heterosexual Black women who feel like I see nothing wrong that Jess is doing, and Jess, to me, is speaking for us. There's a lot of Black women who feel that way too. There was a recent interview that you did on this platform with a Black woman, where you mentioned that, you know,
I was going to say that too, Sonny, but you know, I ain't looking for no smoke today. Like,
well, I am.
I'm not. I was thinking it, Sonny, because I'm just like, nah, like that's way, like it's doing way too much info. What at the end of the day, like sometimes people just need to really sit and address the real elephant in the room, which is their transphobic crap and their homophobic crap. That's it. Because see, it's only when queer folk try to make space in any kind of way that it becomes a congressional hearing. Everything
all the fucking time. I'm hooking time, sorry.
Everything has to be challenged. Any type of accommodation, any type of thought, any type of inclusivity, any type of dignity and respect, anything that is asked for, anything that is demanded, anything that is sought by the queer community is and requires a fight. All of it does. There's nothing that we haven't had to fight for. Nothing that we haven't had to fight for. So, you know, it seems too much with the whole SIS, CIS. It's just like at the end of the day, it don't even seem that there is even like a demographic of women who are in the middle when it comes to cis. It's like there's only like the women who are okay with it and the women who are not okay with it. And it don't even seems to be that there's even a middle woman who's like, oh, okay, I can take CIS and do SIS. But largely, when we also really think about why are we even doing all that backflipping over a word that's never used to address anyone personally to begin with, it is unnecessary. Because the only time cis gets used is when talking in general in order to create lines of demarcations in your conversation if you are wanting to separate the people who fall under a umbrella term. So woman is an umbrella term because under woman exists trans women as well. Just like under the term man, which is an umbrella term, exists trans men. So if you're speaking about your experience on a yacht or on a cruise liner or on the job, and you're actually referring to trans men, or you got now, because these are umbrella terms, and you need people to understand, okay, what type of man I'm talking about, what type of woman I'm talking about, what type of people I'm referencing. That's when people employ trans and or cis in order as a identifying marker in general conversations, but nobody's being referred to directly as cis. Like, ain't no queer commentator, personality, public figure, author, historian, scholar, researcher ever sat anywhere and individually addressed the men and women in the room individually as cis. Like, I ain't never got up here and said, good afternoon, cisgendered savvy, cisgendered Michelle. Good afternoon, cisgendered Bill. Good afternoon, cisgendered Ari. That's not the way cis is even used. So this whole kerfuffle around, don't call me cis, you're not even being called cis. But and you can't tell a person how to use a non-derogatory term when talking about a group generally. Now, if you're talking about how somebody is to address you, yes, all for that. But trying to turn a non-derogatory term into a offensive term and then argue it out of context, it's just extra as all hell. Like, it's just extra as all hell, because at the end of the day, nobody is being individually greeted as cis and then their name. Nobody. Just like when we talk about T.S. Madison, because honestly, trans gets used the same way. Nobody, like when we talk about T.S. Madison, we don't say transgender Madison, even though, I mean, T.S. is an acronym in her name. But nobody's referring to T.S. as like we call her Maddie, we call her T.S. But every time we refer to her, we don't have to refer to her as Shem. We can just refer to her in her name, because that's the way common folk communicate to each other. The terminology only gets used when speaking indirectly or speaking generally in order for the sake of helping people to identify who and what people are actually referring to. So I do wish people would just move around and just move on, because I don't even know what the fuck all this is even about.
Yeah.
Women are able to get pregnant and have children. And that went viral. One thing about my platform, like I said, I give people the floor to address it. In my research, it was very split. What are your thoughts on that particular conversation?
Well, she was speaking to gender identity, and I was just, speaking to biology.
Oh, he's so smart.
Women can have babies, and she in return said that. And one thing I'm not in the business of, or I really don't like to spend my time doing, is trying to convince people. Like, what I'm saying is facts, because it's like, that's her, that's what she go by. You know what I mean? That's her whole belief. That's fine. You know what I mean? I understand that.
Now,
ooh, girl, I had to read in my spirit, but go ahead.
Are y'all might be? Hold on, let me see something. Let me rewind this back a little bit.
It's like, that's her. That's what she.
Give people the floor to address it. In my research, it was very split. What are your thoughts on that particular conversation?
Well, she was speaking to gender identity, and I was just, speaking to biology of it. I said, women can have babies, and she in return said that. And one thing I'm not in the business of, or I really don't like to spend my time doing, is trying to convince people.
But that's exactly what she ended up doing. And if you don't know what she's talking about, y'all, I'm about to show y'all what Carlos King is talking about. It was when the Breakfast Club had Lene Benet on to speak about her show, etc. And just to give y'all some background on this conversation, Lene was asked by Charlamagne about politics and what her thoughts are in terms of, how we should move. And she was kind of getting into a conversation around how, yes, voting is important, but voting isn't the end all be all. We need to maintain and sustain that word prior, during, after, etc. And she was talking about other alternative things that we need to be focused on as well. And then Jess Hilarious came out of nowhere. Girl, it wasn't a plane, it wasn't a helicopter, it wasn't even Superman, girl. It was dressed in her transphobic cape on, girl, flying down to the earth at 100,000 miles an hour, baby. Ready to let it be known, girl. Ready to let it be known, girl. So I'm about to let y'all see what the hell Carlos King is referencing, child. And this is why people think that Jess has absolute and total smoke for the LGBT community, particularly the trans community, because she does things like this right here.
I'm single now. They're like, so what you want, like a Mark Lamont Hill? No, like no shade to Mark. He's great, but I don't need that to encompass my entire life. Like I'm still a human being. So I'm not saying that you got to live, breathe, die, fight the power, but you do have to have some things ingrained in the way that you move about your day, period, to understand that the work never stops. So we just got to find that balance.
And for you, I want somebody who knows that women can have babies.
Oh, okay.
Only women can have babies. I just want to let you know that.
Interesting. There are other people who can have babies.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, if they have a uterus, they can have babies. But they just might not identify as a woman.
Okay.
Those are two different things. Like you can be biologically female, but you can't be biologically woman. Because woman is a gender construct. A social construct. But if you got a uterus, yeah, you can have a baby.
Yes, that's the point. If you have a uterus, you can have a baby.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we agree on that.
You know, Lynette.
Have babies.
Oh, okay.
That women.
Just gotta find that balance.
And for you, I want somebody who knows that women can have babies.
Oh.
I want somebody who knows that women can have babies.
Just gotta find that balance.
And for you, I want somebody who knows that women can have babies.
Oh. Just gotta find that balance.
And for you, I want somebody who knows that women can have babies.
Oh, okay.
Now I played that because I wanted to give y'all time to think about. I wanted to give y'all enough time to think about how in the fuck this statement was relevant. And in what Lene Vinay was speaking about, where in the hell was it the space, the time, and the opportunity to bring in putting somebody in place and in power who knows that only women can have babies?
And that shit
wasn't even talking about sexuality. Sexuality wasn't even a subject. Transgenderism, LGBTness wasn't. And so when Jess just said to Carlos King, I'm not in the business of making a point, and I'm not in the business of convincing people, and then sits her ass in a conversation that is not about trans women and talk about basically wanting people in power who are transphobic, and then claiming she's also pro-LGBT. Just get away from me with this. Bubs, you was gonna say something?
Yeah, my bad. It's just so funny because the clip that you showed before, that's why I love receipts, girl. That's why you got to be cognitive of what you say, girl, and think twice, maybe 3 times before you just open up your damn mouth and say shit. When Carlos King brought that situation up, and she said it so confidently, you know, she was talking about, you know, gender identity. I was talking about biology. But you just said, but women can have babies, using the social construct and blending them or putting them together. And that's the problem. That's why she looked at you the way that she did. And with you being a comedian, I'm surprised that you didn't transmute that. So that instead of you being laughed at the end, she was laughed at the end. But you felt stupid because she just sat there and walked circles around your ass and you didn't even know it. She had you playing against yourself and showing us in real time what queer phobia actually looks the fuck like. And the crazy part is that not only is it happening with Jess Hilarious, you're gonna see it with this whole Obama thing. They took something. My God, girl. Hold on, girl. Let me breathe for a second because this shit is just crazy to me. She sat there and stated something about that is something that is important to the black community, something that brings black unity, something that we can create from this mess that can be monolithic to get us the fuck out of it. To where she said it ain't gotta be fight the power 24/7. but there's an inner knowing. There's an inner over and understanding of what's going on or how we move about our day, so that when we see our people, we know that we are connected and we're not going to let any line of division keep us from that connectedness. And here the fuck she come with that goddamn Muppet baby ponytail underneath that hat, bitch. Okay? You might as well just go ahead and get a Boosie Fade girl and get something nice and clean. The motherfucking Little Rascals alfalfa, not alfalfa, but Farina looking shit is not for you, mama. I'm pretty sure you can rock a nice ball shortcut. You can do it. But I mean, this is the problem and the issue. And no shade, queer people are not going to be quiet about it, because the reality that she speaks, the reality that the red pill community to this day still speaks, is the reason why we as a country is here today. Okay. So we're going to talk about all of it. And CTV may be nice, but damn it, tonight I'm not. Because it come down to these niggas. When it come down to women and females, I have more grace and mercy. Because women and females, for the most part, are connected to their emotional side. So it's easier to have that conversations. Isn't that the reason why gay men and women, females are connected? Why they support each other? It's these niggas out here who are last in line. It's these Let me shut up. I'll say that. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You would think that Jess would be for the beautification and desirability of trans women, considering that she's oftentimes mistaken as one. So she has personal equity in the elevation of trans women. So that's the whole gag of it all. Is that, girl, in your case, Jess, you're really working against what's in your best interest, because if you had the humanity and the virtue to actually stand in solidarity with your trans peers, that benefits women like you, who oftentimes get hit on by trans attracted men because they think you are transgender. But as long as you're going to be in the business of othering trans women, you yourself, who gets mistaken as a trans woman, are going to also be in the business of removing all of the equity that could be there on those masculine features that a lot of people drag you over having as a woman. Which is why you get mistaken as a pre-op trans woman. A little boy in a pixie cut.
Ooh.
So Jess Hilarious is so upside down that it's preposterous at how almost irreversible it is. And to your point, and to Sunny's point in the comment, she still doesn't get it, because she referenced woman in the she still doesn't understand that woman is gender, female is biology, but she's still associating woman with biology. So she still doesn't even get this on an elementary 1, 2, 3 level, which is why she's still using woman out of context in her argument. And once again, just to show y'all how desperate this pro-LGBT loving woman was, to remind the world that we need transphobic people in power who are clear that only women can have babies. I'm going to run the conversation just back a little bit more between Lene. Just to see that there was literally nothing happening in this conversation that makes Jess' response make sense. I just want to take y'all back, honey.
Please.
And they ain't paying them bills, and we got to too. Y'all run them likes up, run them likes up.
Find your way back.
And all those things, please. We need all the likes, all the shares, And if we have time and are in the mood, we may drop the link for some town hall.
I think voting.
What's going on in that?
Like, I don't care what hood you from. I don't care what rural area you from in the South.
Yeah.
Everybody, from your drunk uncle, your crackhead cousin, everybody's talking about what's going on in that system and how the government is fucking us in so many shape or form. So it's like you can't avoid having that conversation.
And that's what I've learned. Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
What's one political issue you think just we become too performative about and not solution oriented enough about?
I think.
And hold on. And see, I can see some of y'all have a listening to comprehend issue. I'm articulating myself very well, so I'm very clear that it's your ears that are not working and failing you. Nobody said Jess is not beautiful. Jess is the one who let it be known on multiple occasions on her public platform that she has been mistaken as a trans woman, that she's been DM'd and sought after by trans attracted men who are into trans women, and they thought she was transgender. I said it's the irony of her being a biological woman who is transphobic and is actively pushing against the normalization and the liberation and the normalcy of trans women amongst society, when in fact, if she did the opposite of, if she actually did that and became an ally, she would actually be able to benefit from the normalization and beautification and the desirability around trans women, because then her own seemingly trans features would not be something that she's deeply insecure about and it wouldn't translate as a personal insult to her, because there's nothing unattractive about trans women, just like there's nothing unattractive about her. There's nothing unattractive about another woman, another female. But because with being trans comes all these other negative tropes, men in wigs, bitches with dicks, bitches with big feet, bitches with broad shoulders, bitches with da-da-da. A lot of things that Jess apparently has, which is why she's sought after in the trans attracted community. And that's the point that me and a lot of other queer people be making, that it's working against your own best interest as a female to be against trans women, because the reality is there's no feature on a trans woman that can't be found on a biological woman.
Hello.
There are big feet females, big hand females, big jaw square face females, 6'2" females. There are females who don't have uterus. There are females who have fertility issues. There are females who are handicapped. There are females who have mustaches. There are females who have chest hair. There are females who have their father's box shape. There are females all for every identifying trans marker. That marker can be found on a biological female somewhere. So it's also backhanded and doesn't do any service to biological women to think that there is any benefit in being anti-trans, when to liberate trans women is to liberate women as a whole. To liberate trans women is to liberate female. The actual inclusion of all these things normalizes all of these features, whether you can't give birth, whether you got fertility issues, whether you're big back, whether you're big foot, whether you're big hands. Normalizing the women who got them big hands, who got them big feet, who don't have a uterus, also normalizes all the females who don't have a uterus, who cannot produce children, who have big feet and big hands and masculine features as well. See, it's all tied and tethered together. The liberation is tethered in together. It's tethered in together. That's how clever and interesting the universe is. It's all tethered in together. Okay, now, I'm the one that always says it's just a gag that we even do all this anyway, because the reality is all of us have androgynous bodies. Every last single one of us do. I can look at Bubs and he got his whole sister's face and his sister got his whole face.
Yep.
They're literally just a boy and girl copy of each other.
Mm-hmm.
We all have features. You can look at most females and see their daddy. You can look at most sons and see their mother.
Yep.
We all have androgynous bodies.
Mm-hmm.
We literally all have a androgynous biological makeup, because it obviously requires what? Both male and female to even procreate.
Mm-hmm.
So your genetics are all over the place. You have shared genes from the male and from the female. So homophobia, transphobia, queerphobia is literally like, it's asinine, because it literally speaks against very nature itself and how it uses the collaborative powers from these two polarities, male and female, to even create everything else.
Yep.
You can literally find homosexuality amongst 100+ other mammals, from cows to dogs to penguins. You can find transgenderism and intersex amongst other mammals and aquatic species, etc. These concepts and realities are not exclusive to humans. They're exclusive to consciousness itself. They're exclusive to cosmic creation itself, to Mother Nature herself. This conversation and the existence of homophobia and queerphobia is literally a birth child of imperialism and colonialism. You want to know how gay a community can get, bitch? Look at the continent of Africa prior to colonialism. Prior to colonialism. And then you wonder why the white man had to introduce homophobia to stop all that queer shit going on in Africa. Why they had to introduce anti-queer legislation and pushback, and taboo and outlaw all of the natural queerness that existed in Africa amongst communities and tribes of people all across that landmass.
Yep.
Who you think? It's funny to me how the Black Israelites to get out here and blame homosexuality on the white man, but it was actually the white man who introduced homophobia to Africa.
Hello.
Who introduced anti-transness to Africa.
Hello. And when you look at like what's happening over in, I believe, in Uganda, they years ago was trying to pass this controversy, unalive the queer people bill, and it got passed. And guess who funded it? White evangelicals. White Christianity came over there and started to plant this venom, this poisonous seed into the soil of Africa. Because again, if people say that, you know, Africa is the place where all creation came from, but again, the diversity that is there. And these are the same people who are in positions of power now trying to remove diversity. So it's funny how they doing it here, but also doing it to your homeland. That your ass, a lot of us hasn't even fucking been to, or don't even know anybody over there or connected to it at all. We think because we get a dashiki from Wish, Temu, and read a few books and shit, now we know what we're talking about. We are afraid of information, and that's why the Black community will stay in the cycle it's in, unfortunately, because it perishes by the lack of knowledge. You would have thought that we would have learned by now, but I guess not. That's what happens when you try to be connected to the proximity of whiteness, instead of fighting for your community and your generation and your children that you talk about having, but yet want to protect them from the queer people, though. Very interesting to me. Very interesting.
I literally, growing up, I had to grow facial hair because I literally was mistaken as a lesbian woman growing up. Like, I remember being a freshman in high school. I grew my hair out over the summer. I was wearing the cornrows. I had the smooth baby face. And I remember my homegirl took me to her homegirls' houses. Her homegirls didn't go to our school. And I think, I don't know what I had on, but it was like, are you a boy or a girl? Are you a boy or a girl? Even now, as a grown man, almost 40, even with the beard, people still be like, are you a boy or a girl? Like, they don't know what I'm giving. Like, because I got feminine physical features, I have masculine physical features. And my genetics are responsible for why I can be as pretty as a woman and as handsome as a man all at the same time. And all it takes is for me to add one little thing to my face or take one little thing away from my face to tilt it completely over to the feminine side or to the masculine side. All it does is one little addition or one little subtraction in order to dramatically shift the perception around my face and what gender I am, what sex I am. I forgot why I even said that. I was going somewhere with that. I think I was responding to the person's comment in the comment section who said, I guess that they were making a point that females and trans don't have similar bodies. You are stupid if you think that. That's why you think straight niggas out here saying that these trans hoes need to disclose their fucking identities because they can't tell the difference between that pussy and your pussy. That's why. That's why. That's why. That's why. Men would completely disagree with you about the fact that y'all don't have similar body types. Because if you didn't have similar body types, they would not be mandating and asking Trump ass to damn near put tariffs on trans people for not disclosing their gender identity because they can't tell the difference between your body and her body.
Because all the bodies we have a hole. And niggas have found out that the hole is amazing. Okay? So as long as you got a hole, baby, there's hope. Okay?
Voting. Yeah. I mean, I'm not saying voting is the only tool. It is 75% of the work.
Yay. I know that you are in your transphobic bag, baby, but you have to really, like, when you think about your talking points, you really got to think about them. What you're saying, first of all, there are trans women who have never had any type of gender reassignment surgeries nor any type of cosmetic surgeries to look more feminine because just like me, they have enough androgynous features to play off naturally. All they got to do is put a little skirt and throw a wig on that thing, baby, and they can push through just like you. No cosmetic surgery and no etc. Also, where your talking point fails at is that females sometimes also feel the need to have to undergo feminization surgeries. You're acting like every female is born skinty and curvy, and that's not the case. Women are constantly going to the doctors to get their chin shaved down, to get their back unbigged, to get meat in their titties and plumpness in their ass because they don't naturally have those things. Hell, Buck's got a larger ass than some of y'all females do.
Unfortunately.
And he ain't have to undergo no type of cosmetic surgery for his BBL.
Lord.
So your sentiment also applies to females as well. That's why the BBL community exists. The breast, what's the word I'm looking for? The breast augmentation community exists. Females also undergo facial feminization. Do you also know that females, natural born women, also have a gender expression of woman? Do you know that a lot of females also feel the need to put on clothing assigned to their sex? and would feel deeply uncomfortable if they had to walk around dressed as men despite being female, because being female for a lot of females ain't even enough to feel like a female. They need to wear their hair like so-called females wear their hair. They need to dress like so-called females dress as well. To feel like a woman. They need to act like women culturally act in order to feel like a woman. I love when y'all go on this whole, I'm a natural woman, but yet your natural ass can't exist in your natural hair, in your natural ass, in your natural titties. You have to assimilate to all the cultural expectations and assimilations of female and woman, and yet get out here talking about I'm proud. You're proud in a skirt. Would you still be proud in some baggy ass jeans and some Timbs? Would you still be proud without having, if you had to cut your hair bald and wear a baggy shirt every day for the rest of your life, could you still feel dainty? If you couldn't put your heels on no more, if you couldn't put your makeup no more, if you had to live and exist opposite aesthetically, despite the fact that you can rest in your femininity because you are bio woman, would you do? No, and you don't. And you don't. So it's okay if trans women need their wig. You need yours too. It's okay if trans women need their makeup. You need yours too. It's okay if you need your female clothing. If they need their female clothing, because you need yours too, boo. All y'all are assimilating to the culture of woman.
And
all
then that
are playing into the social construct of man and female. Every time Bubs puts on his do-rag and his so-called boy clothes, he's assimilating. Every time I'm wearing so-called boy things, boy clothes, I'm assimilating. Now, technically, though, all of us who claim we so proud and natural, we should be able to feel comfortable in anything, including the clothing of the opposite sex, since to be that thing biologically is supposed to be the end-all, be-all. But there's a reason why the biology ain't enough to feel like a motherfucking man. You want your hair cut like a man. You want to talk like a motherfucking man. You want to shop in the men's department of the clothing store. You want to wear what men do. You want to work where men work. You want to act how men act, because being that thing biologically ain't just where the development ends or begins. So it's just, and this is why I don't talk about this shit no more, because I realize how silly this whole thing is.
Unfortunately, yeah.
And I realize how much of a hypocrite all natural born people are when it comes to this topic. Because they are in the same boat that trans men and trans women in. Natural born people, bio men and women, assimilate too, just like trans people do. So what are we really talking about here? Oh, that's nothing. We're talking about nothing, really. It's just really a waste of breath, a waste of space. We're just emoting for the hell of emoting, but there's literally no substance to the arguments. So that's why largely I just am at a place where I'm okay letting people spin. I only now can talk about these things if you're interested in talking about these things. Because personally, I am complete about the fact that natural born people can't tell trans people a motherfucking thing, because they do the same shit and they in the same motherfucking basket. And when you look at the data around who is on the cosmetic surgery trying to look more like a damn woman, are all females who are running up the cosmetic community's $1 billion tab and $1 billion annual salary, not trans women. It's females running down there to Dr. Miami to get the female nose, the female cheeks, the female face, the female titties, the female ass. That's what natural born women are doing while stampeding on trans women. When everybody is doing the very same thing. And once again, transgenderism and same gender lovingness are also not even exclusive to humanity. So it's literally non-scientific to be homophobic and to be transphobic. It's really, and isn't that also the other irony? Because homophobes' argument is it's not scientific, but it couldn't be more scientific. Bitch, it couldn't be more natural. It couldn't be more divine. It couldn't be more metaphysical, bitch. It's actually the complete opposite of non-scientific. It's actually the complete opposite of unnatural. Anything you want to say before I press play?
Yeah, it's real quick. Yeah, and then to add on to what you're saying, even all of the BBLs and the surgeries and the enhancements that bio women and trans women do, it's not even their own. It's really just to appease the construct that men created to find them sexually attractive, which is why a lot of them go through that and do that just to get a man's attention. But he does not want who you are, because to CTV's point, if you loved yourself, it doesn't matter where you were placed in your life situation, you will know that you are worthy of something beautiful, fruitful, and life-giving happening to you. And the part that sucks is that there are people out there like T.S. Madison, who, yes, she went through what she went through in reference to her enhancements, but she walked in her truth so much that she was able to transmute all the negative stereotypical viewpoints towards trans women and was able to turn that mess into a message and to financial freedom as well. And that's the part where a lot of people feel some type of way. They feel threatened by that. If you loved yourself, it doesn't matter what happens in reference to this system has put it into where gay men, trans women, and females, the feminine aspect, is fighting each other for the affirmation of the masculine aspect that is also lost. That is also fucked up. Which is why, again, these conversations are important, because they break all these type of molds and all these lines of division so that we can learn. And even where we are right now is not even, what's the one I'm looking for? A monolith within itself, because when it's the truth, it is always evolving. It is changing. It is maneuvering. And if people love themselves, they'll be able to go with that flow. But we've been conditioned to be in a box. And you wonder why the country is dying now, because the box is a fucking coffin. Hello, we here. Like CTV said, there are greater things that we could be talking about that's going to affect all of us. But yet here we are, a bunch of scared individuals afraid to face the fucking music that they produced out of their fear, out of their ignorance. And the sad part is that even though we're going to do this live, people are going to still do what the hell they do. And all I'm going to say is, when you do that, don't get upset when you get what the fuck you get. And motherfuckers in the background talking about, yeah. It's like the boy that cried wolf. When the wolves show up, don't say shit. Use your power and your privilege and your connectedness.
And sustaining that movement.
Just to show y'all how irrelevant Jess's insertion was to what Charlemagne asked.
Shit before. Well, it's like you can't avoid having that conversation.
And that's what I learned. Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
What's one political issue you think just we become too performative about, and not solution oriented enough about?
I think
I'm gonna spit it up a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying voting is the only tool. It is 75% of the work, organizing and sustaining that movement. I would actually take that back. It's sustainability period, in terms of how we organize, in terms of how we fight back against political oppression, because we often wait the 4-year cycle to begin to complain about what we don't like about candidates, and then are upset when we're not able to show up in full force and vote together, and that make a difference. I don't think that we give ourselves the opportunity for our work to return to us in a good way, because unfortunately, a lot of times we are motivated by rage and sadness, and we want to get active when things hit close to home, but something is always hitting close to home for everybody. If we don't learn to act as a community and have this sort of sustained. Garrison Hayes said in a segment in my episode this past Tuesday, he said, these people don't let up. They've been strategizing, they don't stop strategizing. So why should we? And especially if we're already like, it's never a day when we should just be like, oh, the struggle will be here tomorrow. But that means you should also be strategizing for tomorrow. And it's not to say that your life has to be completely shaped by that, because I say often, like, my friends think I'm single now. They're like, so what, you want like a Mark Lamont Hill? No, like, no shade to Mark, he's great, but I don't need that to encompass my entire life. Like, I'm still a human being, so I'm not saying that you gotta breathe, die fight the power, but you do have to have some things ingrained in the way that you move about your day, period, to understand that the work never stops. So we just gotta find that balance.
And for you, I want somebody who knows that women can have babies. Women can have babies. For somebody who knows.
What in the fuck is wrong with Jess Hilarious? What is wrong with her? Like, girl, where is your scooter? Where is your scooter, Jess Hilarious? Where is your damn scooter? Where in the heck? Girl, were you really sitting over there boiled up for no reason at all? Obsessed with trans people in your mind, bitch, that you sat and listened to this whole conversation between Charlamagne and Lene, and that's what you had to bring to the table? That's what you had, girl, to add to the dialogue? Where in the hell does Jess's sentiments come from while she's sitting in front of Carlos King saying this?
Give people the floor to address it. Give people the floor to
Into gender identity, you know.
That you did on this platform with a black woman. You mentioned that, you know, women are able to get pregnant and have children.
Yes.
And that went viral. One thing about my platform, like I said, I give people the floor to address it. In my research, it was very split.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on that particular conversation?
Well, she was speaking to gender identity, you know, and I was just, you know, speaking to biology of it. You know, I said.
No, she wasn't even speaking about gender and sex at all.
Girl.
At all. The woman was not having a sex and gender conversation. So how are you not transphobic and yet want people only visible and behind a microphone who believe that only women can have babies, and then also claiming you are pro-trans woman and have no issues while constantly exerting, even when it's not necessary, what you deem to be facts that from your context are only provided to bring division between females and trans women. And that's what Jess is trying to accomplish all in one breath. She's trying to accomplish being homophobic, transphobic, and pro-LGBT all at the same time.
I was about to say that.
And the gag about it is, Jess sounds like a lot of motherfuckers who claim ain't when they really is, who claim that they not when they really are. If this is how a lot of y'all sound, baby, when y'all willing and backflipping and flip-flopping and trying to exist in two places at damn once, trying to make it make sense.
No shade.
All you equate to is Jess.
That's
hey,
right.
Deshaun, hey, Tick for Tat.
What's up, y'all? What's going on?
I'm saving my energy for these niggas.
I'm happy. Huh?
I'm gonna have to listen for a little bit to see what y'all gotten into over here. Then I'll pop in.
Oh, baby. We already popping off, child.
And we only in the coming attractions. We didn't even get to the feature presentation yet.
Yeah, but let me just elaborate.
For everybody who just for everybody who just coming in, we're gonna get to Obama because he's trending right now in the incel community, in the red pill incel community. But we opened up with Jess, since it was kind of a running theme of gender and sexuality. Jess Hilarious sat down with Carlos King this week and attempted to address whether she was homophobic or not, and address her and T.S. Madison's beef over transness and who can have babies and who can't, and womanhood and all of this and all of that. And Jess made an ass of herself. So tick for tat, the clip I just played of Jess on the Breakfast Club was her sitting down with pretty much an author, producer, and activist who was just having a non-LGBT conversation with Charlemagne the God, and Jess Hilarious swoops out of nowhere and says, "And yeah, for you, I want someone who knows that only women can have babies."
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Mm-hmm. And can we just shout out to how Lene? So let me just pull her up again. Pull her up again. I love how because how Lene is handling weirdos is how I'm handling weirdos for all 2025, which is not handling their asses at all. Let's give some kudos to how Lene handled the weirdo in the room, Jess Hilarious.
And for you, I want somebody who knows that women can have babies.
Oh, okay.
Only women can have babies. I just want to let you know that.
Interesting. There are other people who can have babies.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, they have a uterus that can have babies, but they just might not identify as women. Okay. Those are two different things. Like you can be biologically female, but you can't be biologically woman. Woman is a gender construct.
Okay.
Construct. If you have a uterus, you can have a baby.
Yes, that's the point. If you have a uterus, you can have a baby.
Okay, cool. Yeah, we agree on that.
You know, Lene, at the Democratic Party.
Shout out to Lene for just not even busting a sweat over the gaslighting that Jess Hilarious just tried to conjure up, because she realized that Jess ain't nothing but a DEI hire any damn way over on the Breakfast Club. So there ain't no point in really busting a sweat over her. But Deshaun and Al, y'all here, Deshaun, I know you wanted to give Jess a few sentiments, boo. So go ahead, and then I'm gonna get to Al.
I don't understand why she said that. Like, I don't even understand why she said that out of the blue like that. That's the problem. That is just some idiocy right there. That's just, what are you trying to do? Get a jab at T.S. Madison? Because I think that's what it is. Because the thing is, of course women can have babies. Who else doesn't know that? Why do you have to bring in biology like that? But still, the man is still going to go to trans women, even like T.S. Madison said, a man may, like, she may not have what a woman have. She don't care what the man does. But you don't have what a trans woman have. He will still go to a trans woman. So what is she arguing about? Of course you have kids. You're gonna have kids. Like, are you serious? And the thing is, you know what? She's actually reaching, because the thing is, even T.S. Madison said it. Like, come on now. What does she say? It's like, you women are trying to prove something that you're women, and the whole world knows that you're a woman. And the thing is that she's thinking that trans women is saying, I'm a biological woman. They're trans women. T.S. Madison said, we are trans women. I'm not going out there saying I'm a biological woman.
Well,
it don't make any. What is this? What is this confusion? What we need to do as a community, we need to stop with this trans stuff, because these men are going to do whatever the fuck they're going to do. They're going to lie to you, women. They're going to lie to you to sleep with men, trans, or whatever it is. They're going to lie to you, or you knew of them doing that, and you don't care, or you do care until it blows up in your face. Because everybody know what's up. Everybody know what's up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And
they
Deshaun,
just go with it.
And Deshaun, I do not want you to blow a blood vessel.
Right.
No shade. But real quick, I was real quick, like, no shade. What everything he said, like, check out TikTok. There are literally videos of biological straight heterosexual women who are the same thing, straight heterosexual, but women who are over there complaining about their partner or their husband being on the down low. So again, there is this communicate or this conversation of, oh well, if people could just be who you are, just walk in your truth, man. It's 2025, walk in your truth. But then when they walk and say a truth, there is still demonization. So it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. But the funny part about this with karma and the universe is that whatever you put out eventually has to come back to you, and that's what happens. Just like how there are a lot of trans women, especially trans women of color, who have lost their lives. I just did a live reporting on one, unfortunately. Do y'all see how now, unfortunately, some of those same experiences are starting to come back at y'all? So yes, we are definitely all in this together, but this system does not want us to see it. They want us to keep us fighting amongst each other so that when they complete what they want to complete, guess what? They're not going to give a fuck if you black, white, straight, gay, whatever the case may be. We are all the problem to them. But I mean, we still talking about this, which is why, no shade, you're going to get the anger, you're going to get the passion, you're going to get the fire, you're going to get the cuss words, you're going to get the disrespectful energy, the
Meanwhile,
corrective
ICE is
energy.
taking all the people. Meanwhile, ICE is taking all your family members. Meanwhile, everyone is taking all of them and deporting them to Venezuela. Meanwhile, all your health benefits is getting taken away. Meanwhile, all this confusion is starting to rapid and start to blow out of proportion. This is just ridiculous. Why does it have to be freaking sexuality? Why do people have to prove that they're masculine or feminine or anything like that? We don't have time for that. It is bullshit. It's absolutely ridiculous and it's redundant. That's just the reason why I cannot stand when these people be saying all this nonsense up here on this social media right now. This is freaking ridiculous, bro.
So this has been mentioned so many times before, and it's like what a lot of people do not want to accept, or I'll say mainly Black women do not want to accept this term. But the scientific term, the biological term, is female. It's not woman. It's not women. It's not woman. It's female. Anybody can be a woman if they want to call themselves a woman, or just like you can be a man. Just like we have trans men. But women, well, females, there are women out, female, I'll just say women. There are women out there who cannot have babies. There are women out there who can get a procedure when they've had a hysterectomy, or they've had parts removed, and they can get a procedure that can actually help them have a baby again. There's all type of surgeries and scientific things out there that can help a person have a baby, but all women, females, cannot have babies. And there are trans men who can have babies, but they identify as a man. So I think a lot of people need to do their research. People just do not want to accept this. You know, it's just like they don't want to accept the term cis. You know, they don't want to do the research to understand what cis actually means. And it's just being defiant.
Marie,
and I am not going to not say cis. I'm not going to not say fish, even though I don't really use the terms. But if I choose to use those terms, I'm not going to let a woman or a man, whether they're straight, gay, bi, whatever, I'm not going to let someone tell me what English language term I can use, especially when there are women out there. And I get to women because, well, you know, some of my best friends are women, you know, but they don't buy into this bullshit that some of these women are playing out here. You know, like, don't you call me cis? Don't you call me fish? Don't you say this, or don't you do that? You know, or whatever. When they can say whatever they want about us gay men, us bisexual men, us trans people, us queers, they can say whatever they want. And they get away with that because they're heterosexual. But then we're supposed to watch our tongue or not say whatever. You know, I'm going, you're not gonna stifle my tongue. You know, even though I don't go around using those terms, but if I choose to, I'm not going to do it just because, you know, a woman is going to be offended, or a heterosexual woman is going to be offended, or a heterosexual man is going to be offended because they don't mind offending us. And then why should I let you offend me? But then I can't offend you. And why should I make myself uncomfortable to make you comfortable? So this whole Jess Hilarious stuff, you know, whatever, what she said, it just doesn't, you know, it just doesn't logically make sense. You know, go do your research, study science. And a lot of people not take, you know, I mean, we just talked about this on my show just a few hours ago. Did a lot of people not take biology in school? You know, junior high, junior high, high school, or even college. If you went to college, they teach all of this type of stuff. Did you not understand it? Did you not?
They cut the funding.
You know, whatever. What is going on here where people are so ignorant, you know, that they don't want to, and then they were, you know, well, don't say, you know, what is it? Non-binary, fluid, trans, you know, I don't want to have to say these words. Everybody, y'all keep adding to the language. Well, that's what language is for. That's what the alphabet is for. That's what words are for. We constantly grow as a society in the world, and we constantly add terms, phrases, words to the Webster dictionary, to the encyclopedia. If we didn't, we would become an extinct society, an ignorant society that doesn't know language.
Oh shit, we already
added female was added to the language. Male was added. Everything else, it's added. Okay, that's what life and living in this world and growing is about. And all this non-acceptance, I'm not going to say this. I'm not going to say them and they. I'm not going to do this, you know, whatever, because that's not what I was taught. That's not what I was used to, you know, whatever. Well, we had to learn it from somewhere. We had to learn to call somebody female from somewhere.
So I got a question, because you ran right into it, Tick. Since we pretty much have a LGBT panel right now full of same gender loving men, yes, God. How do y'all feel when this conflict is in-house, such as when T.S. Madison's, and we still gonna get to Jess, y'all, because we still got to get to Obama and everything, so we ain't forgot the docket, y'all. But T.S. Madison's co-host, Craig the Mistress, when he talked about
Craig the Mistress. Oh God!
How do y'all feel about his sentiments? Because he's also, I mean, he's the same gender loving black man, but he also is like, I'm not going to use they and them. He was like, I'm not. He said, I will refer to people by their name, but he was like, I'm not going to refer to a non-binary person as they or them. How do y'all feel about that? About people picking and choosing.
I think that's being defiant. You know, we say them and they for every damn thing we speak in the world. You know, look at them over there. You know, well, they said this. You know, it doesn't have to be just go exclusively to a binary person. I like Craig, but I don't understand what that's all about. It's not that hard to call somebody by what they want to be called. If you want to be called CTV, you know, I'm going to call you CTV. That's not hard to do. You know, a person that is trans, non-binary, whatever, you know, we want to be called sometimes by the sexual stuff that we do, top, bottom, you know, whatever. Do you have a problem calling somebody a top? Do you have a problem calling somebody a bottom, you know, or versatile or a side or whatever? What is the issue or the problem or do it? To me, that's just, it's not that hard to do. And as intelligent as Craig is, you know, it's not that hard to figure that out. And it's just respect. That's just respect. You know, I know somebody is not a turtle. A human being is not a turtle. But if you say, I want you to call me turtle, I'm going to call you turtle. It's not that hard. It's no skin off of my back at all. It doesn't harm me. It doesn't take away from my life. It doesn't do anything. It's just me showing you respect. So, you know, and I don't know why Craig is saying all that, dude. I don't know if he truly believes that or whatever, or if it's just, you know, get people riled up, you know, so they can come in and watch the show and stuff, which, you know, a lot of people are going to watch T.S. Madison anyway, you know, because she has a large fan base, you know, but sometimes people say stuff to draw people in, you know, and create controversy.
I would say, I'm going to say on record, it definitely is him, because he's taken an L by kind of like dismissing his community for the sake of a click and view while arguing that he is pro his people. So no, I think that this is genuinely Craig. Like, that's genuinely his sentiments, his feelings. Even when Hope, Giselle, and the other trans woman had called him out and called him to the carpet, he doubled down. You know, but also I don't have a problem with you referring to people's names, because non-binary people do have government names and they do utilize those names. So there's so it's nothing wrong with calling them by their name, but at the same time, whatever is, to your point, Tick, is in the underbelly of why he just has resistance toward referring to non-binary people also in the they and them when he's sitting next to a trans woman and referring to her in her pronouns. And he also clocked Tamar when she called him outside of his pronouns and she referred to him as girl, and he made a thing of it about that. So he knows how important pronouns are, and yet are being selective about assigning the proper pronouns to a certain group of people within our community. So it's just weird, to your point. It's hypocritical and it's very selective, but well, I'm gonna hold on to my sentiments because we got a lot.
So my friend Slick and Slick and Salacious, and y'all might know who they are, because you know Slick sometimes Slick is more feminine in her ways, and sometimes Slick is more masculine in his ways, you know, and sometimes Slick will do half of their face as a man, you know, with half of the hair growing down here, and this part could be totally feminine on this side. Sometimes the hair is.
It sounds like me, Tick.
Yes, yeah. You know, and Slick, even though Slick is one person, they go by them and they. It's not that hard for me to say, you know, I can call Slick, you know, I can call Slick a female, I can call Slick a male, you know. And I can call Slick them and they, and they're okay with all of it, you know. And it depends on how Slick is displaying themselves. Sometimes is how I call, because sometimes I can see Slick and Slick is she's more female to me, and then there's other times I can see Slick and Slick is more androgynous and can be male looking. But it's not hard for me to call them and they, and their name is Slick and Salacious. It represents both sides of them. So I don't understand why you can't say that. It's no skin off of Craig or anybody's back. Yeah, sometimes you can slip up, but they know that. Non-binary people know that. You know, trans people, they know that. You know, whatever. They're not unforgiving people. They're not holding it strictly, whatever. But when you're intentionally doing it, and you're intentionally doing that, then to me, you're causing more harm than good. And if you say that you're for women and you empower women and you're for women, well, trans women are women. So that means you should respect them and have the same type of empowerment and be for them also. Even though I think he is, whatever, sometimes what you say out of your mouth is contrary to what's actually going on.
I just be wanting to know, and I'm gonna let y'all get up there, but I just be wanting to know, do people ever just sit and think about it? Like, do homophobes ever just really sit and think about where it comes from? Do transphobes ever just sit and think about where it comes from? Do sexists ever sit and think about where it comes from? Does anybody ever just actually, instead of all of the projecting, all of the rhetoric, all of the insults, all of the division, all of the oppressing, do you ever even think to sit back and really allow yourself to internalize the fact that you are doing this to actual human beings, regardless of identity, regardless of class, regardless of anything, that all this heat for people, like, and I never really hear a lot of the people who are these things ever really sit in introspect and talk about really, what's at the, and I'm talking about even beyond the shallows, right? Like, not even like, oh, I was raised like this, I was raised, fine, but I'm talking about like you. Like, I would love to know, how are you rewarded for othering someone else? Because you have to benefit, and like, I know the answer to that question, but I'm making a proposition to them so that they can reach an enlightenment, because they're not going down that yellow brick road to go visit Oz, so that they can understand that they're holding on to nothingness and to bullshit and to hate. These are the self journeys that have to be taken. And if they just would sit in it, if they just would marinate and meditate in it, if they would just get all up under the covers of their foolishness and their ideology, and if they were honest and open, baby, there would naturally come a point where they would make an exit. Because at some point, intelligence takes over. At some point, virtue takes over. At some point, your personal humanity will take over. But because they don't do the work to get to the kingdom within themselves, to get to that Godhead within themselves, to get to that maturity of the mind, that maturity of the being that is literally seated within all of us, it's just that there are some of us who forfeit our opportunity to grow the fuck up. It's not that we don't have these things. No, everybody has it. Everybody has the capacity to get it and to get over it. If you don't utilize your capacity, if you don't nurture your capacity to do just that, you're just making a choice to not do that. But all of these people can be redeemed. All of them can be transformed if they would just sit in their shit. Because everything I pivoted from in my life that I found to be a problem with in perspective or ideology, it didn't take somebody beating me over the head. It didn't take a bunch of institutions. The thing that really got me over the hump was confronting my motherfucking self. Confronting me. Not another motherfucker confronting me. Confronting me is what got me over the hump. And it's just really sad that communities and cultures of people are suffering because other human beings would rather stick to the first version of themselves, which is the version that they was programmed to be, the version that was initially given to them and scoped it by culture, personal family values, the church, etc. And because you refuse to transcend that, other innocent people have to be devastated by it. Other people have to be disrespected and divided up and shelved and disposed of because of the work you refuse to do in you. That is reckless living, and it's wicked. And I know the reason why we have to address these things in all reality, even though I'm personally over these type of conversations and discords, is because ignorance is still to this day too expensive. That's why we got to keep confronting it, because people's lives are still being claimed. Young LGBT youth are still being claimed. People's minds are being destroyed. People's lives and the quality of their lives are being destroyed because of other people's beliefs and ignorances. The price is still too high to show up this way, to show up ignorantly. So I get it, but that's the answer, because these panels and conversations and these equality movements and Black Lives Matter, etc., we do all that in the same breath that our people are losing their lives.
Right.
So the real confrontation eventually has to conclude with these people confronting and confronting and entangling with the motherfucker in the mirror. That's where it has to cap off at. We can assist in trying to get them into that bathroom in front of that vanity where I spend a lot of my personal time being beautiful at. And then that's where the master work is. But you know, it's just I'm always thinking to myself, like, you know, why like, do y'all ever just, for the phobes, for the homophobes, do you ever just sit in it and think about, damn, bitch, like, where does this really come from? Like, what is it I feel better about after I've done this to a queer person or to a trans person or to a woman's person or to a Black person's or to a foreigner's person's or to a disabled person's? Like, what have you ever thought about just the origin of it? And then I'm curious to know how you're not sick to your stomach after displaying that type of inhumanity. I mean, and I know it's just because all of that foolishness has justified you not extending your empathy, which is why you don't feel a conviction after you've showed your ass. Okay. And after you've made a person tie a rope around their neck, or after you've beat that sissy outside of the gas station, or after you've F-bombed that queer person walking across the intersection, or while you're giving the gay guy at your job a hard time because he's simply gay. Like, it's a really deep thing. And before I let everybody else up in here, I'm going to say this. While a lot of people are not going to take all the time in the world that they can to teach people not to be particularly homophobic or transphobic, not to be particularly sexist, not to be particularly racist or classist, etc., or to be an ableist, what I will say, if you want kind of like a roundabout way to ensure that your little bundle of light, aka your child, doesn't become somebody else's tormentor in life, is I think you have to really make sure that their childhood specializes and focuses intentionally, and even more than religious ideology, on something called empathy in general. And I think if more human beings were raised with powerful demonstrations of empathy and had deep empathy extended to them, they could also be deep receivers of empathy, and then also be viewers of the demonstration of deep empathy, that this would really cancel out all the fucking phobias. Because the reality is, the only reason these phobias can exist is if you lack empathy, is if you have an empathy issue. Because if you have empathy, even a general empathy, you can't participate in harm against women. You can't participate in harm against men. You can't participate in harm against gays. You can't participate in harm against trans people. You can't participate in harm against the poor. You can't participate in harm against the handicapped, the disabled, etc. You can't do. Your empathy won't allow you to. See, empathy makes you a solution ass bitch, not a problematic ass bitch.
Ooh, come on.
Empathy, the capacity for empathy, the capacity to relate to another human being, the capacity to be invested in the betterment of another person, of another living thing. And you don't even have to understand homosexuals in order to be helpful to homosexuals. You don't even have to understand women in order to be helpful to women, or understand trans people. You don't even have to have no academic understanding. You don't have to know the culture. You don't have to. All you guys have to have a general, genuine capacity for empathy, and that would kill a lot of the fuckery and foolery that everybody is going through with each other. But I'm gonna let the anarchists up in here.
Hey, what's going
Wow.
on?
Hey, thanks for letting. I gotta get ready for work, so I'm not going to be here too long. But there's a lot that I want to address. Why don't they? Why don't they just introspect and realize their actions? Because society affirms what they're doing. They do get social benefit by punching down. A lot of these people feel powerless, and so to align themselves with power gives them some sense of self-esteem. Not really, but I mean, if y'all are familiar with Maslow's hierarchy of needs, which I guess I'm only going to touch about the because there's two different versions of this: the basic version and there's the extended. I'm just going to talk about the basic version. Physiological needs, safety needs, love and belonging, esteem, and then self-actualization. Self-actualization is when you actually know yourself, when you actually know your purpose, and you actually have some confidence about yourself. Most people are not there yet. And I could talk about the extended version, but I'm just going to keep this basic. They're stuck at the deficiency needs. They're stuck on the self-esteem, the love and belonging, safety. And so when you look at somebody like Jess Hilarious, the reason why she's doing it is because, okay, let me just say one other thing. I know this isn't an outline, so I'm all over the place, but Aristotle talked about friendships. And when he talked about friendships, he was talking about relationships in general. So there's three types of quote unquote friendships / relationships. There's friendships based on virtue, utility, and pleasure, right? So most friendships or relationships are based on pleasure and utility. And so the reason why Jess Hilarious or Jess Unhilarious would say what she's saying is because she's trying to compete against transgender women based on utility. She doesn't have virtue. She probably can't even give a man pleasure. So all she has is her utility. So she's going to fall back to, I'm a biological woman. I can give you children that transgender woman can't. So you should pick me over that transgender woman because I'm more useful than her and I should not have to compete against her. You should automatically pick me. And so this whole narrative is about the man being a prize. And so they're competing. As much as they would talk about how transgender women are competing against women, they're competing against women. I was in a comment section. I was talking about Needy Leaks, because people often say that she looks like a drag queen. And she said, I take it as a compliment when somebody says that I'm a drag queen because that means I'm fabulous. She wasn't even offended by it at all. That's because she has self-confidence. She's self-actualized. Somebody who's not self-actualized is going to take that as an insult because what it means is, you think I look like a man? That's where Jess Hilarious is. She doesn't have any self-esteem. It's a collectivism. Her self-esteem is okay. I'm sorry. I'll say this last point, then I'll get off. The fourth level is not just self-esteem, it's esteem in general, because there's two different types of esteem. There's self-esteem, and then there's the esteem that you get from society or from social validation. She doesn't have any self-esteem. Her esteem comes from validation that she gets from others. And so when you don't have your own self-esteem and you need constant validation, you need somebody else to tell you, you're a woman, that's a man, and you're more desirable than that man over there. Where somebody like Needy Leaks, she doesn't need validation. She's like, okay, I know I'm a woman. I'm a female. If you say I look like a drag queen or a tranny, I'm not going to be offended by that because I'm secure in who I am. So that's what I meant when I said it's coming from insecurity. It's not because Jess Hilarious is unattractive. It's because she's competing for men. And I know what you said. You said, well, if she leans into that and actually she's an advocate for trannies, then that would actually benefit her. That's not how she's looking at it. How she's looking at it, she wants to align with power. She's not going to benefit by aligning herself with trannies because they don't have power. So she's going to align herself with the system. She's going to align herself with patriarchy, with the homophobes, with the Christian right, and all those people. And then she gets to punch down, and she doesn't have to be a victim of her own insecurities. So it's a complete projection, but this is how people are allowed to they're able to navigate through life and feel good about themselves because they're not self.
That's the upside down of it fucking all is because she's not actually thinking about it. She doesn't realize that all she's doing is playing into a system that is going to sustain her insecurities.
Right, but they don't think about it like that because that's the way they were.
I know because they're not thinking intelligently. I don't even know if they're thinking at all. Because they're literally working against their own best interests by participating in the foolishness of it all.
And so the part you talked about having empathy, no. The way the Black community has been raised is not to have empathy or to nurture. It's all about discipline. So I'm not going to have empathy and compassion and try to relate. No, I'm going to beat you with an extension cord. That's what we've been raised with. So you're right. So, like for example,
I'm talking about what a community does. I'm talking about what they need to do, because the Black community does all of that. And it's not even just the Black community. All of America is participating in a reach for power rather than inclusivity and liberation. So I'm offering up solutions rather than talk about the context of why we out of order, because we definitely out of order as a motherfucker, but the empathy is the literal solution to all that out of orderness.
But they don't realize it because this is the way they've been raised and nobody has ever challenged them in a meaningful way. Like, even when you do try to engage in a rational conversation with them, they're going to fall back to their indoctrination that you don't have empathy. You beat them with an extension cord. You find a way to punch down. Like if I gotta go, but it's like if somebody's wetting the bed, you're not going to try to figure out, oh, he's scared of the dark, so that's why he peed on himself. No, you're going to beat him with an extension cord, and his reasons for doing that are completely irrelevant. So there is no empathy. It's just, I'm going to beat you into submission until you do what I want you to do. That's the way these people think.
Well, it's people like Tit for Tack and Deshaun and Bubs who believe that amongst all of the people who done been indoctrinated to be ass backwards as hell, that there are those who can be saved. And I don't have an opinion about if people can or can't be saved or not. But
what?
I know. I will say this though, because even earlier on in the conversation here, if you look at the comment section, a lot of the Conscious Crew member was just like, I learned so much from CTV. Like, I get comments all the time from people who like being over here is what caused them to be able to transcend and cause them to be able to like get certain things. So, I guess this is the hopeful crew, but I do fear that the majority are going to perish from a lack of empathy and a lack of knowledge.
I do too. I agree with you.
I fear that what the Black anarchist is saying about the majority is going to be the way this thing does look in the end of days.
Yes. Most people don't come around.
Well, they stay in their echo chambers and they get constant affirmation to believe and when they come to your channel, that's why that conversation we were having, and that guy was kind of derailing the whole conversation. And I don't know these people's names, but that one was like, "This channel is a safe space." He wasn't interested in that. This is being a safe space. He's like, "This is what I believe. I'm going to come into the safe space, and I'm just going to take over." On this channel or whatever, where you're around queer people, we're the majority what over here, right? This is the way we're thinking outside the box. But when they're in another environment, we're not the majority. And so it's safe to just fall back to what everybody else believes. So they're not going to be challenged when they're in their echo chambers. They're just going to be, I mean, I understand why black women do it because it's, they don't want to compete against transgender. But the men, I guess I have less empathy for the men because the men are so full of shit. They don't care if you're transgender. As long as you look good, you know what I mean?
It goes both ways. It goes both ways. That's both ways. It's just not the men, it's the women too. It goes both ways. You can't just let the women off the hook because you understand what the women, because how women are saying this or how they feel. It's both ways with the men and the women. I hear the same rhetoric and the same behaviors come out of both of them. So one doesn't get a pass over the other.
But to your point, I do agree with I do agree with that. To your point, but a lot of the women that do choose to walk in that same energy are only subscribing to it because of patriarchy, because the man does it. So, like I said, for me, for females, that's what I'm agreeing. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying they do it because they're trying to affirm the masculine energy. The masculine energy wants them to follow them because they're the leaders. So they're going to follow that. That's what I'm saying. I agree with you on that aspect.
So that means they get to perpetrate that. They get to perpetrate.
No. I did not say that. I agree with you as far as both parties need to be connected. What I'm saying is that for me, no. I agree with what you're saying. I'm not saying nobody's off the hook. What I'm saying for me is that when it comes down to women and stuff, for me, I will have a little bit more grace and mercy because women are also connected to their emotion, their empathy. The one thing that Consciouztv said you need in order to really be objective. So it's easier for them. The men have not been conditioned to feel their emotions. So they're going to need a little bit of that tough love that they claim they give. So when it comes out to the niggas, I'm going to keep my foot on their neck, or for some of these niggas, necks and fupas. But as far as women, I'm willing to work with them more, especially if they're willing to work with me. But to your point, there are also gay men out there that's gonna say, "Hell no, maybe he will, but I won't." Go ahead.
Is it also for you because women's harm to the LGBT community is softer than the men's harm, the straight men's harm to the LGBT community? Does that have anything to do with why you would be more willing to work with women's community versus men's community, because men's community have been more explicit in terms of their harm toward the community?
I mean, the way you posing that question, I mean, I can look at it in that way. I would be open to look at it in that way, because again, if anything, all they can do is just really be the sideline or the cheerleader aspect of the destruction. But then again, they also have the power because these men only want the whole. So they also come with the power as well. So if these women can also critique these men and say, no, don't do that, they can play in that role as well. And there are women who end up having sons who are queer. So again, like, there's a lot of learning here to help better the community. And for me, a lot of the black men are last. Unfortunately, they're in last place. They're the last ones to actually catch the fuck up. Like, women are catching up more. Look at how they're performing. Look at how they're also showing up. But to your point, they also need to be critiqued as well. We all need to be critiqued if it's in a loving way. I'm agree if it's in a loving way, an affirmative way, a communicative type of way. But to, again, T for T's point, there are some people that's gonna say, no, what you won't do, I will do. And I thank God for them so that I ain't gotta do it. Do you get what I'm saying? So that's how God, source, universe, consciousness actually works.
So if you say that's doing harm light, so because they're not as harmful. Is that say, so we go, that's like, well, do harm light. So that means it's okay that I'm going to work with them a little better because they're doing less harm. But to me, harm is harm.
No, that's not why.
I never said harm was okay.
I'm not saying
oh, okay.
You. I'm just talking about in general.
Okay, my bad.
I'm going to
I stand corrected.
CTV was talking about, when he asked you the question about, because they do, it's almost like doing harm light. So we have to give them a little bit more grace than we would the men, whatever. But to me, harm is harm.
No, there's a difference.
Whether it's some harm was caused, you know, even a little bit of harm can turn out to do some damage, especially to queer people. There are teens, because you didn't mean any harm, but you said this or you acted this way or whatever, that a teen or sometimes adults, they have
basically it's the difference between
themselves because of the light harm you did.
It's basically the difference between involuntary manslaughter and voluntary manslaughter.
Right, but you're still dead, right?
Right.
The reason that I said it is because men are directly benefiting from the existence of transgender women. They're sleeping with these women privately, and then in public they want to talk shit. That's why I'm saying I'm harder on men, because the same thing that they do with gay men. They want to have sex with us, but then they want to be homophobic. I don't think that women directly benefit from transgender women or gay men. I mean, we can discuss that, but men absolutely do benefit from transgender women. And also, the other reason why we make a distinction is because when women are being transphobic, what they're trying to do is they're trying to ride patriarchy, right? They're trying to get proximity to power by aligning themselves with men. And so patriarchy is about men. I mean, it's male centered. So it's not, they're of course what they're doing is harmful, but it's not like women control patriarchy. They're trying to navigate patriarchy the best way they can. And they think that by oppressing transgender women, that's going to give them a leg up.
Blame it on the dress, y'all. Make sure y'all go ahead and buy that book, baby, because it's broken down. No shade.
Well, I want to nuance a little bit of what Bub's points are. I mean, do we have to consider, y'all, that it just optically looks like women have been less harmful because they're not physically violent with their homophobia, but to tick for tack's point,
but they are with their rhetoric.
Well, I'm about to go somewhere else with it. To tick for tack's point, because you know, explicit harm can look a lot of ways aside from violence, such as the reality, right? That because we live in a patriarchy, most men and women are very male identified. This means that while women may be better on the social front when it comes to LGBT folk, if they still nonetheless going and running to that booth and voting against our asses and voting against our resources, that's about as violent as physical violence is.
Agreed.
And it's about as harmful.
Agreed.
Right.
Yeah.
But the other way that women are directly harmful is not because the political aspect is one thing, but they're directly harmful to their children. When they are trans to their children, they have direct power over their children, and they are
Angela Stanton.
No shade. Every dude, like I said, every dude that I talk.
Mother of the year.
Shit, if she's mother of the year, what the hell does the demonic version of it look like? But no shade. Like, again, for me, the majority of the dudes that I've dated, the very few that I've been in a relationship with, they've all had issues and problems with their mothers. So to Bab's point, I mean, that's the thing. Now, for me, it was my father, but for a lot of other people, it was their mother. So to his point, yeah, they do a lot of harm as well. I agree. And a lot of these incel men are hurt by their mothers too. They don't never want to talk about that.
Yeah, it's both.
Yeah, with my friends, the ones that were kicked out of their house when they were 12 and 13, it was their mothers who kicked them out.
Oh wow!
It was my friend's mother who put him in where it had him have a lobotomy, and he ended up in the mental institution. That was his mother who did that. Now there are men who do that too. Okay. But even one of my friends back in Cincinnati, you know, when I would go to their house, and you know, they were white, but when I would go to their house, it wasn't the father who was berating him and saying those things. It was his mother.
Wow.
And I'm not going to mention his name, but it was his mother. And when I was there, yeah, she was nice to me, you know, or whatever. But the stuff that she would say to him with the whole gay this and gay that, I never heard that come out of his brother or his father's mouth. Now, they didn't agree with him being gay, but they did not treat him in a certain way. But his mother was constantly berating him and saying those type of things. Now, it ain't all women. It's not all women, because there's men who do the same thing too. But there is a lot of, I better not say a lot, but there's women who are the ones who are harming their sons, regardless of how they think it's, whether it's less harm or not, especially when they start throwing that religious book at their kids. You know, and using that to harm, and they think they're not doing harm. They think they're saving their soul or whatever, but they're throwing that. And you find more women who will throw that Bible at their kids than the men.
Okay.
I'm going to add on to that. Like in my family, all of the pushback for being queer came from all the women. It didn't come from me. My uncles never pushed back. If anything, they protected me from homophobia.
Wow.
It was my mother, it was my aunts, and to Tick's point, using that Bible as their sword to justify the homophobia. Now, outside of my family, I experienced more homophobia from men than I did from women outside of my family. But and there were definitely female homophobes, but not to the extent in my experience that there were male homophobes. But I also want to talk about the secondary harm that's caused, right, by being complicit. Because if you have an anti-gay mom or an anti-trans mom, but you got an accepting father, but that accepting father isn't like pushing against that mother or wife, and not and like there's not a literal intentionality that goes into sitting down with the oppositional parent about
and allowing it.
About like that form of abuse. That's also a problem.
That's real harm, and that causes harm also.
Right. And I thank y'all for breaking that down. I really do, because again, I was looking at, I could be honest and say I was looking at it from my perspective as far as in my situation. Like my stuff really came from my father. It wasn't like very overt. There were moments where it were, but it was really my mother. Like I could talk to my mom about anything. My mother was more loving, nurturing, empathetic. When I told her when I first came out, like she was able to like walk through that fear with me, and if it wasn't for her, I don't think my father would have got it. But that goes back to the point of why, for I guess I'll be more nuanced saying just for humanity and sense. What?
Because the reality is, Bubs, is that if you combine what we are sharing and what you are sharing, the takeaway here is that two things can be true.
Exactly. Agree.
Because the
I agree with that.
is female straight homophobes exist just like male homophobes exist. But I think, you know, and sometimes the harm is distributed differently, like there's different methods. But I think like we all still agree though that it's harm.
Right.
But I also understand, to your point, Bubs, why you like what you're saying about women, because I do believe that the world is ultimately overall safer because of women, not because of men.
Yeah.
You know, so women have a virtue, and women generally do make things better. And we can even see that in a lot of the data, right? Like how a lot of men are able to extend their life expectancy because of female companionship in their life. Women bring life to the table.
Correct.
Women, I don't think if we had an all-female government that nuclear bombs and starvations would be happening under their watch largely. I don't think that would
I don't think that either. I think you're right.
Yeah.
I don't think.
I'm gonna get my DoorDash real quick.
Yeah, if we had more women in power and making some decisions, and some of this shit we get into, and some of this stuff, this male dominant power crap we would not be into. So, but then you go back to, we still have some of those women. If you take Lisa Murkowski and Collins and them Nancy Maces and all of them, they're just as bad as the men.
Oh yeah, pick me.
Pick
me.
Fucking Candace Owens.
Oh, Candace Owens.
Right.
What do you think about Candace Owens' Conscious TV? What do you think about her? What do you think about Conscious? What do you think about Candace Owens?
That's another subject for another day. I could go. I would have to have a whole hour. I would have to have a whole hour to actually answer that.
So hey, Conscious.
Yes.
Hey, Conscious.
Yes.
So Bougie Barbie, she had posted a comment up earlier that you had up for a while.
Yeah.
Do you remember? Can you pull that comment back up real quick? Because I wanted to, like speak to her comment.
I forgot which one I had up. Which one was it?
Well, it was the one about giving Craig, he's coming around. And that give people time to come around, which I agree with her. It's just like what you said earlier, it can be both things, or whatever. But then but this is not Craig's first time at the rodeo. Craig knows trans people. He's around T.S. Madison.
He also know other women's husbands intimately. Right. And so he doesn't, they've known each other for years and stuff, like that. And T.S. Madison has constantly talked about this, and other people have talked about this. So that's not a coming around thing. That's just the same thing with straight heterosexual people. How much time do we need to give people? You can give them a little grace, but how much grace and time do we need to give people to keep disrespecting us? Because the more time you give people to come around, or to to maybe open their eyes or see your time, they can take years or never come around because we're constantly giving them that grace or that time to come around. I don't believe that Craig needs any time to come around because this is not new. And that subject has been talked about almost to the death into the ground. So there's no coming around. It's almost just being stubborn and obstinate. But you're right, Bougie Barbie. Yeah, there is, you can give some people time, but when people are doing you harm, like we've been talking about, they're causing harm, then I don't think we need to give them time or the grace to finally come around. And I want to give a big shout out to my baby mother Lise for the old nasty piece of child support check.
Come through, hey.
All right, Lise.
I just checked my phone. Thank you, baby mother. Yes, and to your point, Tick, like it's not, Craig doesn't get a pass because Craig is actively respecting the trans woman to the left of him and actively reinforcing gender pronouns by clapping back at Tamar Braxton for utilizing wrong ones when it came to him. So Craig is very educated. He's very clear about how important pronouns are. He uses pronouns. He's very strong in his boundaries in terms of, how you going to refer to him. If he don't know you like that, you're not going to cis him and girl him and ma'am him and none of that him. So for that person to be out here talking about they not going to use the pronouns of non-binary people, it's wild, and it's literally intentionally disrespectful. It's disrespectful and ignorant in his underbelly, but he gets to recalibrate by at the very least calling non-binary people by their name. Like he ain't gonna call them by a she and he pronoun. So that's good, and he's willing to use their name. That's great, but on a personal level, he does need to evaluate what is the wild stick up his ass when it comes to they and them for non-binary folks, since he is actively respecting a trans people's pronouns, and he also is clear about his own pronouns. Right.
And that's exactly why I was talking about. I guess when it comes down to the grace and mercy aspect, to T for T's point, yes, for those who are willfully ignorant, no, there is no grace. when you have the information, the resources, the experiences to be around those people, and you still come with the same conclusions, and you're not willing to try to challenge those, then yes. But for individuals who are trying to understand, they're going to still slip up. So again, if you say, for example, you correct them, they will be like, okay, my bad, I'm sorry, it's so and so. That's the grace and the mercy. Like for my father, like it was hard for him in the beginning. Like he had a nervous breakdown, had to go to the pastor when I first came out, and then again, to blame it on the dress, it speaks about all that stuff. But my father went from being that to being an individual who, for one of my gay dad's birthday, he walked in the gay bar and was in the gay bar with his gay son for like an hour and a half, 2 hours. Wasn't no man trying to touch him. Wasn't no man, oh, yo, daddy, nothing. It was just him having conversations with gay men, and he learned that they were people. But guess what? Because he was so queer.
And shout out to your confident mama who didn't have to go with him in order to know that her husband wasn't gonna be there with you outsourcing for bussy.
Okay, thank you. But you know what's crazy? Just like as we're going to get into the Obama clip, Obama talked about how a gay man was able to help influence his life for the better. And these niggas are so focused on the dick and the to ass ratio part that they're forgetting about the actual connection. My father went to the gay club, did not come out as a card carrying member, didn't come out with his booty sore, nothing of the sort, all these stereotypical stuff. He was able to just connect with other human beings. And the fact that there are other men that are willfully choosing to not connect with gay men because of the whole sexual aspect, that's a you problem. And the problem is you don't keep it as a you problem. You try to make it a community problem. That's the problem issue that I have with it. So yes, for niggas, I'm going to give them a lot more. But for women, and I'm not saying they're not accountable, I'm willing to have grace and mercy with them. And maybe that's something I need to work on. I don't know. But
and as a little super villain origin story, y'all, Bub's gonna always have some extra smoke for niggas because they was the ones who was throwing him upside down in trash cans, growing up and shit. Okay,
girl, the Pennywise clown that I survived as a child is not gonna get me as an adult, bitch. You saw what the fuck happened at the end of that movie. Okay,
Georgie.
And you're absolutely right, Shauna. I'm probably gonna do a Dear Craig video, Shauna, because I did watch the last episode of Gag Talk, and I saw where they gave commentary on Rosie O'Donnell because she also has a non-binary child, and she kept slipping up in her commentary as she was kind of talking about her journey and how, you know, difficult it's been to adjust to the language. Like sometimes she forgets to use they and them, and she ends up in the she and her, she and her, she and her. And even as she's talking about it, she was like still referencing her non-binary child in the she and her. And Craig was like, see, she's saying she and her. I'm like, Craig, I know you're not the one policing Rosie O'Donnell, bitch. When you you're not actively misgendering nobody, but at the same time, like, it ain't that many blocks between you and Rosie, baby. Okay, you just maybe 2 or 3 more blocks ahead of her, but y'all essentially still in the same stratosphere of one another because you got some similar hangs up. And the gag about it is that like, matter of fact, I don't even know why Craig really thought he could police Rosie, because at least Rosie was like very sincere in the fact that she's literally trying. Like she wants to get it right. Yeah, like she wants to like she's like, I wish there was a button and I could just get it right because I'm interested in getting it right. I'm invested in getting it right. Unlike Craig, who's like, I ain't calling them people with them and they.
Right.
I just ain't gonna do it. I'm just not. I think because you essentially think that non-binary people are just being stupid, and but you don't want to say that because it's too politically incorrect.
Right.
Say it. But that's literally what it is, because I think when he got clapped back, well, before he got clapped back, when he first made the sentiments, he was like, oh, I'm like I just don't get it. I don't get it. I'm like, and this is the conversation we be having as Black queer people with the Black community, right? Like, how the fuck we ain't gonna get something we done been through? Like, no, it's not the same been through, but it's the same principle of been through. Like, you done been through the same thing in principle. So you sitting there as a Black same gender loving man, you got multiple oppressive intersections. So how the fuck you don't understand what you don't understand. How about you do what your oppressor should have done, which is
I don't
understand.
understand.
Do what them racists didn't do for our asses and choose to understand. Do what the homophobes didn't choose to do for your ass, which is understand. So why you still leaning into not understanding when you have nothing but space and opportunity, especially since you got time to be sleeping with other women's husbands?
Oh,
to take some of that time to understand, baby. Okay? The scriptures say, let's come together and reason amongst one another. So get some understanding if you ain't got some understanding, bitch.
But I'm Craig. I don't understand.
And don't
understand.
And don't.
That's playing the same damn games that heterosexuals play with us with the gay queer stuff. I don't understand. I don't want to do that. I am not doing that or whatever. He's playing.
You understand how to make it through that woman's window in the middle of the night, and she is on her graveyard shift, and her husband laid up, ready for you.
He was in Bill's arms.
You understand how to bring it.
I don't know, Craig. Is he Christian or what is his motivation?
He's a mistress.
Oh my lord! Oh my lord!
PTV.
Yeah. And he has a whole book chronicling his mistress adventures.
I read his books. I bought his books.
Oh, did you?
Yes,
you
I
actually
did.
endured that tic-tac? Are you enduring
Yeah.
that? My God, today.
Yeah, I have it.
I'm
I
about to
have
get
his
my
books
food.
on. I have it in my iBooks on my phone. I read them on my phone.
Oh wow! So
actually, I listened to him because he's talking. So I didn't actually read them. I listened to him. Usually when I was driving or doing stuff like that, I would audiobooks on my iPhone. I would listen to it. But yeah, I got his books.
The reason why I asked, is he Christian? The reason why I asked, is he Christian, is because Christians always talk about free will. How basically our suffering is our fault because we can choose how we want to live our lives, and we just rejected the quote unquote right way. But they don't actually believe in free will because they want to force us through threat of physical force, using the government to impose their will on us. They don't believe in free will. Look at all of them. They always want to say, "Oh, well, we're not going to let you choose. We're going to tell it. We're going to use Donald Trump to try to impose our will onto everybody else."
Oh my God! I will vote.
You are completely right about that. Everything about how modern day, Christians of renown and modern, etc., have behaved is in complete opposition to their free will, because everything has been about conformity and being punished if you haven't, whether it was the slave masters utilizing the Bible to reinforce slavery and conformity, or whether it was the inquisitions and dark ages of the churches where people of other spiritual paths and religions were disposed of and persecuted because they existed in some other way than Christians thought, and that was met with destruction and pillaging and raping, etc. And that's why I always say that, hell, look, I am a self-proclaimed son of Christ, okay, but I do not adhere to Christianity as the religion and the system, and just the deep bipolarism of the Christian institution, its deep history, and my God, like the blood that is on Christianity's hands that have not been atoned for, because the gatekeepers of Christianity have refused to be honest about its actual history and its behavior throughout human history. So I agree with that. Okay, so let's get back to some of this girl, because we ain't gonna never get to the end of the shit if we don't stop our damn brains. Okay, so I want to listen to a little bit more of Jess, if y'all want to, and then we can get to Obama. I know that the Anarchist podcast, are you still going to be able to be with us? Because I said you have to go to work and shit, or
No, I'm listening, but I can't talk. I'm just going to sit back and listen.
Okay. And Deshaun, before we press play again on Miss Just the Mess, anything that you want to add in so far?
Yeah, I just wish that people can stop having vitriol over people's identity, and also saying that, oh, I'm a woman and I can bear kids. We know that you can bear children. No one said anything that you cannot bear children. And I gotta also ask the question, what about people that are intersex, or people that don't or can't have children, that is actually a biological woman? You see, there's people that have to deal with this bullshit every day, and this is who they are. So are they less than a human?
They're going to say, but they're still a woman. It's going to be other clapback.
But they're still women, though. But the thing is,
And then said they speak in biology by saying woman.
Yeah.
We're all biological. We are all biological. We were all born. We are all biological.
Feedback into Deshaun's phone, child.
That's because he got all that damn oil on it.
All that Diddy oil.
That he trying to put on me.
Not the Diddy oil. Come
all
on now.
Diddy oil, child. My God.
I mean, that's only for Bubs, but you know.
Bubs, you couldn't make a detour from Indiana over to Connecticut on your way back home.
Especially since he got him a new chair to fire, baby.
Right. Why you didn't make you a detour over to Connecticut?
Yeah.
Because this motherfucker trying to do some Hansel and Gretel shit and put me in the oven and cook my ass. That's what he's trying to do.
That's all right. We got some spells for Deshaun ass, honey, to help with all that.
I'm screaming. James and the Giant Peach.
Literally.
You know, women can have babies, and she in return said that. And one thing I'm not in the like business of, or I really don't like to spend my time doing.
Even though I just showed y'all her spending her time and what her business looks like.
Trying to convince people, like what I'm saying is facts, because it's like that's her, that's what she go by. You know what I mean? That's her whole belief. That's fine. You know what I mean? I understand that.
And I wish our callers would have pushed against us. I wish he would have said, Jess, why did you insert that in a conversation where that was relevant? Like, it was irrelevant. It was literally irrelevant. You literally bombarded and just inserted that. Like, why? And he could have used that to really press the gas on this is why some people in the community think what they think. Like, because you literally are going out of your way at this point. Out of your way. You know, it's one thing, at least if it makes sense. If the conversation is happening, it's relevant to the conversation. But at this point, you're just going out of your way, my love. You just going out of your way.
We were speaking on two different things. Like I said, she was speaking on gender identity. I was speaking on biology.
No, she wasn't speaking on anything.
You know.
That you were speaking on at all.
You know, I said only women can have babies. I've been punished for that as well, too. You know, I lost the...
And now... Okay, if this one... And they paying bills. And now here we go. I'm going to do something I didn't have to do because I'm trying to have a moment and I'm trying to rile up the female base. And then I'm going to play the victim when the gatekeepers are, for those who are decent enough to be inclusive and respectful to both females and trans women, sit my ass aside because I don't have the same ethics and morals. How you going to start the problem and then be the victim of the issue? Like, yes, there are consequences to our behavior, and other people in other spaces who sometimes do control our money, they do control our livelihood, they do control a situation we want to be in. They have just as much of a right to not share with you their good or their space because your foolishness don't align with their morals, just as much as you feel you have a right to keep trans women out of female spaces. And I love how homophobes and transphobes literally indulge in gatekeeping when it comes to LGBT folk, but don't think that they should be kept out of anywhere.
Right.
They don't want no door shut for them.
Y'all better respect us. We done started this shit.
The same people who want to push against inclusivity when queer people asking for it are the same people who desire that same inclusivity for themselves. So you want to master in dividing, but you want to be included. Make it make fucking sense. No, the Miss Pat show, because I'm going to let her get into it. She finna get into how they kept her ass out of that opportunity because of her quote unquote transphobic comments or her issues with trans folk.
Saying that, I actually asked them to say exactly what it was that I said that made them not want to go that way. Again, my paperwork was through legal and it was going through legal and everything. I shout out to Miss Pat. I was gonna do Miss Pat Settles It, right? And for a few episodes, and I already had I had everything except the call time. I had the show dates and everything. And because of that statement that I said, women can have babies. Only women can have babies. Shout out to Miss Pat. It wasn't her. They fought for me. A few producers over there fought for me as well. But that was the comment that, costed me that opportunity. And be that as it may, that I wasn't going to try to convince her, or I didn't even want, because that's not even what she was here for. So in that moment, I'm like, no, she's here to promote her show. And that's what we're going to stick to.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so before we move a little bit more into that, I want to ask y'all, how do y'all feel? Do y'all feel like people should be penalized for the shit that they say and do?
If it's out of the blue,
Hold on. And I'm going to add this in because in order to really, so that y'all can really understand what y'all answering to, that's going to apply for everybody, including queer people too. So when we think about the conversation, right, of should people like DaBaby, Jess Hilarious, and other people who have seemingly made harmful statements and been harmful to queer people, should they be kept from checks, from gigs, from shows, from opportunities? Because this could equally be the case for those who gonna say yes regarding our girl T.S. Madison, who people have tried to say, hey T.S., you gotta slow down on some of these clapback, baby, because you get real deep in it, honey, and we don't want you losing no bags. We don't want you losing no bags of, about you weaponizing Tasha K's essay against her, even though she's the instigator and she is going low. So you just matching energy, or when you got into it with a lesbian and you was making queer phobic statements to the lesbian, and y'all war of words, or if you going at a natural born heterosexual woman, and you going in on her body parts and her pussy, it's like, if for those who were thinking about saying yes, I just wanted to give y'all a full picture of that pendulum would swing both ways. If they're, when speaking to the question of should people, not just homophobes, should people, when they so-called make harmful statements or anti-statements, should that impact their bag? Should that impact their career opportunities? Anybody who want to answer that can.
I don't think. I'm sorry. I think it's an opportunity to actually address it. I don't think that it should be a monolith. I don't think that this should be an echo chamber. I think the fact that Jess Hilarious said what she said, it gives the LGBT community an opportunity to push back against it. Because otherwise, she's only a representation of many people who think just like her. So if she wasn't there, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. So yeah, people would still be homophobic They just wouldn't do it publicly, and then they wouldn't be challenged on it.
I'm gonna I'm gonna say being fair, yes, because I don't mind being fair. That's the goal, to be fair. So yes, I think everybody should think before they speak. That's the problem. You should be slow to speak and quick to listen first, and especially, and I feel like you should only be penalized if what you're saying is proven to not be true. Do you know what I'm saying? It's one thing if you can factually prove what you're saying, objectively prove, but a lot of times they don't. So if you're saying it and it is something that is destructive, and you can't prove that destruction in order for it to be critiqued or to be reprimanded, yes, your bag should be canceled, regardless of where you are on the spectrum. You're a human being. So,
Okay. Anybody else want to speak to that?
Well, kind of yes and kind of no. I think people, okay, fine. But her opinion is so ridiculously out of the blue. Like it's really off topic of what she said. Like women have babies, and that had nothing to do with what that woman said. But kind of yes, like kind of out of the blue. Like that's kind of just, it didn't make any sense of what she just said. It really didn't. And on top of that, if people is saying something derogatory or anything like that, either side, I would say just block them. You would never hear them again. Just block. You know what I mean? That's what I think.
Okay, so are you saying that people should or shouldn't lose their bags?
I wouldn't say people should not lose their bags though. I don't want to. Let them live let them be great. Just let them be great. But the thing is, it's kind of like, it's really difficult to say this, but it's kind of like, if people don't really like each other, just go there, just block and just not hear from them or something like that. You know what I mean? Not just take away their bag and, like, I don't know, have people not come to their platform. If you have a platform of fans, not go over to their platform anymore or something like that. Maybe. I mean, they got their own fans, but yeah.
I would say the punishment should meet the crime. So it depends on it. It's like what a lot of people are saying. It's an if or maybe yes or a no. It just depends on what the extent or what the harm, if any harm comes from it at all. Because I mean we do still have free speech whether we like it or not.
But there is something also called hate speech.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Or the punishment should fit the crime, or whatever. So if it's something that's that hateful, I would think like I don't see the heterosexual community. Just we take Jess and since we're talking about Jess, really unfollowing her or whatever. But I would think that the LGBT community could maybe censor her on our behalf or unfollow her or whatever. If they felt, because the person has to personally feel themselves that some harm was caused or whatever, and then they could take actions or whatever to maybe censor her or affect her bag or whatever, if they can do that or whatever. But it's kind of iffy, because we all say a lot of stuff, and any of us could be censored or even though this doesn't affect my bag, but even if they shut down my channel, it's not gonna affect my bag. But we do want to say what we want to say. We just don't want to be trying to cause harm to anybody in the process. So yeah, I think that it can go that way, where
and even on your job, like not even just on social media, like even in corporate spaces, there are clauses on language, right, and all of that. So I'm gonna say this: I don't know what institutions should do, but what I will say to the people who end up saying shit that gets them canceled is, at least, like, at the very least, just don't play the victim. Because at the end of the day, Jess is sitting here, you know, feeling victimized because something that she chose to say in the way that she said it ended up getting her moved out of a space. But she, at the same time, still wants to be the same person that would be able to gatekeep a racist person being able to be a co-host on the Breakfast Club. Or she would, I'm sure, you know, want to have the same gatekeeping authority to keep somebody whose beliefs and ideology doesn't align with hers, you know, out of any space she controls. So just take it on the chin to just like, look, hey, you know, I said what I said, and they're just going to be, you know, certain institutions and projects where the people who hold the power have different beliefs and a different ethics, and they have a right to keep me out of that space based upon who the fuck I've made them think that I am, and accept that for what it is and move on. Because, you know, while you can't do season 14 of the Miss Pat show, you know, there's going to be other opportunities. You know, clearly she's got a book coming. I think she's on tour already, so she's not even canceled entirely. But it's just like, yeah, to Tick for Tat's point, it's like, if you want to be a working person in this business, y'all better learn to be fucking Beyonce and just stick to your fucking talent, bitch. You don't give no commentary. You don't give no opinions about shit. You stick to your God-given talent, and you allow that to take you wherever it needs to take you. Because once you get out here as a person with an opinion, you might end up somewhere where something you gave commentary to, or a opinion about, or a situation that arose may not have translated well for those who are in control of hiring you, and you may have to deal with the consequences of that. But I would tread lightly for me when it comes to siding with Jess about, you know, her feeling like she should have still had that opportunity. Because the reality is, baby, I want the authority too to keep a racist motherfucker off of any project I do. I want the authority to keep transphobic and homophobic motherfucking people from out of my situations. Like, I believe in gatekeeping. I believe in protecting the culture and protecting community values. And that can only happen if people act in authority and people are into that type of self-preservation. I don't want to live in a system where I have to give opportunity to people that I believe are harmful. And so if there are people who believe that I'm harmful, I will hope that at least it's because I've actually been harmful. Not no bullshit. But if I've actually been harmful, okay, I can be a man and take that. I might still view it differently. I might feel like, look, don't hold up to the against me that I said to another bitch who started with me. But the reality is, whatever I said, if it comes back to haunt me, it just is what it is. It ain't the end all be all. And the reality is, I want the same authority to decide someone's fate based upon whether I believe they are harmful or not. I would, hate it if I had to facilitate and I had to leverage harmful people just because, and their humanity and who they are could not enter into the space. I think that's the way that the general world should work, is like, they should be a non-discrimination clause. People should be able to work and whatever. But when it comes to the entertainment industry, it's like, it's all freelance. So yeah, like, people have more room to keep you out of a space because there's nothing really regulating that. So to Jess's victimhood, she should be aware of that more than anybody, especially with her being as seasoned as she is at this point. Bitch, like, this ain't your first rodeo. You ain't just showed up in success yesterday. You've been doing this shit for how long? Like, I think that Carlos King basically gave her props on being like, she kind of was one of the founding mothers of this whole from social media to commercial mainstream success pipeline. So at some point, when do you wisen up? Or is it just the entitlement and the arrogance and the heteronormative biological privilege of it all that makes her believe that she could pop that shit and nobody would give a fuck because she's disrespecting the least valuable amongst the system, which are trans women? I guess that's why she thought there was going to be no consequence, because she's going at the people who are always at the bottom any fucking way. The people that society are struggling to accept any fucking way. The people that society really don't want anyway. So she was on her, you know, this child can be left behind bag because nobody cares about this runaway. Nobody cares about these trans hoes. So fuck them. And then it costed you your situation. My God, today.
Show that she has no revolt. More power to her.
While you were enjoying the house all to yourself, your neighbor.
We're going to listen to a little bit more of this, and then we're going to hop right on over to Miss Obama and Miss Michelle.
Miss Obama and Miss Michelle.
Miss Obama, with all due respect, Barack. Since he's so pro-community, he know that it's endearing.
Pro-gay, yeah.
When it comes to that, because again, when I saw the conversation, one of my good friends is T.S. Madison, who's a trans activist. And one thing I love about T.S. is the fact that she has the sort of patience to really educate even someone like me.
T.S. got some patience?
No, she does. No, T.S.
Okay. I ain't. That's a first.
Well, that's the thing. I would love for, listen, and I will say this. I've spoken to T.S. about you. And anybody who knows, anybody who knows, we call her Maddie.
Okay.
Because we're friends. Anybody who knows Maddie knows that Maddie has a sensibility of really breaking things down to a science. And listen, Maddie also somebody who's passionate and she gonna rock with you.
For sure.
But Maddie doesn't take anything personally, unless you do something personal to her.
Yeah, me and T.S. Madison were cool.
Yeah.
Before, you know, so.
How are you and T.S. Madison now?
I haven't spoken to T.S. Madison. I haven't spoken. We haven't spoken at all. That's all though.
Yeah. Well, look, one thing, and I brought that up for a reason, is because when I saw that conversation, I'm always somebody who just believes in sort of like, what is the answer? And I think when you and Lene were talking, Lene was speaking, like you said, from a gender role identity, because listen, you could be born female, but identify as a man. You could be born female and identify as a woman.
Yes.
And when it comes to having a uterus, what thing that I did, because I'm a journalist, and listen.
I know, that's right, glasses.
I got glasses, I'm a journalist. Listen. When Lene said, yes, if you have a uterus, you can have a baby. While the uterus is the primary organ for carrying a pregnancy to term, it's not the only way a person can have a baby. Uterus transplantation, although a complex procedure, allows women born without a uterus or who have had a hysterectomy to potentially carry a pregnancy. Those are other ways to have it. And again, I just want to talk about this to everybody. Uterus transplantation is a procedure involving transplanting a uterus into a woman who was born without one or had it removed. While still relatively new, it has enabled women to carry and deliver their own biological children. So I believe that's what Lene was coming from in terms of making that comment. Again, I'm not here to speak for her. I'm not here to speak for anybody. Is there anything you want to say to the trans community who do feel like Jess is double downing with her mannerisms, with the way she sort of says, right, with the woman, right? A lot of people do feel like you're dismissive by the tone in which you say things, the facial expressions in which you say things. What do you have to say to them?
listen, this, you know what, Carlos, this is crazy, right? Because it doesn't matter what I say, they will not believe that I am not transphobic. You know,
and I just want to say this: it's because y'all believe transphobia is in what y'all say rather than what y'all do. So, yes, nobody believes what you say because what you do is transphobic. You got to reconcile both of those things, Jess.
I've tried. I've done this. You know, I've said many times over, I do not hate trans women. I don't hate trans men. I don't. I said what my issues were. I don't think that we should be called cisgender women, which T.S. Madison agreed with me. You know, even just a little gem, T.S. Madison don't even think I'm transphobic. Let's just start there. She don't. I don't know if she will ever say that. But
to Bougie's question, I missed the part. Why did he read that? Because he was just letting her know, no, you don't have to have an actual uterus to conceive. They now can artificially create a uterus and put that in bio women who have had a hysterectomy or for whatever reason have fertility issues regarding their uterus. And this is a alternative. So he's just making a point that no, at this point now, because of technology, you don't even need a uterus. You know, at this point in technology, yes, you do still have to be female in order for this artificial uterus to work. But because we know where technology is going, right, it's just going to be a matter of time before trans women can have these type of artificial uteruses as well. Hell, there's probably going to come a time where, I mean, I don't know how, but baby, I expect technology to go beyond the beyond of imagination. I'm pretty sure at some point, men are going to be able to have these goddamn uteruses. Like males, trans women, bio women who don't have a working uterus. So he was just making that point to kind of open up her window of thinking, because she keeps making woman synonymous to uterus. And he's like, first of all, there are bio women, aka females, who don't have uteruses but are still very much so female. And now because of technology, no, the only way to have a fucking child is not because you have a uterus. Science now can give people these artificial uteruses in order to conceive of children.
And CTV also, just like we transplant, we can do an aorta valve transplant or a heart transplant, you know, or when a person dies, you know, we can transplant just about any of their organs, skin and anything. We can transplant about any of their organs into anybody. So a woman can die, and she could have died in childbirth or anything, and she was healthy, you know, or whatever. And then her womb, you know, her uterus could have been healthy, okay? And then she died. Well, as long as we get that uterus out in time, you know, and get it on ice and then get it flown to where it can go, you know, if the person is able to take that transplant, you can transplant that uterus into another woman, and then it could reject it, you know, once it's in there, but not necessarily. And then as she heals or whatever, then that uterus, it would become a full-fledged uterus where she can conceive. So there's all type of scientific and methods and surgical methods and stuff where you can transplant stuff into people to keep them alive longer or to give them working parts and stuff. We froze?
I'm about to say, we froze? CTV still there?
Is
Oh, he probably
CTV go
would
get
do
a woo?
something.
Did he go get him a woo?
No, but that's what the narrative is gonna go now. Oh, they're trying to erase our experience. It's like,
We're
in order
not.
for it to be erased, that means you would have to be erased, and ain't nobody trying to erase you.
No one
Again,
is
it's
being
about
erased.
inclusion. It's about, if you sit up here and say that you serve an almighty God, why are you afraid of the almighty God being almighty?
Right.
Why? Yeah, somehow with CTV. Make sure y'all hit the like button, y'all. Shout out to everybody in the building. It's 143 people in the chat. Where y'all at on these likes?
Yeah,
Oh, y'all
bring up
doing
the
good.
light.
We had no, they doing good. It's 144, but it's 174 likes. Okay, never mind. Conscious crew know what's going on. Let me shut my ass up. They like, you not our daddy. You don't know. We don't know you, nigga. You just sitting on the couch. But yes, I mean, again, I feel at the end. Okay, never mind. He back.
Hey
Yeah,
y'all, I do
that's
want to say
right.
it was 11:11 too, but I wanted to tell y'all it's a retrograde. So now all of a sudden, magically out of nowhere, my Wi-Fi has been tripping on and off all day. So it's probably gonna be tripping for the rest of this retrograde. The retrograde over on August. So
Wow.
everybody who got technology, you got a car, a AC, a faucet, a house, a cell phone. Hide all your shit because a retrograde is gonna be tugging on the wig of everything during this cycle.
That's why
So
my ass ain't gonna be driving as
Well,
much.
that's what Lisa said. There's going to be a retrograde. She said it when I was up there trying to do a reading on me. So, yeah.
So yeah.
Thanks,
So
Sean. Sean
okay.
said he's loving the combo. Thanks, Sean.
Hey, Sean.
What's going on? What's going on?
Hey, Sean.
Okay, so a little bit more of this, and then we on to Obama.
You said that to you privately?
No, but why would
Okay, wait a minute. So we ain't even got to finish this. So my question to y'all is, I did watch a gag talk, and Craig had the mistress, that is, made a suggestion to TS that, you know, he thinks that there should be a conversation. He feels like, you know, there could have a conversation. A conversation could probably be had. And he was kind of advocating for a conversation. Carlos also had kind of propositioned a conversation, and Jess went on this whole diatribe about how, I'm very open. I can talk to anybody. And I feel like the big problem is the fact that there's no conversation. But I'm like, Jess, you have the means and the resources to facilitate any conversation you want to with any trans person anywhere, with any LGBT person anywhere. If you know so-called that communication has been the issue and you're open to a conversation and you've been flamed up like this or feel misunderstood or feel misrepresented, why the fuck why haven't you independently then facilitated a conversation then? Since communication is the issue and the conversations do need to be had, because there's nothing keeping Jess from that, which is why I felt like the sentiment was very insincere. Like everything she was saying was just political, and it was just to soften everything, because she now realizes that, my God, wow, I may think trans folk are disposable, is clearly other systems that don't think that way, and they can potentially keep me out of fucking spaces and from a fucking coin because of my bullshit. So now let me go on this press tour, aka sit before the king of the homos, Carlos, and get his cosign that I'm not a homophobe, and then pretend to be open and pretend to be, you know, communicative, etc., when it's foolishness, because there's nothing that has kept her from facilitating. And she don't have to just talk to T.S. Madison isn't the only LGBT fucking person that exists. She could talk to Janice Mock. She could talk to Laverne Cox. She could talk to Hope Giselle. She could talk to me. She could talk to Bub. She could talk to the Kingarees. I mean, queer people everywhere and running this shit. And Jess has taken no action to create a conversation and a discord around the so-called issues between women and trans women, or the black community and the LGBT community. She ain't done shit. So my question to y'all is, would y'all like to see a conversation? Do y'all think Maddie should have the conversation with Jess? And do y'all feel like, this is a two-part question, Do y'all think there should be a conversation? It's the first question. The second question is, do y'all believe Jess is transphobic, or is she just an ignorant person who sometimes says transphobic things?
Yes.
You said that Jess. You said that Craig wants to have a. You said
No.
Craig wants to have a meeting with Jess.
He had advocated for TS to have a talk with Jess, and Carlos also had asked her would she be interested in a talk. So I'm gonna let Deshaun go first so that he can go back on mute after he talked, because feedback is dragging me.
I'm sorry.
It's that retrograde.
Oh,
I'm so sorry.
He must have got his phone service with retrograde, because Deshaun be feedbacking every
I was
day.
screaming.
Okay.
I think he has other electronics going in the background at the same time, and I think it's putting off interference.
And put that oil up.
Could be a magnet or something. I don't know. It has to be something that's interfering with this phone, because I don't even have my headphones on.
Oh wow.
And if it's still doing that, then I don't know what's going on.
It may be your interface in StreamYard that might be the issue.
Yeah, because it always does that. Yeah, it always does that anytime Deshaun comes on. It's always
Are you on a computer or a phone?
I'm on the phone.
Oh, the phone. I'm
So
trying to
just let him
see.
talk, y'all, so we can get him back on mute, child. So Deshaun, do you think that Maddie should entertain Jess with a conversation about this whole trans stuff? And do you think that Jess is a transphobe, or just someone who says transphobic things?
You know what? I think she needs to be educated on, about transgenders and everything else, because she needs to be educated. So yes, I think that T.S. Madison should have a platform to have, make a panel with, Jess Hilarious, so that she can explain, like, hey, this is uncalled for, what you said, because the thing is, of course, I can't have a kid. I'm trans. You know what I mean? That doesn't stop you from being a woman. It doesn't affect you. It shouldn't affect you, because the thing is, I'm trans. There's no reason why we are fighting out of the blue like that. You know what I mean? So there should be a panel where, yes, and then she'll explain, and like I said, she breaks it down to Yes Madison, and then she'll have a conversation, and they may be back to friends. You never know. So yeah, I think they should have a conversation. So yeah.
Anybody else want to chime in now?
I'll go. I think, to Deshaun's point, I like what he said. If there's going to be a conversation, make it a panel discussion, because I think someone in the comments said that they maybe somebody a little bit more activist, or more in an activism energy. It could be T.S. Madison, and I think even T.S. Madison said on one of her shows that she's willing to have a panel of the spectrum of women to have that conversation. So I believe that yes, they should have a conversation, because it's not really about Jess, because I'm gonna answer the second part of your question, because it proves it from what she's doing. But for everybody else that is watching, and even those who may want to try to understand, those who end up being the innocent casualties in this, because they're trying to ask a question, but they getting demonized for asking a question, even though it's not in a malicious way. So I think it will just be an amazing springboard for greater conversations in people's personal lives and in other areas to keep the conversation going. Do I believe Jess Hilarious is transphobic? Yes, she is. Because if you had another bio woman in your presence to have that conversation right then and there, when you made it about, oh, well, women can have babies, you could have used that opportunity to be educated. But here she came to you womb to womb, and you still denied it. So if you ain't gonna get it from the person who also shares what you have that makes them a woman in your eyes, and you still don't get it, I'm not banking on her. I'm not banking on her to learn it, but I know that other people will. So if she has to be used as a footstool, or in the words of Andrew Caldwell, footstool, then by all means, let her be a footstool.
I have an opinion on it. would be interested in this conversation, but I would want Hope Giselle to be a part of that conversation because I think Hope Giselle would actually
Yes,
smoke.
yes, yes,
They'll
yes.
give it to her. I think T.S. Madison is probably going to be more cordial with her and try to, be fair with her. But no, I think I guess T.S. Madison can host it, but I need somebody else who's going to really give her the pushback.
Understandable. That's good. Yep, I agree with that.
Somebody who's a bit more aggressive in that convo. Okay. Anybody else?
Yeah, I think Jess is like what Bub says. She's transphobic. I mean, to a degree, on the spectrum somewhere, just like most people are homophobic to a degree. Doesn't make them bad people. They just have their views and their opinions or whatever. It depends on how you use those views and opinions on other people. Because if she wasn't transphobic, if that wasn't in her head, she wouldn't be saying stuff like that. So something has to be in there for it to come out. So, and as far as like TS having a discussion with her or whatever, I mean, I don't know what it's going to solve or whatever. They'll be friends again or whatever, but I don't really give a fuck. Shit, I don't care. If she wants to, she can. If she don't, I don't know. But yeah, I would say just her, like a lot of people are, not everyone, but most people in the world, just like a lot of white people don't think that they're racist, but a good 70% are, or they have, or don't think they have racist thoughts or whatever. I don't see color and all that type of stuff, but most heterosexuals are, a good. I'll put them in the same category. Probably a good 70% of them are homophobic. Even the people we love and that love us, a lot of them have homophobic thoughts, and sometimes they have the actions that go along with it. But I don't care whether she does. I mean, she's already had it with Carlos King, and she had already said this or that. I don't know what more TS can get out of her. They just become friends again. What? Is that what it is? They'll just become friends again.
At this point, because Jess knows that there now are consequences to her actions, aka the Miss Pat situation, all she's going to talk to T.S. Madison to accomplish is just getting another cosign so that she can get to all the bags she needs.
Right.
Okay.
She's in it for capitalism at this point, and she wants her social capital back because her social capital impacts her economic capital.
Right, but if she doesn't have this conversation, especially Black women, they're going to look at her as a martyr. They're going to act like, see, you can't say anything to those trans people. They're snowflakes and they're so weak and so fragile. Like, no, I think she should get that smoke.
They already do that. They already do that. What's it going to be? I mean, they already do that. That's not changing anybody. So.
Right, but they're going to agree with her. They're going to feel like Black women are the victims, and they're going to, and the way it's like that woman who was on your panel that other day. They're going to make it seem like trans women and gays are part of the patriarchy, and we're oppressing Black women, and so she needs to have that conversation. I think it is clean up. It's her trying to damage control, but she needs to have that's why I said I want someone on the panel other than T.S. Madison, because that's what she's going to try to use T.S. Madison for, to try to get T.S. Madison to co-sign and absolve her and say, let's look at what she said. Oh, T.S. Madison said I'm not transphobic. That's what she's going to use T.S. Madison for. So I think she can have the conversation, but it needs to be somebody like Hope Giselle on there to actually give her the smoke.
Has TS actually said that she wasn't homophobic, or did TS actually say that?
Has
anybody heard her? Has anybody heard her say that?
She had responded by when Craig, the mistress asked her directly if it was, like if she thought that, and she was like, I don't know. She was like, I don't know if she's homophobic, and I think somebody said something about what's the difference between Nene and Jess, and TS said the difference is at surface value, like Nene does respect it. She respects it. She with it. She okay with it. You know, she respects me as a trans woman. She respects my right to identify how I want to identify, while Jess does not. Jess kind of is struggling even at the surface level of this thing. So she said she don't know, you know, so she don't kind of know what the hell Jess is talking about. She was like, I don't know if she's transphobic or not, but obviously, you know, there is smoke. Like, you know, and this recent Breakfast Club interview didn't make it no better on Jess's behalf when you just choose to randomly assert some shit like that. Like, about, yeah, it's just like, Jess, you need a conversation, boo, with yourself. I keep telling transphobic people this, just like I told a Fuzzy when she was on the panel. I said, child, you really don't need to be here with us working through this. You really got an issue. Yeah, like, this is a you issue. Like, you gotta get up in you about this shit. Cause yeah, like that's the way it's at, boo. Yeah, no. All right. If we are complete on Jess, we can finally get to the mess of all mess, which is a Black president having the audacity, the audacity of it all, baby, to actually speak about gay men in a positive, impactful, substantive way. My God, today, you know, the audacity of a heterosexual Black man to put meaningful praise on
meaningful.
My God, baby. Okay, sent shockwaves around the country and around all red pill and red pill adjacent as communities. Let's check out this clip courtesy of the Neighborhood Talk Child. It is captioned, former President Barack Obama says that a GAY professor had a significant influence on him during his youth, helping shape his views and personal development. Let me refresh this, and here we go. One
of the most valuable things I learned as a guy was I had a gay professor in college at a time when openly gay folks still weren't out of line, who became one of my favorite professors and was a great guy and would call me out when I started saying stuff that was ignorant. You need that to show empathy and kindness. And by the way, you need that person in your friend group so that if you then have a boy who's gay or non-binary or what have you, they have somebody that they can go, okay, I'm not alone in this. Right. So that, I think, is creating that community. I know it's corny, but that's what they need. But the most
okay. So for context here, because me and Bubs actually sat up and had watched the entire interview together, and thank God we did.
Yes. Fuck. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Because there's context to what Obama is saying and why he's bringing up this story. It's not happening within the vacuum of homosexuality the way that a single snippet of the conversation would imply. So just as a little background, the whole running theme when they got to like Black male representation in media and anecdotally in the lives of Black men, Barack was highlighting the fact that it's important for Black men to have diversity in their life, to have diversity of male representation in their life. And in the vacuum of that, Barack Obama decided to highlight his own anecdotal experience of how, for example, he had a gay professor that was able to enlighten him on things that other straight men essentially would not, because that would be an echo chamber. So, of course, nobody was checking him about things that could have possibly been an issue or that could have been problematic from another perspective, unless he was interacting with men who had different perspectives, who came from different angles of life, and how this is essential to the growth of men. And this really can be applied to anybody and everybody, that diversity amplifies all of our intellect, all of our understandings, all of our etc. What happened from here is the world got set ablaze because this comment got isolated and put up independently. And what people thought Barack was pushing or saying was that black men need specifically gay men, which, to my point, shouldn't have been an issue, even if that's what the fuck he was saying. Even if he literally said, black men, every black man needs a motherfucking gay black man in their life. There shouldn't have been no issue with him saying that if that was what he was saying. But that wasn't per se what he was saying. What he was saying was that diversity is important, and that men's community is stifled right now because there's not diversity. Most men are existing in echo chambers and clusters and bundles, and therefore there's no expansion. It's only reinforcement of the same shit, whatever that shit is, that's being reinforced. In order for men to break free from those type of matrices or restrictions, they need to be open to developing relationship to other men who are not like them in whatever way those men are not like them. It may be in orientation, it may be in education, it may be in class, it may be in occupation, it may be in personal interests, it may be in philosophy, it may be in religion, whatever the diversity looks like, that men just need to diversify their social portfolio. I'm gonna let you guys chime in on Obama's sentiments and some of the feedback, because some of that feedback, it's half and half. There are people who are like, I don't see nothing wrong with what Obama said. It's a lot of positive comments, but then in other communities, it's just the same gay agenda, emasculating of black men, etc. Me and Bubs actually attempted to watch The Star Report, who is a notable male, straight, black commentator on YouTube. And he did a show around this. For whatever reason, he had deleted his live stream. I don't know why, because me and Bubs didn't have an opportunity to watch it in its entirety. We had only caught like the first 10 minutes of it. And he, for whatever reason, decided he wanted to be Elastigirl and reach across stars, UFOs, and galaxies, and make some type of correlation between what Obama said and pedophilia.
Yeah, Nambla.
He made gay men synonymous with child perpetrators. And of course, a lot of his followers are kind of like the typical male-identified, patriarchal reinforcing individuals. And there was one caller that called into his show who actually was being objective, like, hey, that's not what Obama was getting at. That ain't what I heard Obama said. I really don't know, how you making this correlation between Obama saying that as a grown-ass man when he went to college, that a man who happened to be gay made a positive impact on his life, and how you are connecting that to pedophilia and somebody being predatory. And Star got even more agitated and doubled down after saying the caller was reaching when he was the one reaching, and then he reached even further after the caller tried to correct him. So it was a mess. But what are y'all thoughts on Obama making this type of statement out loud and some of the feedback around that?
I think it's actually good. I think it's he's trying to break barriers, so that he's actually trying to reach
so that it's not all about sexuality. It's trying to mend communities together. You know what I mean? It's time to really try to be open-minded instead of being one-minded. You know what I mean? And I think that's the reason why he's actually deciding to say this about what happened to him, you know, how his professor actually gave him like ideas like, hey, okay. You know what I mean? He tried to correct him for saying ignorant stuff and stuff. So that's actually a good thing that he's actually doing that. Because the thing is, we really need to start setting positive roles for people and stop having these negative stigmas about LGBT and all that stuff. Because it's this shit is all outdated and stuff like that. It's time to actually just grow up and actually try to, you know, learn from each other. That's what it needs, and we need to learn from each other. That's the whole idea of it. You know what I mean? And from your perspective, Consciouztv, these people that keep saying pedophilia and all that stuff to LGBT, I just found out, like I just posted on TikTok where the dude that was talking about drag queens, right? He was talking about drag queens, how drag queens is after children. Come to find out that he was talking to a little girl, this white guy. And also there's 31 cases of child molestation that's actually happening by these men and women that was in these churches. Clock that. So, like I said, these people always be talking about and try to find a way to stick pedophilia on one group. And it could be an isolated incident, and then they'll blame the whole group for it. It's kind of weird. Yeah. But they don't want to talk about their struggles. They don't want to talk about kids that's getting molested in the Black community or anything like that, because they want to keep it quiet. They want to keep it under the rug so that when kids can't speak. You know what I mean? But when they grow up and speak, I'll be seeing it right on what is it, YouTube, where there's actually I forgot what it's called, where people speak about what happened to them. It's dark. It's really dark. So yeah, there needs to be positivity in this. It really do. Stop putting in this negative stigma on a group. It's just ridiculous. It's just selfish. You know, so I think he's actually doing a very good job, and you know, people need to, you know, just draw into what he's saying, and just, you know, they don't need to, and people need to start shaking off this negativity and just listen. So I think I think he's doing a good job. So, yeah.
Okay. I didn't see the video, but I think it was Bubs who put this in the short stack chat, and so I pulled it up and I read what was in there of what he was saying, and I got the gist of what I think he was actually saying, and and basically he was telling not just men but women too, but basically men. Stop with your homophobic shit, or whatever. We're more, we're more similar than dissimilar than unalike, or whatever. And if you actually got to know somebody gay or different than you, what you perceive as different than you might actually learn something. And so that's basically what I got. You might actually learn something and see that people aren't that much different than you, and just because you don't want to be around somebody or talk to somebody because they're homosexual or perceived as homosexual or whatever, with your homophobic prejudices and things like that, open your mind, and be a little bit more inclusive and accepting, and just get out of that hole that you're in, and then you might learn something. And they're all around gay people anyway. Sometimes whether you know it or not, you're always, you're working with gay people. There's gay people in our families. There's gay people in your families, queer people in your families and stuff, whether you know it or not. And when you don't know it, then you're accepting, and you can be buddy, or whatever, or y'all can go hang out and do stuff. But once you find out, then you're pushing that person away, or you can't be around that type of person. Get that shit off of your shoulders. And be a little bit more inclusive and accepting, and you'll see, that this bullshit that you're carrying around within yourself, is basically can hinder you and cause harm, but can also hinder you from progressing in life. That's what I got out of it from what I was reading. But I'm gonna go back and check out the video here.
Okay, Bubs.
White Jesus, please don't help me. Again, CTV mentioned that he and I watched the entire situation. Then, as that clip started to circulate, I started to listen to red pill platforms. And when I sat and listened to the platforms, these men were the main ones who were making everything sexual, because they have been conditioned as young boys to be vigilant against homosexuality, to demonize it, to suppress it at any point, at any time, to the point to where they actually make fun of it. They do gay shit to each other. There's something I want to read real quick, and I think I have it on this phone, or is it my other phone? Let me see. There's a quote that I want to read. Give me 1 second. Sorry. It is from Marilyn Fryer, The Politics of Reality. And it reads, to say that straight men are heterosexual is only to say that they engage in sex, fucking exclusively with the other sex, women, females, or all or almost all of that which pertains to love. Most straight men reserve exclusively for other men, the people whom they admire, respect, adore, revere, honor, whom they imitate, idolize, and form profound attachments to, whom they are willing to teach and from whom they are willing to learn, and whose respect, admiration, recognition, honor, reverence, and love they desire. Those are overwhelmingly other men. In their relations with women, what passes for respect is kindness, generosity, and paternalism. What passes for honor is removal to the pedestal. From women, they want devotion, service, and sex. Heterosexual male culture is homoerotic. It is male loving. So let's take that into context. Here it is. Obama is sharing his experience about growing up without his biological heterosexual father in his life. Just like there's so many other children who don't grow up with their father in their lives. But because it takes a community to raise a child, there were other people there that supplemented. Stepfathers were there to supplement, even though there are people that are saying that stepfathers are mentally ill for taking on the responsibility of another man, when he should have been taking care of his fucking responsibility, since that's what makes him a man. And then when he got to college, which I don't understand how old dude was able to correlate what Obama said and pedophilia together. Obama was in college. See, when your children go out into the world and they're outside of your ignorant ass viewpoint, fear-based viewpoint, they see what's actually going on and they actually challenge themselves. And shout out to them, because didn't you say that you want the future generation to be better than you? And then when they're better than you have a problem with it because you're insecure of your own failures, with your own failures. And he said that queer man was able to give something valuable to him, and Obama didn't have to offer up his booty hole for it, because they were treating each other as human beings, and he was also willing to, guess what, y'all, learn. Now then, you have these peasy-head, pigeon-toed, knock-kneed, gout slew-footed, bojangle-legs having ass, under-titty chafing, fupa-lets having ass niggas with struggling hairlines who are getting on their platforms and making it exclusively homosexual. At this point, I'm gonna believe y'all niggas DL. That's what I'm gonna believe. Y'all niggas are on the DL.
That's for you.
I don't even want to do this on this platform, John, with that situation, because that's an inside joke. But then y'all want, but then it's crazy. But then You would have these people get on these platforms and be like, oh, well, let me talk about the gay agenda. And they know the ins, the outs, the schematics. They know the fucking secret entrances, everything it is to create a queer person, how it's manifested, how it's manufactured, all these things. But you can't even save your own fucking families. You can't even save your own fucking communities. But you know how queer people are made, and you can't even save them from being queer. Look at the Black church. Look at Jackie Hill Perry, Donnie McClurkin, and the rest of them. That's why I say when it comes down to Black men, I'm going to give them the smoke, because they are the last in place, because they've never been able to tap into that empathy. And the system has done an amazing job by making Black men afraid to feel and to gayify feeling something. And you wonder why you can't connect with your woman. And you wonder why you can't strengthen your relationship and your fucking families. And you wonder why generational curses of broken families continue and wasn't a homosexual in sight. Maybe the homosexual was manifested to help you break the generational curse since you can't do it. You ever thought about that in that way? But there's a lot of context and nuance here, and I am so afraid for a lot of these ignorant heterosexual Black men, because they're going to be lost to their own devices. And at this point, the way they talk about Black women and how they degrade Black women, y'all gonna be fucking each other. Just don't call me. Because I already told you, for some of these niggas, and no shade, I hate saying this. I hate even saying this word. But it's always the most ugliest, unattractive ass motherfuckers who are talking about, oh, keep that gay shit over there, as even though it was already here. No, bitch, it was already over there. I wouldn't touch you with your own dick. I wouldn't touch you with your own hands.
Or they'll say, oh, you trying to talk to me. I don't do that gay shit. You trying to talk to me.
And I would tell them, I would tell them, no homo either. I would let the women of CTV slay me down and turn me into a full power bottom before I do anything with any of those red pill niggas.
But Bubs, what if wait. Okay, what if they was saying all that, but behind closed doors they baked the cake for you and said this is just for you?
Bitch, I'ma believe it's poison that you giving me. And on top of that, why you giving me a cake? Don't you like cakes? You got the fupas. I know you like cakes. So you must really like me if you giving me cake and you ain't had a slice of it. All right. But this is the problem and the issue. And then what happens is that this is being taught to boys. Y'all protect the children so much. But the young boys are perpetrating, are portraying, are expressing these violent tendencies. Look at the Andrew Tates of the world who have inspired thousands, possibly millions of boys. Look at all these streamers who are promoting toxic masculinity and devaluing Black women, seeing them as nothing as hoes. And then behind closed door want to play with their homies' hoes. It's just so much going on. But that's okay, because truth is being revealed. And that's for all of us. And despite all of our different perspectives and viewpoints, which I do appreciate because I love learning, at the end of the day, humanity is under critique. America is definitely under critique and dealing with an ego death. Every single one of us, which is why platforms like this, like mine, like T.S. Madison, Hope Giselle, the Black Anarchist Podcast, T for T, Queen Stevie, and others are very important. Because all the lifelines for all this education to get out there to help the community is being removed. And we over here fighting each other about the removal as opposed to coming together. But it's channels like this that give me hope that things can change. Here it is. You got Barack Obama, a Black man who was able to manifest something that a lot of Black men, unfortunately, are not going to manifest. He was able to become president. A lot of y'all niggas had that as a dream. He was able to manifest that. And he did it gracefully. Could he have done better? Of course. But when you come into shit, got to fix other motherfucking shit, it's going to be a lot of stuff going on. And there are some areas where he can definitely be accountable for it, especially with the whole Flint, Michigan water thing. That was very fucked up.
Baby.
But then you have people who will sit up here and say, well, why do Obama gotta say gay? It's the agenda. Of course he gonna say, they always trying to put the agenda in there. He can't even tell his own damn story about his own damn life that he experienced, not you. And here you come trying to agify it with the F word. This is the dangerous thing that happens. And your young boys are being affected by this. A lot of us on the panel and those in the chat have grown up dealing with queerphobia. Have we not? There are some people who may have not dealt with it to certain extents, but we all have dealt with it. So to sit up here and say, oh, I don't want it around my children, it's around your children. It was around you when you were a child, when you had the hairline. When you were able to look down and see your feet. Oh yeah, it's going to be a lot of smoke. I already told you, for these niggas, I have the smoke. Because if we start digging into y'all blind spots with the Bootsies of the world, who I just read and saw on social media that years ago, I think in 2010, was facing the death penalty. And these are the niggas y'all run to and say, you damn right, Bootsy. When Bootsy opened his mouth and said, every rapper that look up to me ends up dying. Yeah, the black community has a lot of work to do. And at this point, yes, you're going to need queer people to help you out with that. Look at y'all churches. Y'all need us. Look at y'all businesses. Y'all need us. We are here to help complement the human experience. Y'all don't own human experience. Because if the creator of all things did not want us here, it would not have us here. Point blank, period. And bitch, you're not even staying forever. You don't even know how long you on this floating rock. So the best thing to do would be to work out your own soul salvation and do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Can't be a victim when you starting shit. It's called fucking around and finding out.
And while Bub's at it, I want to say, hey, I agree with what the red pill community thinks they heard. Y'all niggas do need gay men in your lives. Baby, I don't know where my straight friends would be without me. And that's true, T. One of the lovely features that first of all, let's talk about why gay men specifically. Because I'm going to pretend that Obama said what the red pill community heard. One of the most powerful reasons why black men need gay men in their life is because we live in a patriarchy, because we live in an anti-woman society, even though empathy is a godly feature, it's a godly attribute, it's a godly personality trait, it's a humanitarian trait, but because that humanitarian trait is assigned to a sex that patriarchy don't respect, such as women, that's why even with niggas being raised in a single parent households without their daddy, they still largely grow up to be non-empathetic because patriarchy allows them to dispose even most of the positive qualities that women have. So black men dealing with gay men gives black men the opportunity to also know what empathy looks like on a man, what emotional availability looks like on a man, what emotional vulnerability looks like on a man, because men need those type of demonstrations from other men. Men don't take cues from women because men generally are also just as male identified as women are in society. Everything that straight men mostly do is for the social capital of having men approve. If to the men's community, it makes you more of a man or the man to be able to bag a lot of women, that's what men are going to do. If amongst men with power and money and wealth are the symbols and the status quo, that's what men are going to assimilate to. Men are looking at men for direction. Men are looking at men for inspiration. Men are looking at men for everything. That's why the old saying is, it's a man's world. Women and everybody else just fucking lives in it. Men listen to men about women, not to women. That's why a woman can sit in a man's face and cry and yell and write it in a 4-page letter, turn it into a lifetime autobiography, put it in a damn book, throw it at his ass in sign language, and a nigga still ain't gonna hear it. Because women are just a pawn on the chessboard of patriarchy. So since we know that now, since we know that we're in a patriarchy, we understand we're in a patriarchy, we understand that both sexes are male identified as a result of a patriarchy. All these other beautiful traits that men need, such as empathy, compassion, they need to not exclusively be soft, but they need the capacity to be able to be soft, because there are situations that require for softness. There are situations in men's lives that are going to require them to remove the armor, to remove the shieldedness and the protectiveness, and to be relatable. Gay men largely have a lot of those androgynous traits. We equally men and women too. We got a lot of gay men got a lot of traits that women have, and also still got all the male traits as well.
Yes.
Look, it's a straight man on my platform who recently, a new religion, if he got his nosy ass in here, he came on my panel a few live streams ago, and he literally said on the panel, he was like, look, I respect CTV. CTV is like the best of both worlds. Like, yes, he's gay, he's flamboyant, but at the same time, like, I still look at CTV as an alpha male. Like, you see both of those things in CTV. And I was like, you want it, brother. You are motherfucking on it. Because that, which, as far as I'm concerned, what you're describing is the perfect man. A man who can put it on, a man who can put it off, a man who can drop it low, a man who can throw it up high, a nigga who can run toward the burning house, and a nigga who knows how to nurture those who survived it. That's what a man, and I feel like that's what I feel like people are in general. I try not to really get into the what a male is, what a female is in terms of culturally, because I honestly believe that both sexes just need to be good people. It shouldn't be about assigning certain character traits to a gender. But because we live in a strong binary, because we live in a strong gender constructed reality, unfortunately, you know, we end up having to do these things. But the reality is that the character traits that women have should also be integrated into maleness. And the traits that men have should be integrated into femaleness. I tell y'all all the time, as somebody who's actively raising nieces and nephews, they gender swap all the time. Yes, my nephews, I make them cut grass. I teach them plumbing. I teach them how to change the tires and how to fix a car, how to fix electronics, how to be good with their hands, etc. But I equally teach the girls that too. They get their ass out there and cut the goddamn yard. They change motherfucking tires too. They fix sinks and faucets and every goddamn thing else. And I'm largely wanting the girls in my life to have those traits so that they don't have to be male dependent. They can do these things on their fucking own. They can take care of themselves. They may grow up to be women who not even straight. They may grow up to be women who are celibate and abstinence and don't even want to align with the opposite sex in that way. So I have to raise them with the attitude of preparing them for everything, whether they have a partner or not, regardless of what the sex of the partner is, to just raise them to be self-sufficient and fully autonomous. Same thing with the girls. Yes, I have the girls doing dainty things as well. They do hair, they wash clothes, they know how to cook, clean, and at some point when they're grown, they're gonna show these niggas how they got that ring. However, I got the motherfucking niggas doing that too. They do hair, they mop, they sweep, they do dainty things, they do soft things, they fold clothes, they wash and rinse, because once again, they also, hell, they may not even be heterosexual. They may grow up to be gay, or they just may not even be relationship motherfucking type people, but they need to be able to be sufficient regardless in their lives, and they need to be able to hold their motherfucking own under, and as far as all of life is concerned, I have to raise my nephews to be in touch with their femininity, because if they're going to be straight and or fathers, they're going to engage upon intimate relationships to the opposite sex, and they need to know how to nurture that and speak to that and relate to that and make themselves available to that, because if they're going to be with a woman, they're going to be with a woman for a long time, and women need emotional availability. They need also to be able to connect to men on an emotional level, but a man has to be comfortable emotionally to give that to a woman. A man has to be comfortable in his vulnerability in order to have that soul to soul bond and those heart to hearts and have those type of meaningful engagements with the opposite sex, or hell, you know, even if they are a father, with their daughters. They need to know how to be soft. They need to know how to tone it down, how to pull back a little bit, bruh, on the testosterone. It's not necessary right now. You know, both sexes have to know how to swerve in and out of those polarities and of those fucking energies. So a lot of times when I'm looking out at society and I see like a young boy who's like way too rough-handed and he's way too tough and he can't never deal with something without it breaking, etc. You know, the way I would rectify that as he needs to be around the women in his family a lot more. He needs to be around other women to learn how to be gentle. He's too heavy-handed. He needs that balance. He needs to know how to be delicate. If there's a young female who is struggling with her self-esteem or her emotions, she's very sensitive, I'll always say you remedy that. She needs to be around a lot of the boys in her family so they can toughen her up, you know, so that she could know how to make that reach into her mental space and get up out of her emotional space, because men are good at that, being able to be more cerebral, while a woman, due to her estrogen, may be more naturally aligned with the feeling part of her being. Men, due to testosterone, may be more aligned with the cerebral part of their being. But this is where men and women get to learn from one another and teach each other. This is why even the scriptures acknowledge this necessity, because it talks about male and female in the context of marriage being what? One in spirit. It's good for a man to find his wife because he gets to now learn another aspect of his being, which is through the mirroring of his feminine partner. The woman gets to do the same thing, learn another aspect of her being through the mirroring of her male partner, masculinity. When these two polarities come together, they are complete. That's what makes you whole, is having a healthy sense of masculinity, having a healthy sense of femininity. So I love what Obama is saying here about the need for diversity and realizing that diversity is important to understanding and understanding and overstanding, and that without diversity, we're stuck in life, we're stagnant in life, we can't evolve in life, we can't rise to our fullest potential long as we stay practicing tribalism and we stay only living alongside what's familiar, and we don't challenge ourselves, we don't diversify ourselves socially, etc. We need this type of social engagement, this type of wide rangeness. I always encourage people, get out of the country, leave your city, get out of your state, break up some of the monotony of that shit. A part of why you can't grow is because you're not in spaces where the answers are. You have to break up some of the monotony of this intellectual stagnation or spiritual stagnation or this energetic stagnation. So gay men can be powerful. A lot of my straight men, when they're having issues with a wife, with their girls, you know who the fuck they run to? They're running to the arms of the one who act like he got titties but don't, which is CTV, because it's all about them titties without them having to violate their relationship by socializing with other women, but instead they can still get that feminine feedback and insight from another man who can tap into that energy and tell them, okay, what the fuck is going on here? And look, I would be a rich man if I told y'all how many motherfucking marriages and relationships I've saved because I knew how to make female behavior make sense to them. I literally have niggas who be going through hard knocks and adversities in their relationships, and they'll send me screenshots and be like, yo, this is what my girl doing, this is what she complaining about, I don't understand, I think she tripping, I don't know, she mad at me, I done, how I get out of this, man. I be saving niggas' lives over and 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 over again. But more importantly, men need to see compassion, empathy, vulnerability, and emotional availability on other men. They need to see that demonstrated by men. It's not enough for men in a patriarchy to see it in the women in their lives, because once again, men are not being led by women. They're fucking women, but they're actually looking to men for the receipt, for the approval, for the period. As my boy IG says, men are opposite sex attracted, but are same gender loving.
Yep.
Men are more male identified than women are. And that's why it don't matter how good women is and how good a single mom has been, how much a man might have been raised around great sisters, great aunts, a great community of women, he can still come out a jerk and asshole and completely disconnected because he needed his daddy. He needed the demonstration of how to navigate and how to be through the reflection of men. He needed men to demonstrate it. If women demonstrated it, it's going to be chopped up in a patriarchy to sissy shit. That's sissy shit. That's homo shit. So it's important that these qualities and traits also exist in men. And this is why Obama is saying, look, I would have never known that some of the shit I practiced, some of the shit I thought, some of the shit I said, some of the shit I did was problematic if it wasn't for, you know, the influence of, and I wish he would have kind of got into more detail about exactly what he was called out on so that we could specifically speak to that. But I'm going to assume, based upon, you know, what I know about what gay men bring to the table with straight men, is that more than likely Obama probably was a bit patriarchal as well, misogynistic, and he would say misogynistic shit. And a gay man, see, for a gay man to know, oh, bruh, like, we'll be able to know what's the problem with the shit. To other straight men, because they live in a straight bubble, they wouldn't know that the shit they're doing is a problem. They wouldn't know that would be considered harassment, or that would be considered degrading, or, bro, you got double standards there. Like, why is it that she can't have multiple bodies, but you can have multiple bodies as a man? That's not right. Or why you think you should always be the leader just by default of having testicles. You know, you should share power. Women also know how to run their families and run their households. They know how to care for multiple living things at once. How you think you and your brothers and your siblings made it with one motherfucking mother without a father involved? And he is the product of a single parent household. So I'm sure these are the type of things that he was able to learn from other men. And because a man said it, it stuck. It vibrated. Because it came from another man. But it also took it coming from a man who kind of existed outside of that type of hetero paradigm to maybe give him insights into things that normal patriarchy would have never afforded him a way out of, because if anything, it was just going to be a reinforcement because it's an echo chamber. Mm-hmm. So all of that. So shout out to Obama for giving some mad respect and really kind of talking about gay men in a meaningful way. Because in this society, while gay people may be everywhere and trans folk may be everywhere and LGBT may be everywhere, I feel like a lot of the talking points around queer people, even when they are positive, it still be in the shallows. So it's nice to really hear from people giving meaningful roses and affirmations to queer people, particularly in this case to gay men, because I don't feel like Black gay men get their shit the way we deserve it to be gotten. Like we don't largely really get the praise and the honor that we truly deserve. And there's a lot more of this that needs to finally, you know, come our way, like run us all of this. Because gay men have been the confidants and the companions to people when they had nobody else. I have a auntie-in-law who is homophobic as fuck, and she's like married into the family. Like she's my uncle's ex-wife, and but like her homophobia is like soft homophobia. It's not like she's not calling you a F or anything like that, but she also is one of those people like, oh, that lifestyle, like living that lifestyle type of people, and if she has to speak to it, she definitely gonna, bring up the Bible and all of that. And my cousin, who she ended up having to raise, is a gay man. He's the other gay Scorpio in my family. Mm-hmm. And they had a lot of like turbulence growing up and all of this. And, she would be homophobic at times. She would reinforce homophobia in different ways at times. And then when I came along and me and my cousin started getting close and I started coming over all the time, she fell in love with me. And my cousin would be like bewildered by this because he considers me to be like the king of gay, like the king of gay. And he would be like, bitch, how this homophobic asshole like just loves you, bitch, and you couldn't be more unapologetically, authentically you than what you are. And that really goes against everything that she stands for and believes. And so me and her ended up having a conversation one day, and she was just enjoying me, indulging in me. I'm an empath, so everybody tells me their life story. Everybody just tells me all these secrets. People just open up to me. So she was telling me how, like, and I don't know why she brought this up, but I guess maybe she started to like have some personal convictions because she could see that maybe she was being hypocritical or judgmental in ways that weren't fair. And she shared with me how she used to have a gay best friend in school, and they came up together. He was like her best fucking friend. Even when she like went to college and she was getting her nursing degree, like she didn't have nobody to care for her kids or whatever. Like this gay friend would pretty much be like the male nanny. He would always like, take care of the kids, cook for the kids. And he was just like there for her, like as a person, as a man. And she loved him. And she said, at that time in my life, I felt the pressure to have to give him up because he was gay. Not because he was a bad person, not because he was a bad friend, not because none of those things mattered, because of the way the indoctrination has set it in her mind that this person is bad simply because of their orientation, not because of the merit of their character,
right? But
because of their very orientation is what rules and dismisses anything else that this person can bring to the table. And she actually now, at that time being a 60-something year old woman, she was looking back in retrospect, kind of having some regrets and feeling away because she let go of a perfectly healthy, loving, compassionate person simply because he was fucking gay.
Mm-hmm.
So this is why a lot of gay people too have a lot of smoke for religion and have a lot of smoke for these social taboos, because this shit really did destroy a lot of relationships. It destroyed a lot of romantic relationships. It created a lot of issues where men who otherwise could have been with men, would have been happily with their male partners, didn't give their male partners that life because they couldn't deal with the possible persecution that came from living as who they are. That's why there's so many gay men who got, contention, and lesbians and trans people too, with what society has done, because we've seen this shit on such an intimate level. One of the loves of my life, I have a few loves of my life, but the second love of my life, who I met while I was still a teenager, he was in love with my motherfucking ass. Bitch, you couldn't keep this nigga off me. And he was older than me. When he graduated, he went off to college. We ended up reconnecting later in like my early 20s.
Mm-hmm.
But by this time, he was a pastor.
Oh.
And everything. And he was still dealing with me like on the back end of things. And because I don't give a fuck about religion any motherfucking way, I didn't give a fuck about religion. Bitch, my man. So we were dealing, and his whole thing was, despite how obsessed and in love, I mean, we literally had a conversation one day where he called me. He was just like, I just want you to know that you're like every fucking thing I could ever want in a human being. Like, you are just like, you're fucking everything. Like, I was like, I know. You've been fucking with me since you met me. So, but his whole thing was also like, he had been so socialized and so religiousized that, and I did make that word up, that he could not, he didn't think it was, because it wouldn't have been easy, he couldn't give me what I really deserved, which was a regular relationship. He was going to have to choose women for the sake of the optics. He was going to have to end up with a wife and a child for the sake of the optics, because the world he created in the lane he embarked upon, being a pastor, etc., would not, in his mind, there was no space for his same-sex love to be valued and respected and honored. And he also was not man enough to deal with the potential consequence of disappointing his mother, disappointing his grandmother, was in fear of what would happen to the straight folk that respected him in his life, how he would navigate that. This is why y'all will never be able to get me to be angry at the download community, because I'm not mad at it. I'm not mad at it. I have very deep sympathy for the download community. I'm going to say empathy, because I'm not going to act like I don't know what it's like to be on the download, because I think, especially if you Black, none of us had the liberty of hitting the ground and running when it came to being gay. We all had to be down low for some time before we found the courage to come out of the closet, to be true to ourselves. And the download community is a byproduct of the violence of the hetero community, of the dominant community. The download community is a byproduct of this dominant system that has been very clear to people who exist differently on the sexual or gender spectrum, that I will take away my love from you if you exist in this way. And when you raise the stakes that high in people's motherfucking life, of course, motherfucking people, a lot of people don't have the heart to lose all of that for the sake of being true to themselves. Of course, people don't have the heart sometimes to deal sometimes with the potential physical violence that may come unto them if they exist. Look at how many trans women are being killed for being who the fuck they are. Look at how many gay men. Look at that guy who was dancing, that gay guy, I think it was in New York or New Jersey, who was dancing to the Beyonce. His friends at the gas station. They just having a good time minding their gay ass business. And some homophobic weirdo decided to heckle them. And because the gay guy was not willing to back down, it ended up in a confrontation. And that heckler, that homophobic heckler, stabbed that gay guy to death simply because he was minding his gay ass business, living his best fucking life. Like that video that I always play of that other black guy, McDowell or Mc something, but I think he's from Philly, and he was dating a trans woman. He was out and proud, and there's a clip of him being heckled coming out of a store, and a bunch of his male peers sitting around, like, of him in a circle, taunting him, calling him all type of slurs, etc. That boy ended up taking his life.
Right.
Taking his life. So when I think about what it takes to live out loud, I'm just like, this is what that looks like. You have to be willing to potentially live a life where you're going to be harassed, where you're going to be bullied in the workplace, bullied in your community. You're going to be exiled from your fucking families, etc. So my heart be going out to the down low fucking community, because the stakes are high enough for your ass to live under the table and under the bed. You know, I think of myself as a very privileged person when I think about being a gay black male. And I'm not going to act like I woke up, you know, the day after and were able to do this. No, ma'am. I had to do the work, and the work was grueling to get to the I don't give a fuck.
Right.
Oh, it almost costed me my life to get to the no fucks.
Right.
So, and the fact that most people living on the sexual spectrum in these oppressive communities don't have no demonstration. They don't have nobody saying it's okay. They don't have nobody that mean anything saying that is okay. Because it's not enough that podcasts and gay people on TV. In your own reality, you need somebody who means something to affirm you. And if your daddy not doing that, your sister's not doing, the people that you love not doing that, it's hard for some people to even use the external affirmations that exist to liberate themselves. I feel like this is an issue that we as a collective have to resolve, because the closet that down low people are in are the makings of dominant society. So it's just unintelligent to strip away an entire community of all of their dignity, all of their autonomy, and all of their resource, and then blame them for 100% of their motherfucking problems. That is ignorant as hell. It's ignorant. And it's the same across the board. When we look at how dysfunctional women's community is, I always have to remind men, men's community is responsible for that dysfunction. Women sustained it, but you niggas gave birth to it. The patriarchy gave birth to it. Same thing with the black community. The black community sustains the cancers and the issues by racism, but racism authored the confusion. So when racist folk want to sit back and think, they can look at niggas and like, oh, y'all just got to pull yourselves up by your bootstraps as if we did this to ourselves, bitch. No, we didn't. Y'all birthed it, and y'all are also helping to sustain it. And then we low vibrational enough to continue to lean into the indoctrination, because the system is that systemic at this point. So bringing it back to Obama, diversifying our portfolio is how we learn in life, and being queer is a very complex thing. Being queer and Black is very complex, and it was refreshing to have a Black, hyper visible, heterosexual identifying man. I mean, I would love for Obama to be bisexual because I want to give him this ass immediately.
Lord.
I would love for him to identify as a pan or a bi baby because he can get it any which way. I'm verse baby. So he can lay it low and spread it wide. We can get it from the side. It don't matter. But, you know, it was really refreshing to hear this from a man, to hear this from a Black man. And it really just goes to show also how much of the work that Obama has done, to where he knows he's one of the most prolific presidents of modern time. And in his Blackness, in his heterosexualness, in his masculinity, he confidently, without ease, without hesitation, was able to put this type of respect on us and literally had no reservations about doing it. This is what real masculinity looks like.
Yeah.
This is the righteous, no fuck giving component to masculinity. There's a destructive, give no fucks masculinity, and then there's a righteous, give no fucks masculinity. This was a righteous display of masculinity. So shout out to him for that.
Period. Period. But I just hope that people learn from this. That's the goal. Like, the people learn from it. And there's going to be a lot of fear-based people out there. And the queer community, those that are part of the actual community of humanity, we going to have to continue to be vigilant. CTV says it all the time. We are in the end games. We are here. We are here. And again, this is going to be the worst of times, but if transmuted correctly, if transmuted through the lens of love, it could be the best of times too, because in the words of Chronica from Mortal Kombat, the new timeline, out of desperation comes invention. So now that we're heading through, to and through desperate times, there are going to be some measures that are going to be created from this. And when I look at the chat, again, it gives me hope. But at the same time, if you disagree, why not share your thoughts? Don't wait until the live is over. Share your thoughts now, so that this iron can sharpen iron. And no shade, not everybody is able or capable to have this conversation online on these panels. If we're going to have these conversations, we need people that have put in the fucking work to do it. And the fact that these men are fighting Barack Obama because he was able to say that despite not growing up in a traditional family, having that nuclear family of a father and a mother, that he was still able to become a man. Which means that there's not just one path to true, genuine, authentic masculinity, righteous masculinity, divine masculinity. There are multiple paths. Just like we're all shaped and built differently. Different expressions, different experiences. You are demonizing the inclusion that also covers your ass. But then again, when you're like the Jess Hilarious of the world or the red pill people of the world, now you want to be the victim. Because of your ignorance. Because of what you've done. And accountability and judgment. It can feel like that if you're used to having privilege and never being challenged. But I guess we're going to see what it gives. We are going to see what the hell it gives. And queer people, love yourself. Love yourself and protect yourself. These people are playing in our face. They doing it in a micro and then a macro way. a overt and a covert way. If you have a good record and you got the money for it, get you a firearm or a few. If your record ain't that great, go to damn Family Dollar, Dollar General, get you a set of some damn butcher knives or something to hide it in your purse, your backpack, or whatever. There are multiple ways to take somebody down. You can hit them in their damn throat, punch down in their damn chest. I forgot where it is you hit them. I think it's on the right side underneath your rib cage, the small little bones there. Hit them there, they're done. I think that's where your diaphragm is at. Of course, you can always kick a motherfucker in the balls. I don't give a fuck how big and strong and tough you are. You get hit in the nuts, you gonna be like Damon in that fucking bathroom, crunching on your balls in a one-horse open sleigh. Protect yourself. Don't let these people control your narrative. Because they're failing at that. And controlling their own narratives. So walk in your truth. Because you're gonna die anyway, so you might as well die living for something. Shit.
Do y'all want to open up the floor?
Of course.
We got some folk in the background.
Yes.
How you feel, Chick for Tat?
Oh yeah, that's fine. I'll just say that Obama, that's what secure in your manhood looks like, secure in your masculinity and your femininity.
Exactly.
That's what that looks like, and that's what a true ally is.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
That's what I have to say about it.
Okay. All right, we're gonna bring up Homebody, and we got Roshonda. And let me drop the link for anybody else who want to jump up. Y'all, if y'all want to join the discussion on Jess and Obama in the gay agenda and the non-gay agenda, you can definitely hit the link. Join by hitting link. Let me see here. StreamYard. All right. Hey, Homebody, welcome to the platform.
Yes.
Your
Welcome.
Hey, how are you? Can you hear me all right?
Yes.
Yes.
Hey, Homebody.
I really enjoyed the panel tonight. Like, I've learned so much. And I'm a straight woman, but like
For
I
now.
always
For now.
learn.
For
He
now.
said for now. But I always learned from your channel, CTV, and I loved the panel that you had on tonight. And everyone's perspective was just so interesting to me and amazing to me. So thank you to everyone that was on the channel and on the panel and speaking.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for being here.
Absolutely. And I was like looking and trying to figure out, like, when did gay marriage even become legal? And it only became legal in 2015 when I hit the Google search. Like, so it's only been 10 years that gay marriage was legal, but people have been gay since the beginning of time. And so, like, it made me think of a conversation that I had with my older brother. And we're in our 40s now. This conversation was like 5 years ago. And we had a female girl that we went to high school with that grew up in our hometown. And she transitioned into a man. And when I tell you, her Facebook and her Instagram, she's fine as fuck. Like, she is, like, her transition was exactly what she wanted it to be, and she looks great as a male. And I'm sorry, I shouldn't say her. I just grew up with her, so I say her, but her name was Nadine, but now she goes by Nathan. And I remember my older brother asking me about him and asking why he looks different, and he was asking how come trans people change their name. And I didn't know the answer to it because I'm not trans, but I told my brother, I was like, if this was me, and I wanted you to call me Nathan, would you have a problem with it? And he said no. He's like, you're my sister. I love you. I'll always. And I was like, okay, but if I wanted to be a man, would you stop coming to my house? Would you stop hanging out with me? Would you stop calling me and talking to me? And he's like, no, I wouldn't. Never.
Because now I get to tell you, when you in that estrogen shit, the man the fuck up officially.
Right. And but it took that for my older brother to put me in that situation, and he realized that, like, if you're my sister and you were to change your name or change into a male, like, I wouldn't care. I wouldn't hold it against you. I would still hang out with you. And I was like, so why wouldn't you do this for Nathan? Or slash Nadine, like what she was before, because he knew her growing up too. And he was like, oh, okay. He's like, oh, I get it. And so, like, I don't personally understand.
Okay, say it again. So why did he say he didn't or he wouldn't?
He said he wouldn't address me as his sister differently if I transitioned. But he had feelings towards Nathan slash Nadine that we grew up with, but I had to put him in, like, shoes of maybe, what if this was your sister?
I mean, what you mean, like a feeling? Like he had feelings? Like you talking about, like what do you mean? Like he had feelings?
So his feelings were like, why do gay people change their name, or why do they
They're not the only people that legally change their names.
Or why does a woman want to be a man, or why does a man want to be a woman? Like, he didn't understand like that.
Okay.
And he was, like, skeptical about, like, speaking to her after she transitioned and became Nathan. But like I said, I told him, what if that was me, and what if that's how I would feel? Would you stop talking to me completely? And he said no. And so I was like, I don't see the difference. Like, I don't see the difference. Like, if I'm your family member and I'm your sister, then and you would treat me the same, why wouldn't you treat anyone else the same? It doesn't make sense. And I think sometimes for people that are in a family, they don't get it really until it happens within the family.
Absolutely.
And but after that conversation that we had, he reached out to her and got a better understanding. I guess they had a conversation, but she's doing her thing.
He doing his thing.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm not good with the names because I've known her my whole life. And so
are you in your Rosie O'Donnell bag right now?
What's that?
I said, are you in your Rosie O'Donnell bag right now? She was doing the same thing to her non-binary child. But you know what's funny about that, homebody, is you bring up something that I oftentimes talk about, which is tokenism. And a lot of people, you know, and it happens across the board, a lot of people just don't be believing that they, you know, have an issue because they do have token queer people in their life. It may be a sibling, a relative, a child, a close of kin. So all of that is there. And I have experienced that myself. Like, I've had cousins and male relatives who, like, are pro me, but don't necessarily, like, fuck with it in general. but they made the exception for me. And will fuck a nigga up, like would bury a motherfucker. Sorry, y'all, I'm spraying ranch on potatoes. And will fuck a nigga up for me. But they don't necessarily, you know, you ain't gonna catch them at no prize, and they don't necessarily be building no relationships to other queer people. But, you know, I'm the token gay person in their life. And so these are the type of nuances that I also be trying to communicate to like dominant society. Like, don't really look at the queer person in your life that you do love and then use that as your I'm pro receipt. Think about if you have relationships to queer people outside of that relative. Think about your actual politics as well. Would you vote for queer people to be, you know, married? Do you believe that queer people should have access to children? Do you believe that it's okay for a child to have two dads or two moms? Like, you got to take conversations. You got to take the conversations like deeper than just looking at kind of the obvious and really get into the minutia, as my boy YB would say, because that may be where the hidden truth is about your real tea on the subject.
You're absolutely correct. And the thing is, people have been gay since the beginning of time. And I remember when when the nation was having a discussion on like making separate bathrooms and things like that. People have been gay for forever. Don't let me take it back to the Catholic Church, because we know like there's a bunch of pastors and preachers and priests that love to touch on little boys, but that is not anything. Homosexuality is not anything that is like new or recent. It's been going on. I don't know why
it was going on even before mankind was here.
Before mankind was even here. And I don't know why the United States like took a long time to legalize gay marriage. I remember growing up when people had to go to different states to get married. And that didn't make sense.
It's a state law and not federal.
Yeah. And so it was only federally legalized in 2015. And like, I didn't understand the choice the government made to force people to like go to different states to get married. It's just stupid. It's stupid. But one of the other things, and I know there's someone else up here, I won't hold up the panel, but about Jess Hilarious, about her talking about only like, I feel like from the interviews that I've heard her say, she feels like having a baby makes you a woman. Like, I don't really understand that. I'm a woman and I don't want to have a baby. Like, I don't want to give birth. I have friends, family, and everything that have given birth to babies. Seen the process, I don't want it. Like, I don't want it at all. Like, I don't want any of the side effects of pregnancy. Like, there's so much that goes on with it. Like, y'all lose your hair.
I'm about to say she want her regular body.
Yeah, I want my regular body. Like, I don't mind paying a surrogate, like, to have my baby for me. But I don't want to
regular coochie.
I just don't want to give birth. I don't want to go through the birth process. Like, and there's a chance you'll die.
Right. Black women have the highest mortality rate.
Yep.
Who's trying to die?
Best mortality rate with giving birth.
Yep. It's the most dangerous, selfless, sacrificial thing a woman can do is give birth. So it's definitely something to contemplate.
Yeah, you got to think about it. And I don't want to do it. So, like, to what Jess Hilarious was saying when I was listening to her, I'm like, so does that make me not a woman because I don't want to give birth? Like, my woman card is going to get pulled? Like, they're going to take it back? They're going to revoke it because I don't want to give birth? That's weird.
Some religious people think that, though. Not most don't think that. But they used to long time ago. But there are still some religious folks who think if a woman cannot give birth, then she's not really worthy and not worthy of God, I guess, if you want to put it that way, or not worthy of her man, her husband. They look at that as a duty that a woman should do. And they would actually persecute women and stuff way back when they couldn't.
Oh, that's a good point.
Especially kings and stuff, like that. When their queen could not give them a baby, they could behead them and everything.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Damn. Ancient times, but it feels like we're still living in ancient times, low key.
In some ways, we are. Mm-hmm.
Well, there's some countries that still, that still have Sharia law and all that type of stuff, and that could happen. It could happen in some countries, and some of them are ones we know.
Yeah.
Yeah. Absolutely. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Anything
and
else?
I guess the last thing I'll say before I pass it to the next panelist is CTV. You were talking earlier in the chat about being like delicate or men having to be this and women having to be that. I personally believe that you have to be both in this world as a human being. There's just no way that you can just be a man or just be a female, because all of those things are already inside you. So
and they overlap.
And they
all these roles
exactly
overlap. All these parties overlap. Mm-hmm.
And it brings balance. It brings balance to who you are if you can express both of them. One to be a little bit more dominant than the other, but you still have the expression within you of both. And if you're able to express that, you tend to be a little bit more balanced.
Right.
Yeah, and I agree. I think that you do tend to be a little bit more balanced when you have both, because if you think about it, like I'm a woman, there's times where I'm a woman, and then there's times where like I get frustrated with things in life, and so my masculine side has to come out. And so I work in corporate pharmacy. So there's times where I have to be very business oriented and like put my foot down and stand up and stuff like that. And then like even like with my family, there's times where I gotta be like, oh, hold up, like what the fuck going on? You know what I mean? And so I don't think that it's fair that the world doesn't give grace for men to also express that and also navigate being delicate and strong.
Yeah.
I feel like when men are being delicate or going to their opposite side, it's looked at weird, and I don't really get it, because you do need to be both things. If you're not both things, then I don't think that you're being a full human being.
Right.
But those are just a few thoughts, and I can stay on the live, but I know there's someone else here that wants to speak, but I just wanted to share that portion a little bit.
Thank you for that. Thank you for talking points. And the link is in the live stream, you guys. I got a question for you too, Tick. After I get our Rashonda on the line. Hey, Rashonda.
You talking about me?
Yeah.
Hey.
Hey, Rashonda. Hey, boo.
How you doing?
I am awesome. How are you?
I'm all right. Hey, everybody on the panel. How y'all doing?
Hey, what's going on? How you doing?
I'm good.
Thanks for coming in.
Yeah, I wanted to say this. experiencing this firsthand.
Mhm.
Like, I'm gonna tell you, there was a situation. I was taking my clothes to a washer, right? And the gay man said, "Do you need some help?" And the straight man just sat there and watched me try to bring my clothes in.
Wow.
Now that yeah, I'm dead serious. Like, wow. I said a gay man will help me before a straight man will. And that's saying something about our society as a whole. Because you can't, first of all, you can't stop people from going places and being into these different places, like shopping and being a grocery picker. You might find a gay person that bag your grocery. What you gonna say? I don't want that person bagging my groceries. You
Yeah.
gotta look
It's a
at
lot
it
of
like
people right
that.
now who doing that, Rashonda. It's the people right now who were like, I had called in. I think I had paid my cell phone bill one time a few years ago.
I remember
My
this.
phone, and this. I don't know. Hold on, what's about phone? Or did I go in? I think I might have went in. I don't know which one it is, but either way, the guy, like the manager, the supervisor at my cell phone company, he was like, "Can you believe that he had hired a guy because he needed help up in there?" And he was like, "There's like this group of gay guys who like regular come through every month. I guess to pay their bill. They probably live in the community where this company was or whatever." And so one day, that same group of gay guys that came in, and the guy that he had just hired had came to him and was like, "Yo, could you serve them? Because I'm not comfortable servicing them." And the the manager he basically like went off on that motherfucking nigga, and like had to really chin check him. I think he ended up actually letting him go as well. But to your point, like, it's crazy how, I mean, like, people to this day are still like that. People will not serve queer people, trans person. If a trans woman is the register or the cashier, like, a person may decide to get their bags, to get their items bagged up by another cashier. If they see that the waiter is trans or is queer, they may decide, to sit in another section, or or people leave. I mean, it happens to this day. I got it's a trans woman I follow on YouTube. She works in customer service. She always either working at some restaurant or she works at a gas station, and she's always sharing, the way that people treat her on her job, and how people are like throw money at her instead of like touching her in order to exchange money. Like, they throw it on the counter instead of just handing it to her like a person, or how people won't even look her in her face or look her in her eyes, like when they are doing transactions with her on the job. Like, she be having so many stories of like just how rude and insensitive and degrading people can be, even if they not saying nothing, just in their body language, etc. It's crazy.
Yeah, and see, here's the thing. The reason why I brought this up, if we do that to every race, if we do that to every person that we don't like, whether they be transgender, gay, big boned, race, we won't have nobody. We won't be able to be serviced. We won't be able to go through nothing. We won't even be able to get on the airplane. So people need to think about that before they have an opinion of what they don't like. You know what I'm saying? It's things that other people don't like, and we don't say nothing. You know what I'm saying? Or some of us keep our opinions to ourselves. I feel like this: if you can't say nothing nice, don't say nothing at all, because you don't know what those words and how you treat people may affect them. You get me?
Yeah.
So it's one of those things. And I'm gonna tell you something: gay people are the most nicest people I have ever met in my life. My friend, before she left here, she I found out, I knew, but then, I wasn't sure. Even though, it came out and stuff, I still was her friend. At the end of the day, she treated me with respect. She loved me for me, and we became the best of friends. She defended me and all that stuff, just like you. I learned so much from you, Conscious, and that's why I said you can't judge people just because you don't agree with how they feel about the way you.
Is it me or Rashonda?
I think it's Rashonda.
Rashonda.
Are you
We
still
can't hear you,
there?
Rashonda.
Yeah, it went off for me too.
Are you there, Rashonda?
You look and a teacher and was smart. You get what I'm saying? So we can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you
now.
now.
Hear you
Yeah.
now.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
It's so much that we can learn from just sitting back and just watching people and learning from people. You can't learn if you angry and mad at people, because what are they going to teach you, and what can you teach your kids if you putting that type of hatred and poison in their minds and hearts? You got to remember, we raising up kids and nieces and nephews to be the next generation, and if we don't teach these kids how to love, we already doomed. We gonna even go there faster. So it's just one of those things where you got to love people regardless. And I thank God that I met people who not like me. You see what I'm saying? Who are diverse and different, and that makes things a whole lot better in this world. If we was all the same, God would have made us that way. You get me? It'll be boring. So it's good that we have diverse.
Yeah.
It's good. It's good that we have diversity, because see, we can learn from each other, but folks feel like we can't learn from each other. We can't grow with each other. I say this all the time, Coach. I say it's crazy. We can sing in a choir together, but when it comes to getting along, we can't do that. And I'm gonna tell you this: people are scared of what they don't understand.
Absolutely.
They're scared of what they don't understand. Instead of getting understanding and clarity, they want to sit up there and be combative and tell you what you shouldn't do and how you shouldn't be. But then they forget they was once a teenager. They was once in those phases. And people have to be reminded, hey, you wasn't once young. You once went out there and did stuff. You can't be mad at the people that when they make choices, you don't know what they went through to get to that point. So you got to be kind and courteous to folks. But you got some people that's insisting on just malicious mission. It's like they intentionally cause pain.
I'm gonna tell you right now, Rashonda, the biggest motivation to leave a motherfucker alone should be all these damn mass shootings America done experienced over the last several 9-10 years. I always tell the young people that I have authority over, that I'm raising, I always tell them, don't be no following ass nigga, be a leader. And more importantly, what I want you to understand is don't put too much stake into Billy ass, who is the big Billy badass in the class. Okay, see, that's a miscalculation there. You don't want to worry about Billy. Billy talk all that shit, but Billy in class and got his ass at school every motherfucking day. I said the person you need to be worried about is the motherfucker that Billy picking on. That's the most dangerous.
Hello.
Exactly.
That's the most dangerous motherfucker in the room. It's the motherfucker that Billy bullying. That's the motherfucker who gonna go from 0 to 100, and y'all ain't gonna never see it coming. I said
exactly.
I said, so if nothing else, treat people well to keep you from getting your ass whooped.
I told somebody the other day, Conscious, the very sweet, kind, nice person will be the one to hurt you bad and leave you out this earth, put you out this earth. So folks need to watch how they do people. Like I told you. And then this is the season where we ain't got time to be sitting up here fighting and arguing, because people leaving here. And this is the season where people are getting they season due. So you reap what you sow, and he gonna deal with you. God gonna deal with these people.
Absolutely.
You know, left and right. So I just want people to understand that just because you don't like somebody, that got nothing to do with somebody sleeping in the bed. It got nothing to do with how you treat people.
Here's
That's
my
what I'm
thing
saying.
when it comes to this queer phobic ass society.
Mhm.
How on one hand are they arguing that our private lives ought to be our private lives and nobody should be knowing what nobody doing in the bedroom, and then at the same time are completely obsessed about whether I prefer a dick in my ass or not?
Right. The fuck?
Right. I let people do what they want to do. As long as they ain't bother me, I respect them. I understand them. You know what I'm saying? I let people be who they are because they could teach you something. Even the people that hate you, you know, can teach you something. It's all about how your perspective is and how you look at it. But some people are not gonna learn anything because they're so caught up in their ego and pride that they too bold to even learn anything. You
Somebody
see, and
said
My question.
Hypocrisy and double standards.
About this
That's
one.
what our society is. Hypocrisy and double standards. That's what our society lives by.
And I want to say this to add. I don't know whether I think I heard this today. I don't know whether I heard this on your panel, Tick for Tat, or whether it was something you played, or whether somebody on the panel said it. I don't know where I heard it at, but I've always said the same thing to that point that Rashonda just made. The reason why a lot of people can't unlearn a habit is because, for one, I think it takes like 30 days to unhabit a habit. And then takes, I think, 30 more days or 60 days to create a new habit. The second issue with that science is that most people are incubated into echo chambers to begin with. So even if they exist for an hour outside of their normal community and they interact with the wisdom and the education of it all, it's probably not going to stick because where they're going back to is predominantly in the opposite direction of everything they just experienced. So a lot of people, because they don't have reinforcement in their life, they end up just like reverting back to whatever they've been taught, whatever they're familiar with. And this is why people got to travel. This is why people really got to get out of their routine. Why people, to Obama's point, have to really diversify their social portfolio. Because if you just even have one friend who's kind of on some other shit, very different from kind of where you come from, that one friend can really help that individual establish a new premise, because that person is being positioned as a friend, for one, which means that there's going to be an engagement on the regular, that this person is going to be a part of your routine, and that reinforcement over and over and over and over and over and over again really helps to combat all that old shit that you would otherwise be going back to if there wasn't anything else in that cycle. So when I be looking at like a lot of weird ass people or hateful ass people who can't seem like they can come here, right? They can come here. Oh yeah, I agree. Da, 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 and then they still may revert back to their bullshit because the community that they're going back to predominantly is on that type of time. So the information doesn't stick, especially if you're really incubated in a community or a family or some type of a system that believes opposite. And then because we travel in packs, because we are mammals, we commune together, we neighbor together, most people aren't even really establishing relationships with people who are different from them, which is really, to your point, Rashonda, how we really break up the monotony of this. It's not also just listening to new information and listening to people who you're judging, but it's also like about establishing a relationship. That's really how you get over the fear that your ignorance has conjured up, is through relationship. I remember, like, I was very scared of drag queens when I first experienced drag queens in my teens. It took me having to routinely interact with drag queens in order to get over my fear of drag queens. Like it does with any other type of fear of any other type of a person. Like, through regular engagement is how you end up, you know, at a solid place socially with people that you may not have ever known before. So to your point, you know, we would be better off with diversity, and our lives would be much better. And, you know, people need to get the fuck up out of people's way. We got one life, at least as this personality. Even if we go on to incarnate 700,000 times over, Bubs only get to be Bubs in this life.
Correct.
Tick for Tack only get to be Tick in this life. Rashonda only get to be Rashonda in this life. Homebody only get to be Homebody in this life. CTV only gets to be CTV in this life. Even if I'm coming back, I'm only existing once as Davion. I'm only existing once as Consciouztv. And because of that, I got to be a badass bitch. It's just nothing that I'm just gonna have to, because I only get one time as this bitch here, honey.
Well, look, can I ask a question? Because I always wondered why straight people look at homosexual people, or when people are gay, like the first thing that comes to their mind is sex. Like, it's, if you're gay, oh, they just want to have sex all the time, and they just are just sexing all the time. But straight people having as much sex, but there's not the same like worry, I guess, for people who are straight. Anyone on the panel, I guess, can answer this. Anyone who is homosexual,
straight folk in everybody's business. I mean, in all actuality. And to be honest, straight folk got a rules for everybody. They got a rules for what you should do as a woman, how you should be as a woman, how you should make sex as a woman, how you should wear your hair. You should be modest. You should be quiet. You should be chosen. You should be picked. You should be humbled. They got a rules for men. You should be a protector. You should be aggressive. You should be stoic. You should be. I mean, they in everybody's shit, really, and that's why I term it dominant society, because they literally are dominating everybody's fucking reality. They really are. I mean, they just take this current administration. They are after the poor. They're after the vulnerable. They're after the LGBT. After women's rights. They after every motherfucking body's ass for people who claim to only be in God's business as evangelical Christians, and are tearing up everybody's shit.
Yeah.
That's what they
But
do.
you know what, Conscious? I think a lot of them want to sleep with these folks. That's why they keep bringing it up.
That's what I was going to say, Rashawn, that curiosity killed the cat, okay? The ones who worry about it too much, about the sexual stuff, is because they probably usually are secretly latent queers, okay? And they get obsessed with it in their mind or whatever. Now on the outside, they're gonna, show that animosity and ignorance that they have. Like, oh man, so and so. But secretly inside is something that they can explore. And
exactly.
So curiosity killed the cat, and a lot of them thou dost protest too much. So,
and I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you, like, the straight people go to the gay club, and the gay people go to the straight club.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I done
Yeah.
seen this myself. So it's like,
Well, the
okay.
men sneak in there. The men are sneaking there. The women just openly come in there with their gay friends, but the men are sneaking.
Right.
And they always bring up that transgender sports. So like they don't want trans people playing in sports with women or trans women playing in sports with men and things. And I don't really understand that. I don't know if you all have different feelings about it, because I think if someone wants to play a sport, let them play a sport. But they're talking about now making like a different league for trans people. I don't
It's
know
not
if
enough.
that's necessary.
Not enough. It's not enough. It's not enough trans people out there who actually play sports or want to actually play sports for them to have their own league. And I think it was only one or two people that, you know, trans that has ever played in the sport where people that made an issue out of it. And it took one person to get out there and complain. That other athlete, whatever her name was, who got out there all on national TV and the internet and complained about it. And then what happens is people jump on the bandwagon. Most people don't even give a shit about that, but people tend to jump on the bandwagon and start weighing in on subjects that they know nothing about, when there was really only one or two people that actually have done that. And most trans will tell you they're not even interested in playing sports, and there's not enough of them that do play sports that can actually get a league, you know, to make this big broad league that they're talking about. So
Exactly. And I'm gonna tell y'all something. In Mississippi, they banned that. Don't know why. I think they think the women are a little too more manly, and they don't want the women to get the best of men. That's the reason why they banned it.
Well,
But
they
here's my
say
thing.
both. They say
Here's-
both things. So they say like the women aren't strong enough to compete with men, and then they say that the men are too strong to be playing sports with women if they've transitioned. And I don't really get it.
But here's the thing: with that, the trans woman, she didn't even win. She came in like third or fourth. So the actual biological females actually beat her. She only came in third or fourth. And the one who got on TV and complained, she came in after the trans woman, and that's why she was upset. And she tried to say that she had an edge because she had, you know, she was a man. But what about the other women, the females that actually won the medal?
And that's the part of TIC that the mainstream is not sensationalizing and talking about. It's the fact that biological women are still largely dominating in female sports.
They are.
Even you know, amidst their trans peers. So even though there might be some arguments about physiological effects and biological effects when it comes to gender and sex and athleticism, etc., the reality is that even with those trans women being post, they are also not always winning, and they are getting their asses kicked by biological women in sports.
But
And
here's
there's
the thing,
there's females
go ahead.
that are coaching now in male sports, but nobody's saying anything about them. You know, that there's like, what is it, basketball? There's a team that has their coach. You know, their coach is a female, she's a biological, she's a female, but no one's complaining about her being their coach. And you know, but when it comes to a trans or something, then it's like, oh no, you can't do that. But so here we get back to this double standard.
Yeah. And there's also I forgot what it was, but they have intergender wrestling. And I forgot the name of the individual. I think her name is Mickey something, but she's this white female and she does like extreme wrestling. I'm talking about like barbed wires and fluorescent lighting and stuff. And she be fighting like cisgendered men. I'm talking about bleeding, all the body slamming, all that type of shit. So there are women that also have the capacity for that, and then on top of that, to think that, oh, women are just so dainty and frail when they bring in human beings. That's a very you have to. Here's the funny part. Men are so strong and so tough. Then they have these simulators where you can put this weight on your stomach as if though you're pregnant. I want these niggas to go through a whole weekend trying to walk in the shoes of a woman who's pregnant and then talk about strength to me.
Right.
Then talk to me about strength.
Men don't have that strength. They
Yeah.
don't have
Oh,
that
that's a
strong
good point
strength to have a baby,
that you brought
to
up.
carry a baby. They can't do that. Men are, when it comes to that, men would be the weakest, whiniest, complainiest thing. You know, when women run around here and carry these babies and they go through all of that and to push that baby out that coochie with that labor and that pain and stuff, there's no way that a man, as strong as they think they are with their masculinity, there's no way that a man would go through that. Hell, they whine just because they get a damn shot in the arm. You know, or you talk to them about having a procedure and they get all queasy and don't even want to go to the doctor. Men are not as strong as they like to portray themselves with their masculinity.
But see,
Women
here's the thing.
Women endure a lot with that.
Here's the thing. Men disrespect women, but they were like, well, I want you to have my baby, and then they don't even want to be there when the baby come and stuff. You see what I'm saying? So they can't have it both ways.
But I think the reason why they do that is because, and I kind of want to say this too, back to the earlier question I was asked about why it seemed like things are so sexual. I think it's because we've all been conditioned to be hypersexual. Everything has been sexualized. We see it in movies, television shows, we hear it in music all the time. Even when we were children, we all played house. So there was a sexual aspect there. Their issue with queerness is the fact that heterosexual expression is all right and that's okay and that's permitted, but if you're going to be objective, you have to do it across the board, and they're not. When they talk about, oh well, you're having all these gay movies and gay characters and television shows and children stuff, okay then, so if we're going to play that game, that means the Lion King has to go, Hercules has to go, Beauty and the Beast has to go, Tarzan, the Little Mermaid, all these things have to go that were influencing heterosexual expression to children, because all of them had a love interest. So when you start talking like that, then it's a problem and an issue. When I would rather they just be honest and just say, I don't like that shit is weird and that's nasty. But like CTV said, a racist ain't gonna never admit that they're racist.
Well, the gag is that they're secretly watching it though. The stuff that they say that they don't like, and the stuff that they pass laws against, and the stuff that they say that they don't do, when you're not looking, they're secretly watching it. Okay, and when you're not looking, they're secretly having sex with men, you know, or women of the same sex or whatever. You know, it's all what happens when you get behind those closed doors. Okay, what they portray themselves out in the public out there once they open that door and go out that door, but when they come back in, who they really are. Okay, they're actually secretly going to watch that stuff. Just like with porn, you know, religious people get up there and say, oh, porn this and ban porn and ban so-and-so, so-and-so. Well, guess who's actually mostly watching the shit, okay? Heterosexual straight people are watching the porn and they're paying for it. And sometimes they watch some of the most degrading porn that's out there. But then they go out in public, open the door, go out in public, and then they speak out against it. Oh, that's shameful. That's disgusting. Oh God, this and oh blah 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 blah. But it's a $1 trillion industry out there in porn. So somebody's watching it, and it ain't just gay people.
That part, and not only that, my thing is ties back to what I was saying earlier. Like they forget that they was young and they did stuff, and just like for instance, I'm gonna bring up this, like the Freaknik. Do you know people mad still to this day? They don't want nobody to see that.
Right.
I brought that up for a reason. Like, oh, I don't want you to see I'm holier than now. No, that wasn't me on that tape. He said he gonna release it. He said he got tapes for days. This came from him personally. I said, oh Lord. I say, so he said he gonna release it to show that Mother Susie was up in there twerking.
people want to talk about sex, but you know, what they act like they're so ashamed of it, but everybody's out there having it, except for the ones who can't have it no more. But everybody's out there, you know. I mean, why are all of us here if it wasn't for sex? And it was pleasurable. So for most people, and they go back and do it a second and third and more times. So you know what all this crap about sex, whatever, and sin and shit, like that. That's smoke and mirrors for what they really are doing in the background.
Yeah, and not only that, we will never get where we want to be if we so consumed about sex. Okay. Because everybody, let me tell you something, people will, I'm 45, no kids. People say it's something wrong with me because I don't have no children.
Wow.
They think something wrong with you, or just because I don't fit the status quo, something wrong with me. Look, I've been through so much. I don't want to be bothered with no children now, because it complicates your life. So I'm blessed. I'm happy. I can do what I need to do for myself. I ain't got to take care of another human being. That's a blessing. So why folks sitting up here talking about what I need to be doing? What do they need to be doing? You get me?
Then on the other foot of that, what you're saying, how they stigmatize you because you don't have any kids and you're 40-something years old. What they would do with a man who is not married, they would put a label on him and say he's gay.
So we got some work to do. We don't have time to be sitting up here arguing, fussing about who gay and who ain't. That's their life. Long as they ain't bothering you, leave them alone.
Okay.
Let people do what they want to do, because you're gonna do what you want to do at the end of the day.
And God gonna see that.
Exactly. So, we spend so much time on foolishness. Meanwhile, we got floods, all kind of stuff going on. We got more to worry about, because at the end of the day, in the end, all we gonna see is the grave. You get me? So none of this will matter. While people sitting up here talking about what she doing and they it, and who doing what, who screwing what, and who up and somebody's behind all this stuff. No, leave people alone. We got enough going on.
Thank you.
And 100% Nicole M. Jackson and Bubs, y'all just put it up in the chat. 100% correct. They broke the damn websites and shit.
Broke it.
And they're the ones who are passing the laws against the queer people. But then they're the same ones out there sneaking behind doing it. So yeah, 100% Nicole M. Jackson and Bubs to God.
I think they doing that because some of the people that they want is open, so they're trying to force them back in the closet. But then get mad when they get exposed. And then you also have people in the community that'll be like, oh, well, don't expose them because it could be dangerous, whatever the case may be. So it's like, damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you go back into the closet, they still knows and still gonna demonize you. If you walk outside the closet, they still gonna demonize you. So if I'm gonna be damned either way, I might as well get what the fuck I want out of it, man, if that's gonna be the damn case. You know what I mean?
But see, it's not even the gay people that's committing these crimes and doing all this crazy stuff. Like I told my friend, I said, now school finna get ready to start. They need to be worried about these folks leaving their children at the bus stops and stuff. You get me? Because you got predators just waiting for that. That's their prime job, to go and look for children that just standing there by themselves. You know what I'm saying? So it's gonna be it's just gonna be an interesting year for school. All I'm saying is protect your children. Stay close to your children. At the bus stops and different things like that. Gay people ain't the one who doing all this stuff. It's the straight folks.
And I'm gonna say this: if I have kids, if somebody try to kidnap my kid, I'm gonna be praying for them, because I'm gonna have my kids on some Dennis the Menace shit. They're gonna get my kids back. Take these motherfuckers. No.
When my son was when my son was 5 years old, a lady tried to kidnap him right up the street from our house. She tried to lure him into her car, and I know what would have happened. She would have probably tried to turn, Yeah, right up here in my neighborhood. She, you know, she didn't know I was around the corner. Me and my dog, my little boy was on his bicycle, and he went a little bit ahead of us, but I could still see him as I was coming around the corner. And she didn't see me, and her car was parked there. And then she told him to come here and lured him. And then he you know, he didn't know, but then he started going over that way. And then she was opening the door. She was going to snatch him into the car, you know. And then I heard her saying, you know, what I couldn't make out exactly what she was saying to him, but you could tell. And then as soon as I came around the corner, and I said, "Late," you know, and all of a sudden she takes off. So what would have happened was she would have snatched my little boy and either put him in that damn sex, you know, that damn sex market shit, or she wanted a child of her own or something like that, or, you know, or sell him or do whatever they do with these, you know, how they do this kidnapping of kids and stuff, you know, like that. But yeah, I was right. She just didn't see that I was coming right around the corner, and my dog, our little dog at the time, was running right up that way too. And if I hadn't came around the corner just in time, she could have snatched him right up in that car.
Wow.
Exactly. That's why I said we got so much to be dealing with. We don't need to be worried about what gay people doing, nothing like that. You know, because like I said, they the most loving, kindest people I have ever met in my life, and that's the reason why I'm able to grow and learn stuff from gay people. You see what I'm saying? So I'm happy. You get what I'm saying? And to touch on one more thing, and I'm gonna let somebody else talk if they want to come up. As far as just Hilarious, it's like she wants to make herself look well or make herself look good. So she's saying what she thinks the public wants to hear. You get what I'm saying? I don't really agree with how she did it, because here's the thing. All of a sudden now you got a problem with T.S. Madison and all different types of people when you know how that feels. That's what I don't understand. If somebody calls you a man, how would you feel if somebody did you like that? You get me? She understands how it feels. So there's no reason why she should, you know, generalize different people in a certain category. You get me? Because the stuff that she was just saying, it was stupid. You know what I'm saying? If you don't want nobody calling you something, it's best not to call nobody else that. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, many times, like I said, I didn't get called a dude. I told Conscioustv many times they can call me a dude. It's ridiculous. But, you know, I know who I am, but it's kind of hurtful because at the same time, I know I'm a woman, but see, people are ignorant. That's what I'm trying to show you. They choose to not listen. They choose to have in their mind what they want to have in their mind. And you can't change that. You can be bad. You still can be kind and loving, even though they mean to you. That's what I'm saying. You can love your enemies and still be good to them, even though they don't understand and they don't get it. You get me? But you don't have to keep behind either. So it's one of those things where I think everybody should, you know, practice more love and more honesty when it comes to you know, on how they feel, because there's a lot of people that's not being honest about how they feel, and then it comes out as anger.
And you know that with heterosexual people too, there's a lot of men that are feminine by nature, or they have feminine features, but they're not gay at all. They're 100% heterosexual. But then heterosexual people will also, just like what you're saying, how sometimes somebody can call you a man, but sometimes they, you know, heterosexual people can label a heterosexual man as gay. You know, even though that person is not gay, they can label them that just because of their mannerisms, or they perceive their femininity or whatever. And so it goes like both ways with this stuff of how we label people unfairly, you know, or attach that label to somebody because of how they look or how they act or whatever. And they've done that to little boys too. When little boys are small, they can be feminine and have like feminine features, and then that's how they get they can get demonized as, well, you're not going to be acting like that because you're not turning out gay or whatever. The little boy may not even be gay or anything like that, but they're getting labeled like.
Speaking of that, I got a kind of a side question for you, Tick.
Oh, okay.
They told me you think of, and you talk about me at the same time. I feel like, it's like, it's just one of those things where you might as well didn't say nothing to me at all, because I'm looking at you crazy like, what you mean I'm pretty to be a big girl? I'm like,
compliment.
Yeah,
like I supposed to be ugly because I'm big.
Yeah, you're pretty. You're pretty to be dark skinned. Yeah, that's where that colorism comes in. It goes both. It goes all type of ways.
Are you too fine to be gay? Hell.
Yeah. Or what a waste! What a waste of a man.
What a waste.
Because you're gay. Yeah, what a waste of a man.
That there was a way to glamorize that.
Right. It is not a waste. Somebody's getting it, I think.
Right.
They might get it one day, or they get it or something.
Is a married person a waste?
Yeah. Somebody
is a person in a long-term relationship a waste?
Right.
Like, there's a lot of people who not available to you.
It's not a waste. It doesn't mean that the person would want them anyway. Just like with women, they don't want every damn man that's out there just because he's a man.
Right, and then it's the entitlement and the assumption. Even if I were straight, what makes you think I would have wanted you? I'm out of
That's what I said earlier.
out of your league.
Right,
your league, darling. I'm out of most of these niggas' league. Yet alone.
Okay.
Like, out of your league. But speaking of out of your league, so Tick, I had a question for you. So first of all, are you single? Or are you in a relationship? What is your situation?
I'm seeing somebody now, but I'm
now,
not.
What does that mean in gay terms?
We have not
to a whole damn relationship. With
it's not. It's not yet. It's not yet a relationship, but it's going in that direction. I've been talking to somebody for like a few months, but they don't actually live here. They live in Nigeria.
Oh, okay.
God, are you freaking kidding me, Tick?
Yes.
Yeah, they were on my live today.
Now you know how bad these American homosexuals are suffering and loneliness. You don't give your companionship.
You know what? Let me tell you something.
To a motherfucker all the way in Africa.
But let me tell you something, Conscious. I am so sick of these. These. I hate to say this, whatever, but traumatized guys are drawn to me. And they will lie about everything of who they are. And I have fell for that shit before. I'm not doing that anymore. But I have felt, this last relationship I was in, it traumatized my ass. And I ain't been traumatized for shit in my life, But this last relationship traumatized me with the lies that this person told. And I actually believed this stuff, and it turned out that it was not true. And it was a whole double life going on there, And it just, so I want to try something different, and the guy that I'm talking to, he seems very sincere, and he actually seems like he would be more of a committed person than the ones I don't have a problem with guys when you tell me who you are from the beginning. You don't have to lie. If you know that you are not monogamous and you can't be monogamous, don't play that role just to get me. You know what I'm saying? Just to get me into a relationship when you know you can't be this stuff that you say you are. And then you're leading a whole, like double life or something. If you open, say that. Whatever. I can be single and still mess around with you being open. And doing that type of stuff, but don't pretend to be something that you are not. And then so I'm taking it slow now with the person that I met, you know, whatever. But he can come here and visit too. You know, he's got a visa, and then I can go there and visit also, and see how stuff goes. You know, but for right now, he seems very sincere, and he seems into me, and I seem into him. You know, but I'm still over here in the United States, so you know, nothing is consummated in stone or anything like that. So.
Right. Okay.
But I'm not beyond like where, you know, I have, you know, I like everybody else, you know, I done had my share of my little 3-ways, and you know, I done, you know, messed around with people who have been in open relationships and stuff. It's just when I get into a relationship, my comfortability and what makes me comfortable and what I'm drawn to is monogamy. And if I get into a relationship with the person, I'm going to be monogamous. And the 2 relationships that I've actually been in, I've been 100% monogamous and was happy that way. You know, but I don't usually get that in return, but I get the lies saying that they are. And then they worry too much about what I'm doing, following me down, and, you know, doing a whole bunch of stuff or whatever. But it turns out that they're the ones who are doing this type of stuff. But it's like you're worried about me, but you're the ones doing it.
Yep.
And I'd rather be single and date whoever I want to date, have sex with who I want to have sex with, or if it's mutual, you know, or whatever, and we're open about that type of stuff, you know, than to be in a relationship with the person and they're lying to me and cheating, you know.
So are you saying that your journey, your experience has brought you to a conclusion that there may be something particularly wrong with the Black gay dating pool here in America, since you are dating someone who's a non-American?
Yeah, they're Black, but they're Nigerian.
Right, not American.
But, no, I'm not saying that the whole pool, you know, because we're, you know, I'm in the dating pool. So if I'm in the dating pool and I'm saying that the dating pool is all fucked up and so and so, well, that puts me in that same position because I'm in the dating pool. But I wouldn't say that it was all, but it seems like there's a large majority. You know, but there does seem like there's a, you know, like I say, they're the exception to the rule of the ones who are not like that. But those are hard to actually find because you
clearly ain't got no problem finding them if you can find them all the way in Nigeria.
I can find people, but it's, for me, I can only speak for myself. I attract the wrong people, and some of it is my fault for me, you know, you know, not learning my lessons sometimes the first time. You know, I mean, I was in a relationship for 8 years, you know, with I was in that for 8 years, you know, and I was monogamous the whole time, you know. Now he wasn't, you know, but he had other issues and stuff going on too, you know. But I didn't really find out till some 2 years or so into, you know, 2 years before the relationship ended that he was actually out there doing this type of stuff. But you know, it is what it is, and since I didn't learn my lesson from that, you know, even though I didn't get into another relationship for almost 5 years after that, but you know, I stayed single and did what I wanted to do, you know, and I was honest with people about who I messed with, you know, or whatever. But then I didn't learn my lesson from that relationship, and I turned around and got into a totally different narcissistic relationship. And I didn't even know what narcissistic really was. I thought it was people, just like with a lot of us, I guess we could have our little narcissistic moments where, you know, oh, you know, but I didn't understand the difference between being narcissist, you know, being narcissistic and actually being NPD. And I actually had to go through therapy because that shit put me through therapy so I can figure what this was, because I did not know what was actually going on.
Yeah.
So, you know, and so there's where, you know, the trauma came in, and this last relationship traumatized the fuck out of me. You know, where I just almost really didn't want to be bothered with anybody. you know, and then I just stayed with my friends, wasn't dating, wasn't having sex, wasn't doing anything with anybody. You know, that was enough trauma right there. So I had to go through therapy so I can recognize what a real true person is. Because I have to say I was gullible and I fell for that stuff because I'm relationship oriented.
Right.
And those type of people do go after me. And most of the time I was able to figure that out and didn't get into that trap. You know, I can go out on a date, go out on dates or whatever, and I never committed or did anything like that because I can see what was going on. But in this last one, he pulled the fuck out of me. And just really, you know, I'm not saying that I am a victim, you know, I don't put myself in the victim part of it, you know, or whatever. Because I did allow, even though I saw shit happening and my instinct, I did not pay attention to what my instinct was telling me what was happening. I overlooked it, you know, even though I knew my instinct was saying shit ain't right.
Yeah.
So,
okay, so I got another question for you then. And shout out to you for surviving narcissistic abuse.
Yeah.
That shit is a game changer. And most people that I know have had to deal with some form of therapy in order to recover from narcissistic abuse. But you said something earlier about attracting the wrong people. Do you think that people are responsible for everything they attract?
No. It can be here. It can be a two-way street. You know, like there's and most of the time there is like sometimes two sides to each story. But then sometimes there's no side. There's only one side to the story. And when you're with a narcissist, you know, it's not no two sides to the story. Okay, because that was manipulation and stuff. And even though you can fall into that trap, you know, or whatever, and you do what you can to try to mend your relationship or do, you know, sometimes you do the crazy shit or whatever, trying to keep that relationship or whatever. Why? I don't know. But sometimes it goes both ways. But in a narcissistic relationship, I don't think that it is, because there's so much manipulation and lies and deceit in that, you know. But yeah, with relationships, it's an ebb and flow back and forth. And I got into, you know, sometimes when I dated people or got into even my first relationship, it was because I wanted to, and I overlooked some stuff there too. But you know, I don't, you know, to your question, I don't, you know, I don't just 100% fault him, and I don't 100% fault myself. We both got to take the blame for, you know.
And here come a BAPS ass. Got to be oppositional. A BAPS said, people act like being monogamous is inherently noble, but relationships are extremely traumatic. Why would anyone want to go through that? Do you want to answer?
Well, yeah, but that's BAPS. That's his, you know, that's his experience and his point of view, which he's entitled to have that. You know, he don't have to go through that or whatever. He don't have to put himself through that, and hopefully he don't ever get trapped into it or succumb to that type of stuff. If that's, you know, but there's all type of you don't have to have a monogamous relationship. I don't have any issue with anybody having the type of relationship that they want to be in, as long as you're honest and upfront with the type of relationship that you want. When you start deceiving people, there's where the issue comes in, because you don't have to get into it. People can stay single their whole life and fuck around or not fuck around. There's lots of people who don't even have sex at all, you know. Right. But you know, you decide the type of relationship that fits you, or no relationship at all. And Black Anarchist has the right to choose that. You know, just like if you want to be in an open relationship or a poly relationship, you know, or whatever. As long as you're open and honest about that, there's people out there who would like to be in that. It's an open relationship or poly relationship. It's not for me. And here's my double standard, because when I'm in a relationship, you know, I want to be monogamous and I want my partner to be monogamous. But when I'm not in a relationship, I don't have a problem with a couple or somebody else not being monogamous in their relationship, as long as they're open about it and say we are.
But I don't think that's hypocritical, though.
You know, but you know,
I don't think that's
I don't care whether they're in it or not.
I don't think that's hypocritical or not, because when you single, you are doing what single people do, and you are looking just for a good time and living in the moment. So, you know, like that's a different set of circumstances when you single versus what you prefer relationally. So I can understand like both of those things, but I don't think that's hypocritical. I was going to ask you, like, what does monogamy mean to you? Like, what is it about monogamy that makes it your preference?
I don't know. Even in non-monogamous relationships, some of the standards that I have, they can take place in open relationships and stuff too. But I just feel the closeness more in my mind when I think that I'm in a monogamous relationship, and I think to me it just seems like the bond is stronger or whatever. And I know some of it just has to do with my upbringing with my parents and my grandparents. All of them been married. You know, my sisters and brothers married, you know, kids and all this other. I know I still carry a little bit of that heteronormative monogamy type stuff, even though they weren't all monogamous in their relationships, and my father wasn't all monogamous. He wasn't monogamous either. But what I saw in my grandparents, what I saw was that. You know, until I got older and realized that that's not what it was. But sometimes, you know, I just haven't shaken that part yet, where I feel comfortable, because I'm not an insecure person, but for some reason that made me insecure. That makes me insecure, the relationship dynamics of and I know it's not me, you know, with the sex or anything and stuff, you know, like that, you know, because the sex never did stop. But and you know it's not you, that, you know, and that's usually them and their trauma and all the stuff that they're putting out there. But I still, when I find out that you're cheating or whatever, it makes me insecure, you know, about myself and them until I get over it. Once I'm over it, then, you know, I can see clearly. But I feel that, you know, I feel that sting of betrayal.
So but wouldn't somebody who's poly or polygamous be more integral because they're honest and communicative if feelings, attractions show up or etc., versus somebody who's monogamous, who, to your point, may actually be a cheater, who, because they're monogamous, is less likely to be transparent about their desires or things that they're thinking about and considering. So wouldn't a polypolygamous relationship be kind of safer, really, emotionally, than trusting a monogamous person to, you know, be up and honest, even when they have feelings that are kind of contrary to monogamy?
Yeah, if they're honest and upfront in the poly relationship and or the open relationship. But even them, you get into those, you know, when you dealing with, and this is from experience, but just dealing with those type too, with I'll give you the example of the open relation, you know, twice you know, I wasn't in a relationship, but I had messed around with a couple, and they were in an open relationship, but they weren't telling each other what they were doing. So even when I listen to me telling my business all over the internet, but when I had messed with them, you know, on different occasions, a different set, you know, each time the other one circled back around, both of them, okay, they one would circle back around and another one would circle back around, and they didn't let the other one know that they circled back around and hit me up wanting to have sex alone with me. Okay, and then one of them found out. He ended up getting into it with his partner about something, and then the other partner tells him that he circled around, and then so the other one comes and attacks me, you know, not physically, but verbally, like I was stealing his guy away from him. You know, when it was his guy who circled around after we had sex and wanted to have sex with me again, but he didn't want his partner to know. And then what he was going to want to be coming around all the time doing that, but not letting him. So they're not always open in poly and monogamous relationships too. And then one of my friends who was in a poly relationship, you know, he was trying to get me into the poly relationship, and I didn't want to be in the poly relationship. I never had sex with him, but he was talking with me and conversing with me and doing all this other type of stuff. But the other two people in the relationship didn't even know he was doing that, but he was trying to get me drawn in so I could get into that relationship with him too. I guess he would have eventually told him. But they're not always open and honest in those relationships too. Now sometimes they are. I do have a friend who he actually watches the podcast. You know, him and his husband, because they're married. You know, they don't even have sex with each other no more. But they, you know, they're open and honest about, you know, that they're out there picking up somebody on the internet or going to a bathhouse or doing something. They're honest and open about that, and that's totally 100% fine. You know. Because they're not being deceitful about it. But there are those who are in all types of relationships, just like in heterosexual relationships, where they're not open and honest with their people, you know, married, and then they're not honest and open about who they're out there sleeping with or, you know, cyber sexing with online or doing any of that type of stuff.
Which brings me to my next point. I have realized, or at least in my experience, I think I've experienced enough to reasonably, well, I've experienced enough circumstantially and anecdotally to believe that most men are probably cheaters.
Right.
They're going to cheat in some way, shape, or form, because, you know, the only act or demonstration of cheating is not just sleeping with someone else. There's
Right.
emotional cheating, there's flirting, there's, you know, all type of forms of putting attention on someone else. And to your point, polygamous and poly people can lie too.
Right.
Which is why I just prefer to go ahead and be in a polygamous situation, because at least I'm already acclimated and I've already yeah, you know, like I'm already existing. I've already prepared a big chunk of myself for other people to exist. So now it's just a matter, right, of being with somebody who's integral and poly and polygamous, because I'm not sure if I don't know. I don't know how I feel about monogamy being so-called natural to people, because I don't see that naturalness anywhere amongst humanity. Like all of us are in poly relationships. We have more than one sibling who we love. We have more than one parent who we love. We are in all these relationships. So the only thing that really seems to be true consistently and actually historical, and anything that would be remotely considered natural, is the fact that humans have a large capacity to love each other and to love multiple people, and typically do love more than just one person. Including, you know, most people have more than one pair of shoes, more than one favorite pair of jeans, more than one personal hobby. Like, people have more than one of everything. So when it comes down to like this monogamy thing relationally, I'm like, yeah, that's probably not really natural.
It's not natural. Nature. It's nature. I mean, if you go back even to ancient times, even before humans, but even with animals and stuff, you know, there very few are monogamous. Okay, very few animals are monogamous. But with humans, it's not really natural to be monogamous, because if you look at the tribes and all the ancient people and stuff back then, the men had more than one wife. You know, they had several, sometimes 30, 40, up to 100 in their harems and all type of stuff. So it's not natural. It's something that we are innate. I think we are learned growing up as children, and some of us have gotten away from that you know, I probably just haven't gotten away as liberal as I am, and everybody, you know, free love, everybody this, you know, do what you do, long as you're not harming somebody, long as you're not harming animals and children, you know, and you are consenting, do what you want or whatever. But I still haven't gotten away from that part of that heteronormity of the monogamy part that was ingrained in me as I was growing up. I wish I had, but you know, that's still in me, and that's just where I feel comfortable. But you are 100% right. It's not a natural occurrence for human beings to be monogamous. That's just something we basically started learning in the probably around the 14th or 15th century, you know, which goes back to this whole Bible thing, religion Bible thing or whatever. And even they still weren't even monogamous, you know. Our kings and queens, all of them, nobody was monogamous, you know, even though they perpetrated that in the public, just like people do now. You know, with marriages and stuff, they perpetrate the monogamy. But if you really get down to it, we can all be in relationships, but usually one or both are cheating in that, what we call cheating. One or both are cheating in that relationship. So really, your relationship that you think is monogamous is really not monogamous.
Yeah, I think that people are capable of being faithful, but I'm not sure if, you know, to our point, you know, if that makes monogamy natural just because people are capable of being in monogamous relationships. I mean, people are also capable of flying planes, but flying don't come natural to human beings either. But can we do it? Sure.
Right.
Okay, but I'm still hung up on. So how the fuck is this supposed to work between you and this Nigerian? Like, are they? I mean, like, what's going to happen? I mean, is somebody supposed to move? Because I would assume somebody eventually would have to make a very dramatic choice considering the distance here. And how are y'all going to really like?
I'm the one.
How are y'all going to really like have the time to really date if y'all are going to date while living exclusively in different continents?
Well, I'm the one with, you know, I don't really like talking about money and stuff like that, but I'm the one with. So I can, you know, I don't know what's gonna, you know, I don't know what's gonna happen or whatever and stuff. But if just say it did move to that point where we wanted to be together or something, you know, like that, you know, there's such stuff as dual citizenship. You know, you can go there, come here, go there, come here. You know, or
and you
whatever.
would do that, and you are open to all that.
If I got into a monogamous relationship with the person, I've always been that type of person that whatever I have, which was one of my issues, one of the issues too. I've always shared, you know, and I don't dwell on the money or the what I have or what they have or where the person works or how much they earn, you know, or whatever stuff. I go by, you know, how we treat each other, which I wish is how we treat each other, and so that's how I look at it. So I wouldn't have the problem of, you know, I don't know how it would work or whatever. That's just something I would have to look into, is like dual citizenship. Right now, I have no problem. I don't have no thing of going anywhere, of moving anywhere, you know, or nothing, you know, like that, unless this Trump stuff pushes me out of my country. But I wouldn't have a problem having dual citizenship somewhere with somebody or moving. So my first relationship, you know, he didn't even live here in Texas. We talked on what was it called back then? Not Facebook, but MySpace.
MySpace, yes.
Yeah, he had hit me up on MySpace, and it was like 6 months before I even met him, and we talked. And then once we met each other, you know, then that's where we started dating it. But he didn't even live here, you know. It wasn't that far. He still lived in Texas. It was about 3 hours away. But you know, he would come up here all the time. And then me and my little boy would get in the car and we would drive down there too on the weekends or something. And then that's how the relationship eventually blossomed. But he eventually moved here and then moved into my house. And then we eventually built the house that I live in, me and my son live in now. We didn't have a problem. I wouldn't have had a problem moving that way. or whatever. I just was more established here, so he wanted to come here. But I don't have a problem picking up and moving. I mean, I've dated people that lived in other states, Atlanta and places like that. I dated them. I wasn't in a relationship with them, but I made it clear that we're just dating or whatever. And they had in their mind that they would want to move here or get into a relationship, but I knew that they weren't right for me to get into a relationship with. But if it had been, I wouldn't have had a problem, you know, moving to Atlanta or any place else, you know. And I do have the funds to do it. You know, I'm not financially strapped for anything or whatever. So, and it might be more feasible for me to move somewhere than somebody else who don't have those type of funds or who's not financially secure. And I'm not married to my house, you know, or whatever. So, but right now I don't have no plans of picking up and moving anywhere like that or whatever. You know, I do have plans to go to Nigeria, visit, and come on back.
Has it
You know,
crossed your
like
mind?
huh?
I mean, what do you think about this kind of like stereotype about Nigerians? You know, like they're known for scamming. They had a homeboy who just also was attempted to be courted by a Nigerian man who had claimed he was in the military. All this, his military information had checked out seamlessly, and then come to find out all of that shit was a lie. Like he like lied about his identity and shit, and I mean, to the point that he was able to push his lies almost like all the way. Like they still trying to figure out how he even lied about his credentials, because his credentials were in the system, but apparently like they weren't legit, like as they kept on deep diving. Because my friend just kept feeling like something was off, like something is off. Like he was like, I don't know what's off. So then he was having his homegirl look into it, and they end up just finding out that like he wasn't.
Yeah, that happens a lot. But that happens here with our own kind. You know, we get the exact same thing with our own kind, you know, or whatever. But with him, you know, we actually, which that can happen, you can still be lied to or whatever, but we actually do FaceTime, you know, every day we're doing FaceTime, and you know, and I met his mother, his brothers, his sisters,
so at the very least, you know that
his job, huh?
I said, so in the very least, you know that you're not being catfish at the very least.
I'm not giving up no money or anything like that. You know, they have their own little store shop. You know, they're like other Nigerians. They want to sell this. I got friends here, you know, that are Nigerian who they try to sell you to the bone of everything that they have. You know, buy this, or you know, do that type of stuff. But you know, he's not asking me for money or anything and stuff, you know, like that. And he works, and I watch him when he's working sometime, and when I'm working, he watches me, and he, you know, we, you know, day long, you know, we don't when we talk, we're not talking on the phone where he can't see me and I can't see him, no matter what we're doing or whatever. And then, you know, we'll call each other, you know, sometimes several times a day, and I'm watching him maneuver through his neighborhood and at the market, at the store, you know, when he went to go update his visa, him and his brother, when they went to go update his visa because he wanted to come here and visit, you know, I mean, I watched them, you know, the whole time, you know, I mean, I was watching them even when they was in the taxi going to the consulate so he could update his visa, and then back on the flight, and, you know, and then I've met his mother. I mean, I talked to his mother, you know, even though she doesn't speak English the way that he does, or his aunt doesn't speak English the way his father's did. But, you know, and then I have all of his information. I have his passport information, his visa. I have his address. I have where he works at, his phone number. I have all of that. So, you know, it seems like it might be going somewhere, but I'm not for sure. But right now, I'm not tied to anybody.
Okay, so even though you're talking to someone, you still classify yourself as single.
Yeah, I'm still single right now. Yeah, I'm still single right now because, you know, I think we both would like it to go somewhere, but we do know that there's the ocean between us, or whatever the hell that's called, the sea. You know, we know there's continents between us, you know, or whatever. But then that's the logistics that we have to work out of when we will see each other. So right now we're just limited to talking on the phone, and not talking on the phone, but through FaceTime and WhatsApp. You know, we do both of them. So right now we do that, but I can't put any holds on him and tell him you can't go and mess with this person or sleep with that person or date that person or whatever. He can't tell me that either unless we make that type of commitment. And so far, I believe that he's honest with me about, you know, who he is and what he does and stuff. Just because, you know, I have the videos of him working and then watching him, and then just, you know, and just the
I'm keeping my fingers crossed for you, dating a Nigerian child, but
but we have the same problem with our men here. We have the same problem with our men here. I mean, hell, I was basically with this last one. My first one wasn't like that. It wasn't that whole narcissistic stuff. You know, he just ended up getting mixed up with these white people from his job, a white woman and her husband from the job, and got hooked on drugs. And that's where the relationship, that's when he started cheating. It was like, you know, almost, it was like 6 years into our relationship. You know, one of the supervisors at his job, you know, they invited us to their swim party and stuff, you know, like that. The next thing I know, he went over, and he got real close with him or whatever. And then they got him hooked on crystal meth. You know, they gave him the drug or whatever. And they was over there doing drugs and stuff. And then and like they say, when you take crystal meth, once you do it once, then most of the time you just hook. And that's where all of that came into play. And then, you know, I tried to work through that with him, put him through drug rehab and stuff, you know, like that. But that started taking a toll on me, and I had to end the relationship that way. But he was also cheating with them and other couples and stuff, you know, like that too, because of that type of stuff. But he wasn't the type of person that this last one that I was with. So, but, you know, none of us, we're not perfect, and we, you know, any of us can anytime, as strong as we think we are, I guess we could be drawn into some bullshit. But the men here, it's not all of them, you know. But just like with women, it ain't all women, but you know, there's some women ain't worth shit out there either, just like men ain't worth shit out there either. But then there are those good ones, and that's just a matter of if you're gonna find them, that person or whatever, them in your lifetime or not.
I'm gonna be honest, because you know, I've been thinking about this even as I sit in my own relationship. If that's what you want to call it, I'm reluctant to even call it that, because I just don't identify with any of that type of language anymore, and with any of that, with even the concept. But I was just like, you know, I'll be 40 this year, and I really sat and this was before my dude like had proposed to me and all that, and I was just like,
see, that's what I want. I want a proposal.
Look, it ain't even a proposal with the substance that it's you know, it's the reality of like, so like at this age, right? I'm like, before he pulled up on me with all that, I was just like, when I had to really think about like what is a relationship, what is it that I get out of relationships, what do relationships mean to me? Because I'm not 17 anymore, I'm a 39-year-old man. I was like, well, there's a lot of things that have changed about what I need from someone, because I'm now mature enough to be in a healthy relationship to myself, for one, which means that I need less from other people at this stage in my life, because I am better at taking care of me. And then for two, on the material front, I'm solid. So To your point, right? Like, I don't really need, my partner doesn't have to be some overly successful person, because at the end of the day, I'm going to have my own shit regardless of what another nigga has. So it really doesn't matter to me what a nigga has, even though I do understand why people calculate that in to their relationship quota, because outside of just the material of it all, for some people who are successful, that represents a certain mindset, a certain, da 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 da. So I get it, but for me, it's like whatever. So because so much of what I need now as a person has been greatly reduced, and I can get that from God, I can get that from source energy, I can get that from me, I was like, honestly, all a nigga can do is hug me at this point. Like, I don't.
Sometimes that works.
Yeah, like I don't. It's like I don't know what like, because the truth be it, I don't need nobody for nothing. I don't need nobody for nothing. I just don't, and I don't desiring shit from nobody. Like when
I don't need material.
Yeah, like when I don't even need the immaterial. Like literally, I be at this point. This is probably like I can consider myself at this point in my life. And I didn't have to grow and evolve into this, but I am like have evolved into a total full-blown introvert. Like I am totally self-reliant, almost to the point that like I barely even charge my phone at this point. Like my phone be dead. Like there was a point in my life where my phone was never dead. My phone was never off, because I had people that needed me and people that I needed. And now, like, I'm barely even aware of all of that. And so so now that, somebody is pushing through my life and they're wanting to kind of escalate things and all of this, like, I just be like, I don't really know what we're doing here, because as far as I'm concerned, I felt like we were fine where we was. Like, you see me when you see me. I see you when I see you, and we have an awesome, great, fantabulous, sweaty time together, and it's fun, and it's no hangups, and you go back into your career and you go back into your business, and I don't really think about you outside of when you actually are just showing up. Like, there's nobody who's in my emotional space but God right now. Like, there's not a human being who's in my emotional space. I don't have any emotional attachments anymore. All of my attachments now are like cerebral. Like, I'm aware of my relationships and my commitments, but I'm not, my heart space only has God in it. People are in my head space, but not my heart space. So when it comes to this whole idea of like marriage and all of this, it's like, I don't know. I don't know what it's supposed to mean. Because to your point, it's like, what is the point of these rituals? Do these like labels actually really mean something to people? Like, I don't feel any better about myself because I get to say I have a man. I wouldn't feel no better about myself if I was able to say I have a husband. I don't feel any more complete that I have a fiance. I feel the exact same way I felt when I was single. I don't feel no different. And sometimes because of where I am, it makes me feel like, am I going to pull out of this? Because it's really not necessary. I mean, on one hand, it's like I don't have an objective issue with what it is and where it potentially is going. But it's also not necessary, because as far as I'm concerned, nothing's going to change. Like, let's say hypothetically, we got married. We're still not going to be in a monogamous relationship, because I need the exit door available to me at all times. At this point, like I need me, and I need space, and I need to do me, and I need to not have any strong obligations to anybody. Like, I don't even want that anymore. So I'm just like, why weren't we fine where we were? Like, it was fine. Like, we were cool. Like,
Right.
we're doing the same shit we were doing when we were kicking it. Like, we're just kicking it with a ring on now, but we're still kicking it. You know, and I'm still fine with you kicking it with other people. I'm still fine with you having a full life to yourself. I'm still fine with, like, I'm fine still. So I don't know. You know, it's just like, I don't know. It's like, I feel like in a way I'm an entirely different person at this point in my life. And it's so interesting to me because, like, I've cut so many friends out of my life. I've cut so many people out of my life. Like, there's really a notable death that has happened to Davion. Like there's been a genuine, like, sustainable, measurable change in my consciousness, in my relationship to myself, and it's reflected in, like, almost everything now in my life. And I love that for me. But I got people who also love me who are trying to do things the old way, and the old way is just not alluring or interesting to me at this point. It's just like, I almost feel like I'm becoming whatever nature actually is what I have found my way back to. Like, whatever nature is as a thing, like this ever-flowing, all-encompassing, present yet intangible thing. And it's all those things at once. I feel like I'm evolving into that place. And I know some type of formality means something to my partner, but it still kind of concerns me that he kind of is trying to create some type of formality, because nothing is going to change. So there's no point. Like, it's like, I don't know if he knows that nothing is going to change. Like,
Yeah, but
because he must be thinking, right, that something is going to change for him to have put a ring on my finger. Because I'm just like, if you were actually fully happy and fulfilled where we were, you would not have needed to ask me for my hand in marriage.
So why did you let him?
Huh?
Why did you let him put a ring on your finger?
Because I had nothing else to do. It was just one.
Stop. Because you seem open and honest about what your intentions are and who you are and what you want out of life. You know what you see,
and
what you're saying is that's who you are. So he should already know that, because if you've been open and honest with him about it. So if he decides to put a ring on your finger, then, and you're not in that space, you know, or whatever, that's his fault of what transpires or what happens from the relationship. But also, if you know that you really are not that type of person, then why would you too, just because whatever you let him put that ring on you?
I said yes because it just works. And I told him, I said I'm only,
it sounds like it's not going to.
I said I'm only saying yes because you asked, and because I like and love you enough to say yes. But I'm not saying yes if that to you is being interpreted as something that's going to change. I'm just saying yes to someone. I'm just saying yes to someone who I have had nothing but a good experience of since the day that I have met and known this person, which is more than a decade now. And so that was my expectation. Is like, I'm just saying yes because, like, you want this and I don't have a reason not to give it to you, as long as we're on the same page about what it means.
If you're on the same page.
Yeah, if we're on the same page about what it means, then
you're
I'm okay with saying yes. So so far so good. Like, so far so good, but You know, I'm just like, the fact that he did feel the need to put the ring on, I'm just like, oh.
Sometimes people will do that because they don't want to lose you. So even though they might not be on the same page with you,
And that's
you know,
my issue,
they're going
right?
to do that so he doesn't lose you.
Right.
But in
But
the end, he's going to lose
my
you
issue,
anyway.
because all of those are the wrong reasons, because a ring isn't going to stop you from losing me.
Right.
A ring isn't going to prevent that. Health insurance isn't going to prevent my health from collapsing. Car insurance isn't going to prevent my car from being in an accident. A ring isn't going to prevent you from losing me. And that's what I mean by, like, I wonder, when I think about this conversation on a larger scale, do we ever just sit back and really think about how we're all just doing this? We all engage in our rituals because we're trying to extract some type of pseudo security in a world that we're too scared to surrender to the vulnerability of it all to. Like, I think I'm not afraid anymore of the vulnerability. I'm not afraid to admit I'm just a vulnerable little speck of dust in a big ass infinite space and have no idea what the fuck or me or anybody else is doing here. And I don't need this pseudo armrest or this pseudo seat belt anymore. I'm brave enough now to just exist in the broadness of it all. I'm not looking to now live my life with those padded in pseudo securities, because they broke my heart all the way up to now. Every time I leaned on those securities, I was let go of. And so now I know it's like, it's not about trying to avoid the inevitable. It's just about becoming one with it. And so now I'm in that space where I was like, instead of leaning away, I'm leaning into the shit that everybody else is running scared from and trying to just not see, and trying to just, trying to act like these things makes you safe, and they don't. They don't.
But that's where you are now. You're 39, like you said, you're 39, and you're constantly evolving. We all are. So where you are now and what your thoughts are now, that's meant for you for right now. And it might be meant for you for the rest of your breaths here. But we continually life in as long as we're still allowed to be here on this earth. And things are constantly changing. And so what your thought pattern is now, okay, it can change 10 years from now if you're still here, and you'll be in a different type of space. And now you may stay in the same space that you are, and that's fine, because you're acknowledging who you are right now, and you're letting the people know, who you are right now. But life never stays constant. It always changes, and usually where we are now, 5-10 years from now, we'll be somewhere else. And our mind changes and evolves and stuff too. And sometimes we may be like this right now, where we, I can be with all these different, but then sometimes it changes. Like I might end up really wanting that stability back, and then that companionship back of, the security or monogamy of what we think is in our head, what we think is in our heart. It might not be true, really true, because what you're saying, is really nature is, really nature is not really like what we feel or think sometimes in our head or our heart, So where you are now, that's where you are. And the person who you're conveying this to, or the people who you're conveying this to, they either need to accept that because you're being honest with them, or they need to move on and not put themselves in that situation of where, where you cannot give them what they're actually seeking or wanting, except for what you can give them, but somewhere later on, you may be in a totally different space and you might think differently, because our minds are constantly changing. And when they don't, we're sitting up there with Alzheimer's problem. So
I feel so proud of myself, because I feel the healthiest I've ever felt in my life.
Mm-hmm.
I have had the least amount of social problems now, because I've reached this particular point. Like, there are so many notable advancements that I've been able to experience now that I'm in more of a place of like letting go rather than like holding on and clinging. And because I'm giving myself the opportunity to have like these big reality checks at this point in my life. Like, wait, this security is not real. And even though I don't know what that means, that I don't have any real security, I'm also not really afraid of that either. I don't know what it means that there's no such thing as security. You know, that my home can be swept away in the next flood, like all the people who lost their lives at that campground in Texas, you know, that anything can happen to me at any point in time, like that anybody that I choose to love can die at any point in time, like that there's nothing really to hold on to objectively. It's all pseudo and it's all temporary, but there's no reality to the security that we all cling to, whether it's job security, financial security, health security. Everything is going to come to an end, and things can be impacted abruptly and for one reason or another. And I am happy to have reached that. I actually hope this is the place that I'm going to be in terms of my mentality for the rest of my life. I cannot see any benefit to going back to old thinking. It's problematic. It's fear-based. It's needy. It's just all of those things. And I just don't see any redeeming quality in what is behind me. But this here, I feel like I'm definitely at one of those high tier levels of Buddhism and of self-alignment. And, you know, I don't mind playing along, I guess, with some of these rituals that human beings believe in, like these titles of friendship, these titles of marriage, these titles and these roles. And, you know, it's just like, I can play along with that, even though for other people that may be real. For me, it's just like, it's just a Sims session. It's just a game of Monopoly. I'm going to get it from the board. I know that I'm not the game. I'm not the pieces on the game, that this is just a playful engagement, because we just get to do that as human beings. But it definitely doesn't mean to me what it means to other people. And as long as that doesn't cause any interference, that I don't mind playing into people's fantasies and into their pseudo shit, I guess. But it is just interesting to be at this place. But I'm also completely fascinated, Tick, that you are dating outside of the country, because I be talking all the time to my queer friends, my same gender loving male friends, about how there's definitely something notably toxic about American Black gay men. Like, and not in terms of like on an intimate level. Like, gay men are great to their straight friends. They're great when it comes to education. They're great when it comes to like personal success. But when it comes to like that intimacy shit, when it comes to that like man on man intimate shit, there's definitely seems to be something like going on. And the fact that I'm surrounded by so many great looking, intelligent, talented Black gay men, and all of them are single. And they're all bundled up into friendship groups with other great looking, successful, yet single gay Black men. And I just saw a study the other day that said about 70% of damn Americans, maybe it was a little lower than that, were going to more than likely end up single.
It's true.
Who are going to die single.
Yeah. Well, and it's been like that with I mean, hell, even way back, you know, the when you look at gay Black men, most of us are single more so than our white counterparts. You know, even though they might be in unhealthy relationships and stuff too, or you know, a lot of them are not, but they, you know, a lot of them are in monogamy. I mean, in open relationships and stuff too, and they're making it work or whatever. But with black men, you know, a lot of us still hold on to that heteronormative gay black men, a lot of us still hold on to that heteronormative thing where we want to be in a monogamous relationship, but most of us are not going to be monogamous, but we're going to play that role and pretend like we are. And there's so much trauma that, and it seems like it's more now in these last 10 to 15 years than I've seen in gay men since I've been around, running around. But it seems like there's so much trauma that they have, and relationships can't work because they take their trauma, and instead of dealing with that trauma and getting help or seeking help, they inflict that trauma on you. And it's hard to be in a relationship, monogamous, open, poly, whatever, when people aren't dealing with their trauma, and then that trauma is inflicted on you. And not saying that, you know, most of us can deal with some trauma, but I don't think most people can deal with a lot of trauma. You know, so
No,
I mean, I don't know.
you're not
And
even.
they say that about the relationships. I mean, you know, this group that I go to on Tuesdays called Talk O Tuesday. We talk about this type of stuff, and we have discussions about this stuff. You know, and it's all men. You know, it's all gay men. It's gay men, bi men, or it could be a trans man. No, it's not. It's not any females or, you know, or heterosexual men or anything like that. And we talk about these type of issues and stuff too. And you know, and even they say the same stuff too. You know, they all want. You know, most of them want relationships. There's some of them in there who strictly only do poly or open, but most of them want monogamous relationships, and they say the same stuff. But you know, the dating pool is trash. You know, but we're all in the dating pool, so that would make us trash too. You know, or whatever. But we, you know, we all have issues and stuff that we got to work through, you know, or whatever. But I think most people aren't like you. You know, you seem to be enlightened, you know, and you know, but most people haven't gotten where you are. I think most people would like to be where you are, but I don't think most people have gotten where you are. And I don't think most people are going to ever get to where you are. So we have to deal with, you know, you know, unless, you know, and some of us are comfortable being the way we are, you know, or whatever. But I think we just have to deal with what we're in, you know, while we're still living here, and just try to, you know, do the best that we can, you know, whether we're in a relationship or not. But it does come down to self-love too, you know, whether you love and respect yourself too. And you don't actually have to have a relationship and stuff, you know, like that, because most of us are single, and most of us stay single most of the time. You know, you can go in and out of dating, but most of us do stay single, even if that's not what we really want. But but with you, you know, that's congratulations to you, because most of us don't even get to that. It's hard to get to where you are. You know, it is so hard to get to, and most of it, you know, we do like to think that we could be like that, but it's, you know, most of us aren't, and we don't have the constitution and the fortitude to even get to where you are.
Well,
And
I think to your point,
to our conditioning.
I think to your point, Tick, all that trauma that you talked about, it was a helping motivation to get my ass.
Yeah, right.
I did something productive with my trauma, which is I really had to look at it and had to realize it and had to do something just productive with it. You know, I think that we have this idea that just because something is negative, that it's not useful, when some of the most useful data and some of the most transformative opportunities actually are within the negative experiences of our lives. But
Right.
we live in a hallmark pussy ass culture that tells us to only listen to and look for stimuli that's exclusively positive. So then it renders us handicapped when it comes to thinking about the intelligence and the information that is encrypted in so-called uncomfortable experiences or saddened experiences. So I think if people really realize that there's no such thing as positive and negative in that sense, and that all experiences are informative, and people kind of took more opportunity to really think about what in their life is trying to get their experiences, a lot, like what is trying to get their attention. Because if you're having negative experiences or you keep seeing negative results in an aspect of your life, that means that there's something in your life that's deeply calling out to you that you really are overlooking. And now the universe is taking an aggressive measure, an aggressive measure to get your attention by by enforcing discomfort. And so I listen even harder now when I'm uncomfortable. I listen even harder now to myself and really pay attention to what I'm experiencing and have those inward dialogues with myself when things get heavy and intense, because I know that there's a massive breakthrough within that if I can decode the message properly. And so that's where that good old emotional intelligence comes from. The power of self-awareness are all your decoding tools are. Your decoding tools are in emotional intelligence and deep self-awareness. And so that's what brought me here, was the sadness, was the depression, was the patterns I kept seeing again and again and again. Like, okay, something is going on here. I need to sit the fuck down, and I need to now do some deep self-inventory, and I need to really I need to do an expedition on my soul and really figure out what it is that I am seeking and why I'm seeking it, and what are all of the implications of why I'm attracting certain things, and etc. And once I did that work, it broke. I had tremendous, and I've been having breakthroughs ever since. And now I'm just kind of like, I done got carried away with the damn breakthroughs. I'm just breaking through and breaking loose of every damn thing. And it feels really, really good because it feels weightless. It feels, I'm living a softer, easier life. My days are sweet and they are productive, and I don't have a bunch of weird shit going on. I have gotten to the underlining of anything in life that was bothering me. Like, I didn't leave the conversation with myself at a shallow level. I really always strive to do the heavy work and the heavy lifting and get to the real underbelly of shit. And uproot that shit and replant in its place. And it just feels really nice. And to your point, yeah, like, I do recognize that most people are not per se in that mindset, because it's so easy to be plugged into the world in the way that most people are, because it's reinforced through these systems and through family and through culture and through tradition. So I get why most people are on the hamster wheel and why they're invested in the wheel. But I also see like a lot of the suffering that it causes. And, I have a lot of people in my life who do not want to die alone. And I have a lot of people who, like, I literally had one of my female friends, she recently was just like, CTV, I hope my man come like fast. She was like, I'm over 40. She was like, I look great, I work out, but I'm not going to have all this stuff forever. I'm not going to have this body. I'm not going to have all this. I want to enjoy it. True. I want to enjoy it right now. I want to and I'm just like, sis, you ain't. Drake said, y'all need to do it for yourself, because the niggas never notice. Like, you really need to first and foremost do whatever you're doing, not for something, but first and foremost for you. Do it for you. And if you are doing it for you, even if you are doing it for other secondary reasons too, but at least if you're doing it first and foremost for you, even if you don't get everything that you thought you would get out of doing what you're doing, it'll ultimately still never be rendered as a waste of time, because you also saw the personal benefit of what you were doing, which is why you kept doing it for you. So, you got to do it for you. If you're doing it for a man, if you're doing it for a relationship, if you're doing it for this, if you're doing it for that, if you're doing it, blah, 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 like, yeah, like you're going to enter into some major problems and some major disappointments. You really need to think about what makes you really need to think about why it is you want a partner. Make sure that your reasons are really healthy for one in that area of why you want partnership. Really address that stuff on a deep, honest, transparent level. And then once you do that, like give that list to your higher self, give it to God, put it on the universe, and then tell the universe to go over that list and to go over what you now are aware of, and anything that needs to be altered, anything that needs to be healed, anything that needs to be taken away from that list, from whatever is informing your desires, to ask your highest God-given self to make you aware of how to improve upon yourself and this area of your life that you want to see results in. But, you know, people need to do what they do first and foremost for their personal fulfillment before you're doing it for any other reasons, that you're doing it for you. Prime example is a YouTube. I deserve to be at 1 trillion subscribers at this point. I worked my ass off.
Hell yeah, shit.
I have amazing.
Oh, Bubba, you still here? Y'all ain't heard a peep out of you.
I'm sitting here listening and learning. Go ahead.
You know, I have amazing content. I get sabotaged by YouTube all the time, which is why I have so many of my viewers who are like, see, I got people right now in the comment section right now. I didn't get notified. You know, I just happened to be rummaging through YouTube. That's all you're alive. And on one hand, it's discouraging and annoying that a platform that I'm on is sabotaging what I'm able to be, because I have what it takes to be it. But I'm also not so desperate to win on this platform that I'm not going to buy anything. I'm not going to manufacture anything, because I like to be genuinely rewarded by the results. So I just have to work hard. But on the other hand, when I think about why I do this still, even though this platform is screwy as hell, it's because I love doing it too. Like, I love it. Yes, you know, of course I want to be as successful as I can be. Of course I want to make all the money I can make. Of course, yes, all those things exist. But first and foremost, I do it because I love it. I do it because I love my community here. I do it for that. So when you have your mind and heart postured right, at the end of the day, you're always going to be okay with the way things ultimately are. But you just got to make sure that your head and your heart are postured correctly. If it's not, you're going to be tore up for sure. You're going to be tore up. You're going to be tore up. So yeah, but we have to come back and have a separate conversation around.
Yeah, Black Anarchist just said that.
Oh, wait, that's what he said. Oh, we need to have we need to have a one-on-one conversation. I have so much to say about this conversation. Yes, I'm gonna get to your email too. I've been so backed up and I've been so lackadaisical on social media the past like 2 weeks. I've just been kind of doing it when I feel like doing it, rather than doing it because, you know, I need to keep up with the Joneses. So now I'm not as frequent on YouTube. I kind of only just do content when I really feel compelled to do it. So I'm going to get to my emails, and we still going to schedule that combo Black Anarchist podcast. But if there's anything that you guys want to add to the table, do y'all want to? I mean, anything
I think, you know, where you are is great. But I don't think that most gay or bi men are strong enough to be able to maintain a relationship. You know the type of who you are and what you want, what you need, and or whatever. I don't think they're going to be strong enough for any long period of time to get where you are. I don't think they'll ever. Most people are, you know, I mean, they might be out there, but I don't think most people will be able to get to where you are. You know, I don't think they have the fortitude in them, especially with our gay black men. Even straight black men can't even usually get to where you are. It takes a lot, you know, and where you are, get there at that age that you're at too. You know, people can get to the age where they don't want to be bothered with anybody. I'm comfortable with myself. I don't want a relationship and stuff. But you are so far beyond that. You know, I don't know if you understand how I'm probably not phrasing it right.
Yeah, no.
You're so far beyond that very few people can reach where you've gotten to, and that's something. Where you're at, that is something. That is one hell of an accomplishment. That's one hell of a, or whatever. I mean, you can get what you want out of people, what you want out of, but I don't think they can get where you are, and so I don't think you would be able to. Even with the guy putting the ring on your finger, that's not going to work. You know what I mean? Because you're too far above you're too far above their type of trauma that they're, and whatever's going, who they are, whatever. And they may be appeasing you, to keep you, but I don't think they're going to be able to do that in the long run. But they're not going to be able to get to that, and because of who you are, that's going to put a strain on whatever relationship you get in, because their insecurities of who you are is going to bring, it's going to play heavily on that, because they can't reach to where you are.
And it's funny that you say that, because that right there has been the death of most of our romantic relationships, is that my partners eventually end up imploding into a ball of insecurities and then try to project that onto me when I'm just existing and I'm just living in what I am, and got arms wide open for them, and they're choosing to internalize all of that as something that makes them deeply insecure. I have had trouble in my dating experience just even getting to the official relationship part, because most niggas that I was completely attracted to, I completely adore them, they can't even believe that they're my type. And I'm just like, so I've always had to work through the tumbleweeds of men in order to just get to whatever the hell, they had to offer. This why my current partner was so unique to me, because none of that was there in our experience. It was literally just like butter and just a natural. It was something that just naturally worked well. Like, it just worked, and it just worked, and it just kept working. And even when we both were in relationships throughout our tenure of having a connection ourselves, like, we naturally would fall back as friends. We would be supportive of each other's relationships. There was never no bleed over. We never had to have no conversation about it. It was just like everything was understood. Everything just worked, and so when he put the whole like how you feel about I'm like, I'm gonna reason to say no, it just works. As long as it continues to work, I can work with it. But to your point, if when it gets wobbly, if he gets caught up in himself, he starts, if he can't keep up, then it'll just be. Either it's going to align or it's not going to align. I'm already at peace with whatever the end result is going to be, because my sense of self and my sense of happiness is not even tied into the situation anyway. All of this is just an extension of what I'm connected to. Like, everything else that's working out in my life is just a bonus, but it's not the source of my sense of self and my sense of happiness itself. So I'm really appreciative of the connection. I'm grateful for the opportunity to have companionship, etc. I will always honor him with honesty and with transparency and with respect, etc. And you know, and I'm going to afford him to live his life accordingly without having to worry about my feelings and without having to reduce himself just to belong to me. And I'm not going to reduce myself just to belong to him. And I want him to enjoy the one life he has, and I want to enjoy mine as well. And you know, if it can just continue to feel more like, I realize now at this stage in my life, my relationships need, you know, when I was young and just full of romance and full of TV fictional romance, you know, the romance had to be the major, the friendship had to be the minor. But now it's like I actually need my romantic relationships to be kind of more of a friendship than more of a romance. I need the friendship part to be a little heavier than the romance, because the romance part fluctuates and it goes through its own whatever, and it comes and goes. Those butterflies come and go. But if you have a solid friendship with your partner, oh my God, y'all can go so much further because y'all have something so much more sustainable between y'all than just the flimsy romantic feelings that take a lot of maintenancing, they take a lot of doing, they take a lot of manual labor to keep alive. The friendship, though, doesn't require all of that, and it's more of the solid, gritty parts of the pie. The romance is all like the mushy shit in the middle of the pie, but without that crust, that mushy shit couldn't even really form and stay formed like that. You need something grittier than just butterflies and romance. You need the formation of true friendship. And so for me, that's the biggest part of what I enjoy still in the so-called relationship, because before we so-called like put a label on it, we were just good friends with real good ass benefits. And I still experience the situation that way. As far as I'm concerned, we're still good friends with good ass benefits. We just are friends who happen to have great sex and who have great companionship, but we are friends. So
enlightenment, that's what you are. You are spiritually enlightened. You are in tune and in touch with, not religious, but spiritually enlightened. Where a lot of people want to be or get to. You're spiritually enlightened.
Well, I want to share this tick. I'm going to try to share this with as many of our Black same gender loving male community members as possible, because I think all people can get that. I just think most people don't even know that. I don't even think most people even know it's a thing, because it's just not something that anybody's really doing. It's not a reach that anybody's even reaching for, you know? So nobody even knows that it's there. Nobody even knows that that space in themselves is available, because it's not being largely demonstrated. So, you know, I'm going to, you know, every time I have an opportunity to really talk about this part of being queer and all of that, it's like, you know, I always try to share my experiences and everything, because it's necessary. Our community, to your point though, it's like a lot of gay men do have a lot of trauma that they have not dealt with. They have father fractures, mommy fractures, church hurt, societal fractures. You know, there's a lack of development even on the relationship part, because so much of our lives we had to spend in the shadows. We couldn't be nurtured properly, educated properly. We couldn't have access to dating at a younger age because, you know, our parents wouldn't have put up with that shit. So we're just like, there's a lot that we just have left on the floor, and gay men are just kind of like trying to move on with their life not even knowing that they're really living alongside a lot of that shit that they never really dealt with, and then it doesn't really show up, or they don't even really realize what it caused to them until they get to 40 and get to 45 and get to 50 and be like, wait, something is really off, something is really wrong. And then they realize, oh my God, like I got intimacy issues, or I have this, I have that, da, 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 da. So, you know, I don't want it to take so long for us to finally address these big elephants in the room. And I think it's time for queer conversations to start mastering in what has happened to us. And it's time to really start talking about the real shit. Because a lot of Black gay men are very scared to end up by themselves. And a lot of Black gay men are not experiencing a lot of fulfillment in their personal lives. And a lot of Black gay men are dealing with loneliness and, you know, so many things. And, you know, there's a conversation and healing available for that, you know. And I think it's, you know, time that we start really talking about those things as a collective and everything. I think it's time for the little Boosies and time for the Kim Burrells to be set aside and to talk about, you know, what's really bothering Black gay men and what's hurting Black gay men and what's keeping Black gay men from getting where they want to be in their romantic lives, in their social lives, and, you know, start really dealing with a lot of this baggage that we really are carrying around and trying to cover up with a smile, trying to cover up with being successful, trying to cover up with being, you know, over accomplished, trying to cover up with, you know, all the things that with drugs, with self-abuse, with promiscuity, with, you know, it's all type of fucking masks that gay men are wearing to mask the demons, to mask the ugliness. And I'm not really hearing a lot of those conversations. Even on social media, you know, like I'm not really just hearing a lot about that at this point. So, you know, it's a lot of healing that our community needs. I really wish that Iyanla would just dedicate 10 years of her life to just focusing on Black gay community. I'm gonna need 10 years worth of Fix My Life, the gay edition, and just have Iyanla cracking heads and causing breakthroughs and, you know, showing the way. We need a gay Iyanla to show up, honey, and to just clear the way, in the words of my girl from Palestine. Clear the motherfucking way, because it's time for all that. Bubs, anything that you want to say?
I mean, everything that was said tonight, I really appreciate, because it gives different perspectives. Because, I mean, even listening to this conversation, I know there's probably some things within me that I can kind of look at it and be like, you know, because even with monogamy, like, I feel like I have the capacity for monogamy. It's enough getting to know me. It's another thing trying to get to know somebody else, and then to get to know more than one person like that. I don't know if I have that capacity right now, but who's to say in the future? You know, I can only speak about where I am right now. But all this information is necessary. It's definitely necessary. And to Bab's point,
like you are like you've never dated. You've dated. You've been on the dating scene.
But I'm talking about a reference to. I'm talking about reference to polyamory, or more than one person. I'm talking about that aspect. I believe in monogamy, and yes, I do believe in dating. Even now, I'm still trying to navigate how would I even go about dating at 34, because I spent the past few years like really being single and really dedicating time to myself. So what does that look like in this new evolving version of Bubs the God? I know that my partner gonna have to like rock with me and roll with me on my journey, and vice versa for them. You know what I mean? Like, I used to be a person that felt like I had to be underneath somebody or someone underneath me all the time. Now I'm at a place to where it's like I like my personal space, and I would want my partner to also have their personal space. Let's share our lives together. I'm not trying to be your world. I could be a continent in that bitch, but not your whole world. So listening to these things does give me different perspectives. It makes me more open-minded to people who live differently, think differently, operate differently. And the motto that I adopt now is, I love that you do it so that I don't have to. See how the universe provides for everything? So that's kind of where I am right now. But yeah, I hope that made sense. It is 3 a.m.
Ready to go to bed.
Right.
I gotta get up in the morning. We're going to see the Wiz tomorrow, me and my friend. And they're gonna be knocking on my one of them.
You talking about the stage play?
Yeah, the Broadway play, the Wiz.
Okay.
It's gonna be at the Bass Hall down in Fort Worth, and one of my friends is driving up. So he'll probably be knocking on my door about like 8 or 9 in the morning. So I need to get my bed. I know.
Yeah, well, get your ass out of here so you can definitely get enough sleep. You've been in that chair for a long time because you had your own live. Then you came over here and sat for another damn 7 hours. So
yeah, Deshaun stuck it out with me all the way to the bitter end. We were there for about 4. Let's see, 6, 7. Yeah, until we both came over here. So I guess we was over there for about 4.5 hours, and now we don't. You know, y'all started about an hour or so before I got here. I think hour or 2. But I've been over here now for about 4.5 hours, 5 hours too.
It's been
this was very good. This was a very good discussion, and it was eye opening. And I enjoyed all the people that was in the chat. You know, with their comments and yeah, it's always good with y'all.
Yes, no, I appreciate it. I love, because I was hoping that y'all was going to actually click the link. I'm like, don't just come over here and join, but come in, up, like, you know, hit the link, get into the comments. So I'm so happy that you
know, Conscious, when I be watching your stuff, I'm usually driving. I have my phone sitting on my deck thing, and I'll reach over and then put in a little comment or something, whatever. I can't usually say too much because I ain't trying to have a wreck. But a lot of times when I'm catching your stuff, sometimes with Bubs too, I'm usually driving, sitting in traffic and, for an hour or two, just coming home or something, like that. Because, you know how we can be random with these lives. We come on any time.
Right.
So, but I catch your stuff quite a bit. And a lot of times I'll be in there and I just don't comment. Because some stuff I'm listening to, I don't really have any. Some stuff is like, especially when y'all get into like the celebrity gossip and stuff. A lot of that I don't even know. Some of it I do, but a lot of it I don't even know. But it's interesting listening to y'all perspectives when y'all are talking about it. So I'll be sitting there and then I'm just not commenting. But then other times when I do comment, that's probably because I know something about the subject, or I'm really interested in what people are saying in the comments or doing stuff, like that. But a lot of times I'm catching lives when I'm, out and about or on break or doing something like that.
Yeah. Well, I'm happy to have your support, and I always love seeing your face over here. And you are a content creator, so can you tell the folk where they can find you out here on these YouTube streets?
On YouTube, I am Tit for Tat 2024, and on IG. I'm still kind of new to IG. I think it's Tit for Tat, this and that. I think that's what it is on IG. But on YouTube is where I'm mainly at. That's where most of my content and stuff is. It is Tit for Tat 2024.
Hold on, I put the wrong thing. Tit for Tat 2024.
It's come through Tick.
It's TIT for TAT 2024.
Okay.
TIT. Yeah, TIT. Yeah, TIT for TAT 2020. That's it.
There you
Tit
go.
for TAT 2024.
On period. Well, thank you for being here, Tit.
Well, thank you for having me up in here, going off of my little rants. I'm surprised Bubs and all them put up with me half the time.
You are good.
But that's what makes us a commentators, because we are conversationalists.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
But I appreciate all of y'all. I appreciate when y'all come over there on my channel and let loose, Miss Stevie, all of y'all, Miss Stevie, Deshaun, Bubs, everybody. I appreciate all of y'all. It enlightens a lot of people.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Well, I thank you and give you some rest and tell us how that stage play goes tomorrow.
All righty.
Good night.
All right, then,
All right,
Pimpin'.
all right, guys. I'll talk to y'all later. Bye, chat.
Bye. Now there was two Bubs.
Oh, yeah.
Tell the folk where they can find you at out here.
Yes. You can also find me here on YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, Rumble. Everything is Bubs the God, as well as the Cash App, $ Bubs the God, if you feel so compelled. Also be on the lookout for chapter 1 of Blame It on the Dress, my interpretation of it. I already finished the opening monologue. And I'll be working on the first episode, or the first chapter, shall I say, which should be dropping hopefully sometime next week. And I'm gonna try. But yes, stay tuned for that. And thank y'all again for sharing y'all thoughts coming through tonight, and welcoming me as well as the other panelists tonight. And yes, it's always a good time with Conscious and the crew. So yes, thank you.
And Blame It on the Dress, presented by Bubs, baby. It's gonna be so good, y'all. It's so good. So
Thank
good.
you, thank you.
All right. I'm gonna call you real quick because I got something to tell you. But
Okay.
You get your ass out of here.
Okay, will do.
That was Bubs to God, you guys. This was amazing. This was not supposed to be this fucking long, but it honestly didn't even feel that long. So shout out to Deshaun, shout out to Homebody, shout out to Rashonda, shout out to Bub, shout out to the Tick for Tack. This was a great unpacking and dialogue. Make sure if you guys are new here, subscribe. Of course, please thumbs up on your way out if you didn't on your way in. And you guys definitely know where you can donate to the platform. Trackers the Kang clearly be kanging and working for y'all. All right, $ Consciouztv on Cash App and or PayPal.me/Consciouztv. Conscious spelled just how it is here on the platform. Of course, you can follow me on Consciouztv on Patreon as well as Instagram. All handles are in the description box below, along with Bubs to God's link. I'm going to put Tick for Tat's links in the description box as well. You guys have a great night, and I will see you guys later. Peace.